Is there really 15 minutes of intro? Why do people do this? Why do people put like 15-minute, 20-minute intros for like I think there was like 100 people watching this. I don't know. You thought I gave up after a trashy game update? Look, every update in this game is trash, okay? One of the main reasons I'm not playing the game right now is I am super fucking busy outside of playing games. And this update doesn't interest me at all. And one of the main reasons to come back and play for an update is the amount of people that updates usually bring back. But this update has brought back about 10 times fewer players than Escalation did. So there's just a lot of other stuff. I was in the stream for like 20 minutes, and I'd be interested to watch it from the beginning, which is what I'm actually gonna do. I put it got him at 16 minutes. I think it's about to start. This goes until, this is what I was complaining about. 17 minutes.
When we can't leave. But I'm also.
Are we though?
Hello? Hey, we're live. No, we're not.
Okay.
Pause champ. Now we're live.
Are we though?
Yeah, we are. We are. Hey guys, it's me and Aeflic. Where do you go? He had a whole idea of how to start this, and then proceeded to just disappear last second. But I'm also genuinely interested in what he brought up, and it's how are you staying fit when we can't leave? You can leave technically, but I personally find like as my mom is my roommate at this point. She basically tells me that what's going on because she's a nurse and she works at a hospital, and whenever I hear about all this stuff with COVID, I get more and more scared, so I avoid going out at all. But I don't know if the same thing's up with where you are geographically, and obviously you don't have to dox yourself, but I mean, how are you?
Are you kidding me? The people in California are one of the main fucking reasons this shit has not gone away. These people, did you see what these people were doing like 3 weeks into the fucking pandemic? Like, they're out on like Malibu fucking, like out at the beach. Like, these people, Californians don't care, okay? They have to have like, they have to have police like at their fucking door telling them to stop going out. Like, they don't take anything seriously. It's just something about people that live in California.
You staying fit, man?
Well, I'm not. I just got good genes. Hey, there he
We
is.
started without you, bro. We're punctual.
Dude, it's like he's going crazy right now, so I don't know. Of course, right when we start. But go ahead though.
Yeah, no, I mean the question was like staying fit or whatever. I've actually gained. I'm 172 pounds right now, which is for me like awful. I should be like 160 of just muscle, and it's
Just muscle, baby. Okay.
yeah.
I
Well,
feel
I
that.
mean, yeah. But right now I'm weak and
160.
soft. Like yeah.
I think
No,
we can relate,
when I'm
man.
going for a run, like I could feel my butt cheeks bounce, and I'm like, oh, this is an sensation for me. So,
What about you,
Like,
Aeflic?
honest, dude. We got those pink 5-pound weights here in the garage, and then her mom just brought 8-pound weights, and yeah, it's not doing the job. So we're struggling. I just need to go back to the gym. I've just been so lazy. I'm someone that like I need extreme
Put a 1 in the chat if Wrel weighs more than you.
structure. Like I have to work out almost
That's
daily,
not good.
even if I go for like 20 minutes and like I'll just do like get on the treadmill or something. But I have to work out daily. That's why I changed to like I do legs one day, I do arms one day, and then I do back one day, I do chest one day, and then I just loop it. Like I try to break up my muscle groups into smaller increments just so I go daily. And then once I get out of the loop, I'm done. And then like I sit on it for a long time. Oreos are cool and things like that. Yeah.
Oreos
Like
are cool.
after work, I would go to the gym or whatever, and then go home. Like that was my routine, gym home. But we technically can still like go to the gym with COVID right now, but I just don't want to do it, in this environment. But at the same time, like I have to be in a gym to care enough to actually work out, because like once you're there, you're like, okay, well, you're there, and you can stay there for a while. But it's like I'm really demotivated.
Is he a regular old American male 5'8" manlet?
It's a challenge.
Running sucks.
Yeah. This takes forever. That's how I felt about getting anything out of push-ups. Actually, at one point, where it was easy enough to do, like the first 50 or whatever, and it's just like it just took a while to get to the point where like you have to actually try.
Speaking of getting to the point,
forever.
Yeah, I hate running. Like I remember
when I'm after that and like watching YouTube videos or doing whatever sort of like content consumption, and then when I'm done, I just go to bed in my room and then I rinse and repeat that. So I like starting off with just like something real. It's cool to just talk about something that isn't, I don't know, that serious, which is pretty nice. But today we have a very, very special guest, probably our biggest guest, not even probably.
It's our second guest, so we gotta be.
So our biggest guest ever on the podcast, lead game designer for PlanetSide 2, Mr. Wrel himself. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine.
So we have a lot to cover today. A lot to cover. And we've kind of broken
3.5 hours
into
worth.
6 different categories of questions. These questions will definitely be kind of overarching questions, and then from there we'll go on our tangents. And
sorry man, I didn't interrupt you, but we like at first like, oh, this is a great idea because we have so many questions and things we want to go over, and then it got to the point where it's like we're gonna be only able to ask and like go over like 1% of what we actually probably want to go over because it's such a big thing. So and then we did that Reddit post and we had like 150 people asking questions on it, and like that blew up too, and we're like, oh my gosh, we're only going to be able to get to a couple of things. So it's actually almost a little sad, but no, we're super excited, man. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. So we always plan, at least because again you are a second guest, but we always want to ask this question because this is our very first question that me and Aeflic went over in our very first episode of the podcast. Is your PlanetSide story? Tell us how you got from downloading the game, because everybody has that story of you found out the game and you downloaded it, to where you are now, from becoming like the biggest content creator, honestly, for PlanetSide, to being the lead game developer. How'd you get there?
Let's see if I can make this quick. So I started like a week after launch. I don't remember actually what drew me to the game. It might have been like a stream from Total Biscuit, or I think that was probably it. And then from there on out, I was hooked. I was doing I think I was doing videos on Mass Effect for my YouTube channel at the time. It was just I really like the Mass Effect series, and and it was just, I don't know, starting off slow. It was just a hobby, and eventually it became something more. Like I was in the Navy at the time, so working at the on the submarine base there in Groton, Connecticut. And
ooh, cool, bro. Submarines, they're the ones that go under the water. That's sweet though. That's cool, man. I didn't know that either.
I am not a submariner.
And okay.
Yeah, no.
But hey, all parts are important.
Right. Some more important than others, but yeah, for sure. I mean, and I was working on my channel at the same time as being in the Navy. I was in the public affairs office, so I was basically doing the job of a photojournalist, and I was on a limited duty because my my intestines ruptured and they had to cut me open.
What a sad story.
And there was a lot of Yeah. So there's a really long like recovery process, and this was like uh, not too long after like boot camp and going to my A school. Yeah, I don't know, it was obnoxious. Anyway, so I was on a limited duty, and I was like just really ambitious. Like I just wanted to excel and and just become better. I've always been like really probably too work focused, and but when you're in a limited command, like you can't make it past the third rank, seaman. Um, this chat, I normally wouldn't emphasize that, but this chat is just,
Yeah,
I know the type
there's
of
something
people.
else. There's something else. Again,
So,
thank you for coming on. We appreciate it.
Oh, by the way, take that, you motherfucker.
but yeah. So I was a seaman in the Navy, and I stayed there for a few years, and just like working on my little side project, and then
That's payback for
I picked up
yesterday,
steam,
bitch.
and eventually, 4 years in of doing YouTube, like 4.5 years, something
Fucking
like that. I eventually got
spamming
picked up
ass
and
motherfucker
became
is
a
a
developer on the
moderator.
game. Started out doing contract work, just so they can kind of like feel me out and see if I can uh, like just basically deal with
He got timed out.
kind of
Shut
the
the
tools
fuck
and that
up.
sort of thing. And
I'll be
everything
right
was
back.
at the time just from a contract perspective, like it was all kind
Complaining
of
about interlude
self-taught.
getting timed
So I
out.
was like,
Come on.
they gave me the run of their tool set and that sort of thing, and I was just like reverse engineering all sorts of like different mechanics and that sort of thing, and eventually
Trust me, he'll be back in 10
probably like
minutes.
a
He has
year later,
nothing
I don't
better
know
to
if I'm
do.
getting the timetable messed up, probably am, but ended up becoming an actual developer, so like full time on the game. And for a lot of people, that's like the dream, right? Like you're the gamer, and then you get to work on the game that you love. And also, now we're here almost 8 years later, and yeah, it's still going.
That's actually crazy. I think
The
I know
dream.
people joke to Aeflic a lot.
The dream is to take charge of a game that you were never any good at and didn't understand why it was fun for people, and just shatter that dream for everybody else, so you could do whatever you wanted to it. What a dream.
Wondering if he will go down that same path where it's like
That's a really good question, Timmy. A really
like,
good question.
I guess another question, because to kind of go into you did
Sorry, you're not gonna continue that thought? Go on, Aeflic.
No, I mean, people just ask me that. I think it's more of a meme, honestly. But I don't know. I don't think I bring anything to the table. It's too scary, man. PS2 dev. I see the community brother in my chat all the day.
there's some scary people, bro. Whether they're telling you that you suck at the game, you ugly, it's hard. But you you kind of talked about, or I guess you kind of brushed over what I would call like your main staple of probably like your PlanetSide career prior to becoming the lead dev or lead game developer or designer. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the name. But so
Designer, yeah.
Prior to joining the dev team, you were basically the #1 PlanetSide content creator. You have, I think right now when I checked your channel, you have like 75,000 subscribers, and your channel is solely just PlanetSide. I remember you had another channel where you would do like other playthroughs.
Yeah, just like casual playing games that I wanted to play, because yeah, at that point the channel was so ingrained in PlanetSide 2 that it was hard to deviate.
Mm-hmm.
And like PlanetSide 2 doesn't have a massive audience, comparatively. Like if I went over and did Overwatch content, like I would be much more successful. Like actually, Lone Hawk is a good example of someone who did that very specific thing. Like they learned how to do.
Hey man,
content
you're not allowed
creation
to
in
have.
PlanetSide
You're not
2,
allowed to
and
say
then went
that.
over to Overwatch
Okay.
and kind of blew up. And his stuff is
You're gonna
great
get
too. But,
timed out.
yeah, and it was, I mean, but for me, it was a grind. Like, I don't care about the clickbait. I don't want to do all all the nonsense that a lot of the YouTubers do nowadays. It was always kind of a point of pride for me to do stuff that mattered and like, help the community. And whether that's just like weapon reviews, and, if you guys don't agree, then suck my nuts. I have my own opinion about how weapons, perform. But and just like, catering toward the new players, like,
Also, don't understand why certain metas exist, because I don't understand anything about FPS games, but I'm still gonna tell you about weapons and everything.
helping them get onboarded. And
I'm gonna make meme-ass loadouts for people when I have the largest content channel for PlanetSide at that time. I'm gonna make meme loadouts for people to use that are actually going to use these loadouts that literally make them worse at the fucking game. and then I'm gonna get in big arguments with people over that and say it was just a joke, bro. It's like, well, you published a video where you have people with stupid ass loadouts that are big fans of yours that are out there getting stomped by actual real players. Yeah. I think that was like that might have been around like the start. You guys have to remember that we've kind of been beefing with this guy since like 2013, 2014. Like it was very clear that this guy was an idiot at that point to anyone who had any kind of idea. And the fact that he became the lead game designer is just, to this day, it blows my mind still. Like,
and kind of erode some of that learning curve that our game is very well known for.
I mean, that's the most important thing, though. I mean, clickbait is so bad now. It's like, dude, my dumbass always clicking on it, like, oh, okay, and then the thumbnail always gets me too, and then I'm left disappointed so often. I mean, it's a big issue though, and that's why. I mean, just content. I mean, maybe it's because it's just the more people that come into content creation, the worse it gets because you're gonna have more. I guess I don't want to say bad people, but they always have like so many subscribers. So it's just a weird thing. So I do think that's an important thing to focus on is real content, which is what makes you special as as an individual.
Well, God forbid we know that. We'll never actually know what this game could be because for its entire life, it has been in the hands of the most incompetent people possible.
But helping out the new players, I mean, that's like the big thing. I mean, okay, who cares if you're top 1% player in PlanetSide 2 and you don't agree with someone's gun that they're using, right? Like I didn't agree with Graka and like the suppressed saw, right? And then clearly I was wrong. 277,000 kills later, and now I waste a bunch of time. So yeah,
Sorry, you're at how much already?
No. I'm saying I wasted my time with the anchor.
Oh, gotcha.
I got 277,000.
Wasted his time with the anchor.
It wasn't wasted. It was fun. We got the golden anchor. It was actually thank
Dude,
you.
it's not about the end result. It's the journey. It's the journey.
It is the journey. You're right. But no, I'm only at like 31. No, 30. Maybe almost 33 on the saw.
I think you passed because the gloss saw is my #1 most killed weapon. Either that or the Beetlejuice, and I think you passed me within a week. And I've been using that gun for like years because my playstyle is very different. But sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just yeah.
Well, back to the clickbait thing. I think the biggest thing, at least now, and I think Aeflic and I can kind of attest to it because we're kind of in that beginning phase of like trying to be content creators and like working on YouTube videos.
I'm waiting for a gem, guys.
Entertaining.
I'm waiting for a gem.
The biggest thing that at least we've come to the
he plays on
conclusion is
armor.
like even if you do use clickbait, if you don't have the content to back up the clickbait, then it is the worst feeling as a viewer, and you leave the worst flavor in their mouth possible.
Shut the fuck up, Toby.
I literally got scamazed yesterday, where there was like I don't know how often you guys go on Twitch or if you guys use ad blocker. Actually, I think Wrel, you have the boost, so like you don't even see ads.
Yeah. No, I pay. I hate advertisements so much that I pay for YouTube Red. I pay for Twitch Prime. I pay for. Anything that would normally engage you with advertisements, I hate it.
I feel that 100%. And
Twitch is like 10 times worse though, bro, because it's the same 3 advertisements for like a year straight.
On a loop for a year. So then you probably won't know this commercial that they're referencing in this clickbait thing, but there was like some AT&T commercial that was on Twitch for like 5 months, and it was.
Okay, I'm gonna go see my son real quick, and then hopefully. Since it's just the intro, I'll be back for the rest of it, okay? I apologize, but he's going quicker.
Scoffed.
Baby rage in the chat. So I just basically like they were like, oh, there was some girl that's like the main actress in this advertisement, and the stuff like that. I 100% agree. Like advertisements, especially on like.
For like. For the shock factor or for like the memes or whatever, like it's just a lot of those like really strong A-type personalities that do well, naturally for YouTube and that sort of thing. And it's kind of like it's a little bit. I get this point of feedback a lot from just like other younger or like smaller content creators, talking about like how can they even compete with these people who are like being ridiculous and. I honestly, like my thing has just been like hard work, dedication, consistency, and then like if a career, and then eventually everybody else fell off. Like
I think the good thing to worry about now is if you end up getting to the VOD for this podcast that's going to get uploaded to YouTube, you're not going to see like a "you won't believe what Wrel said" or something like that. So, working from home for the past 8 months now, like, how has COVID impacted the team that's making PlanetSide, and like especially when it comes to the work dynamic of, you know, you're not able to like go to, like,
Oh
Steve's
boy.
cube down the hall and ask him like what his thoughts are on this. Like, how has it affected
Excuses
the team?
time.
I mean, I think we probably didn't suffer as much as others.
Because you don't do
Like
anything.
we are really communicative via the Microsoft Teams and, you know, email or what have you. But there's definitely something missing. And I like, you know, getting people in the meeting room or whatever. And there's something to be said about, like, it's easy to create a meeting that's just going to waste people's time. Nobody likes that, you know, in a corporate environment. But at the same time, like, if you can handle a meeting and like run it well, there's something to be said about, like, all the, you know, the brainstorming that happens and just
The brainstorming that happens in those offices is like, man, I've always said this, but I would love to just sit or be a fly on the wall in one of these brainstorming meetings, just so like I could bust out laughing at some of like the suggestions that, you know, you're getting from people. Like, you gotta think, guys, like, the ideas that they're putting into the game are the ideas that made it. Okay, they made it past the first trimester. Okay, they were not aborted. Okay, so think of all the other brainstorm ideas that are going on in that fucking room.
being able to like get
Where's
everybody's
the green bandana? He
opinions
doesn't
and
wear that
ideas
shit
of people
anymore,
who
dude.
typically be reluctant to speak up. Like, you know, if they're if people don't, like, if you have like an introverted personality, right, and you're trying to pull, like, you know, some sort of ideas out of people,
How
it's
do you
much easier
fast
to do that
forward?
in
You
person than it
leave the
is
stream
with
and then
like,
come back when
remotely.
the VOD
Because
is
people
done,
have a
and
hesitation
then you
of,
can click
you know,
through.
stomping
That's
over
right.
other people who are talking, and
No, his fucking bandana was squeezing his head and cutting off fucking oxygen flow to his brain. So it still seems like that's kind of a problem, but I don't know what the bandana
there's
had
like,
to do with that.
you know, if you don't have to talk, you know, why talk? Or if, you know, have like a crappy microphone setup and it's like, you know, cumbersome for you, you know, if you have a fan on or whatever, there's just like a lot of like little, like small little hurdles that can kind of bog down the experience, and everything's just better. Like when you're in an office, there's some, I I think on my, so at the office, I tend to like not walk around when I don't have to, and like I'm not, like, I don't socialize. I just go in and do work and sit in my you know, office, just, you know, hammering away at the computer. And I think they're more likely to leave me alone when I'm just doing that, like, because I got my like, because I'm not, like, you know, willing to talk. You know, when people want to go out for coffee and that sort of thing, I usually turn them down.
Coffee.
And I mean, for the people who need that sort of social interaction, I think that's really important too. And like, you're starved from it when you're, you know, remote. You know, like all those little like office interactions are important for a lot of people, but for me, it hasn't changed things too much outside of just like the creative process. Like, I think that's what suffered the most for me personally.
I'd say we have a
His
pretty
creative process is suffering, guys.
response to like the way things change, because I was very similar. The desk that I had in our building was right underneath the air conditioner, and it would just blare down such cold air onto me that I had to wear my hoodie. So like, people would always come to my desk and see me with my hood on, and then I wouldn't respond either because they wouldn't see I would have like my AirPods in. So I'd be listening to music and I would have my hood on, so people would be very reluctant to being like, so like, my real name is Zuhir, so they'd be like, "Hey Zuhir, like, can you help me with this?" It's like they would see me with my hood on and my headphones and be like, "You know what? Maybe he's not free to answer this right now. Let me just send him an email about it instead." And it definitely does help like prioritize things easier, because you could probably relate to this, especially like you want to get something done before you log off. And
Right.
and especially if it's one of those like, I need to do it before the end of the day, like by close. Big thing in my, at least in my area, is like, we need this by COB today, close of business today, it has to be sent out. So it's like, I'll be on till like 8 p.m. I don't want to be in the office till 9 or 10, able to work from home. I feel like,
You know, if I'm like thinking about something or whatever, it's just like, well, yeah, I'm kind of hungry. Like, so, and because it's so convenient, just distract easy for me to work. So when we, maybe like take care of the, the kids, where typically I'd be
impacted. We're talking about the COVID impact on the dev team, and
Well, we're
it
40
seems
minutes
like
in, and we have not
it's
even
pretty similar, I
talked
guess,
about the
across
video
board.
game yet.
But a
That's
genuine
nice.
question that, like, I think a lot of people are impacted differently from, at least from an individual basis. So 100%.
Well, also it's crazy. It's weird. I mean, it's normal, but it also depends where you live. Like, there's so many different.
Like, some
Depending
people
where
are
you live,
completely unaffected. Actually, they're just like,
Yeah.
nothing changed. Done, I guess, with that first portion of learning more about you and kind of like how you got into Planetside, and now we get into the juicy stuff.
I
into the
didn't learn
juicy,
anything.
Recent updates, the current state of the game, all the
Dude,
stuff that
we don't need
we're both
40
excited
minutes
and
of
nervous
that.
about.
But
because I guess in the
Aeflic was
preliminary
AFK
thing,
as usual.
we were
so-
talking about. Wait, you good, bro? Oh, you
Yeah,
you got
sorry.
the guns out.
What are you gonna do?
We're not. Like, the worry might be that it's like, oh, we're not going to
Fucking Planetside
the
players
community that
procreating.
Aeflic
You
and
hate
I
to see
have
it.
is very different, I guess, from the communities that's overarching Planetside community. But we're also worried that our question.
But you gotta, like, the COVID stuff, man. Really, like, let's not talk about COVID. Let's talk about something else. Let's have something like actually interesting. Like, Rel, what kind of you're a fucking music guy, Shoctor. Rel, what kind of music are you into, man? What are you listening to? Like, something outside of all this trash bullshit COVID and all. Like, come on, man. Bruh.
Questions aren't going to be good enough for them. So
I want to hear about
100%.
my fucking life is so ruined by COVID-19, and the environment that I work in is just, it's all changed and gone. Like, we can ask that stuff like 3 months ago, all right? Like, let's just
Disregard
no more.
chat, and if you're in chat right now,
People like listening to that shit, though? I don't think so. I think that's all people have fucking heard for the last 8 months. Just knock it off.
Irrelevant.
Stop it.
All right.
screw those guys.
Chat.
I can tell you, I don't want to hear anymore.
Chat's
about it.
rude, bro.
And I don't
Chat's
even
rude.
watch
I'm about to
TV.
un-VIP everyone.
Relax.
So the first portion that we're going to talk about is Planetside in 2020, and then the elusive new player experience.
Oh, God.
The first question is, in your opinion, what is the allure of Planetside 2 to a brand new player looking for a large-scale first-person shooter? And what are the core competencies of the game that set it apart from other
What the fuck kind of question
more
is this?
mainstream games like your Battlefield or your Call of Duty?
Okay, so
Get the fuck out of my channel, you fucking bot piece of shit.
for new player, the experience is totally different from veterans. I think you guys would probably both agree. But as far as the core competencies, like the gunplay is really good. The fact that it's in the sci-fi universe and isn't Halo, because lobby shooter, very different experience.
Hold on, I gotta restart this. I was distracted by that fucking bot, okay? Hold on, we gotta go back to where he started answering the questions. We can attribute some things. We can take a look at what he's talking about here.
Call of Duty.
Okay, so for new player, the experience is totally different from veterans. I think you guys would probably both agree.
Didn't ask that.
But as far as the core competencies, like the gunplay is really good.
Nothing. You had nothing to do with it. In fact, you have detracted from the core gunplay of the game at every step and every design decision you have fucking made. So you don't. That's not under your belt, bud.
The fact that it's in the sci-fi universe and isn't Halo, because lobby shooter, very different experience. And then the combined arms gameplay, as much as the veterans maybe lament that, and just the interaction of different domains, it's a big selling point for PlanetSide 2, and people
Yeah, because you get to main a force multiplier and you don't have to fucking try doing anything.
genuinely like to be able to kind of jump in and
have success for no effort.
like learn or be able to experience like all these different styles of gameplay in the same game, instead of having to go to like a battlefield where you have to wait for one vehicle to open up and maybe you don't get access to it.
Yeah, because they understand what the core of the game is. They understand that infantry is the core on most maps.
And when you do it,
This game is a straight up ripoff of a Battlefield game that has people constantly working on it that don't understand what the fuck the core of it is based on.
usually short-lived, or like a War Thunder that's exclusively about a certain type of vehicle or a certain type of gameplay. For us, it's I think one of the strongest elements is just the diversity that we have, and for
That's very Very Californian of you to say.
for a new player in particular. Sorry, what was the other? Like you had core competencies and then
Yeah,
what
and
else?
then what's that allure? Like at least in your opinion, when people see the game, like either whether they're scrolling through Steam or they look up best free to play games or they look up for shooters and they see the game, like in your opinion, when somebody watches like a trailer or they read like one of the forum posts,
It
on the
doesn't cost
website,
money.
or the
Yeah,
description or the
exactly.
reviews on
It's
Steam,
free.
like what are those? What is the thing that is the main selling point, at least for PlanetSide?
Spend 100 million channel points to ask a question. Honestly,
Well, it's a unique experience. Like
there's a lot of free games though. Most free games are like completely dog shit. Like, let's be honest.
you know, you said it yourself.
This game has like a competent core, and it's a free game. That's very rare.
You know, when they're looking for a massive multiplayer game, I think that people kind of go into their free to play games hunt, and then kind of like they find us, and we have something that they didn't necessarily know that they wanted. You know, when it's like this, just the concept of having, you know, hundreds of people in the same battle in itself is ridiculous.
Hey, I could be dead in 2 weeks from COVID, dude. It's serious out
and
there.
that's certainly the kind of the talking point, the one that's touted, right? But when you actually get into the game, it's about the kind of the spectacle, like just everything going off, you know, like around you, and kind of like running alongside your allies and that sort of thing. And I think that that's
I swear to God, if you ask me how COVID has affected my life, I'm just gonna get up and fucking walk out.
big
I swear to God.
part of why the first experience that a player has is so important. Super easy to turn off a player to this game, you know, if they drop in and they immediately get
I'm gonna make up a story now. That I'm gonna make up a story about COVID.
killed and say like, okay, well that was cheap, or you know, or if God forbid they run into a bug or like get headshot by an infiltrator that has no head, you know, from 300 meters away or what have you. You know, it's
Fix
like
it!
there's a lot of ways that the experience can be really bad for new players.
Yeah.
So our goal
And old
is
players.
to kind of educate them early on, and like kind of, I guess, hold their hand a little bit more, you know. Yeah.
How are you doing that, sir?
I mean, if I'm honest, man, which I think if a lot of people are honest, especially when you actually like dive into like Vet's history,
Are you gonna hit him hard,
what
Aeflic?
PlanetSide is.
Because I can feel it.
That's why I played the game. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, dude, I think there's like 30 tanks over there. Like that's what drew me into the game, was like that scale and like some of those things, like obviously as you get into it more and more.
Yes, obviously that's what draws people to the fucking game. Yes, it's a Battlefield game with scale. Yes, we get it. That's what draws people to the game. But then when that goes away, when the novelty of my big fights goes away, what keeps you in the game?
Like those things, like the
Let's
shrouds
talk about
kind of,
that.
fall down and like you see it
We get
differently,
it.
obviously, but that's real life and anything. So, but that's what alerted me to the game. I was like, this is massive. I remember PlanetSide 1. Talked about this on the podcast before, but like talking to my brother about it.
That's what's fucking important. Because yes, we all get it. Can I watch the YouTube version, please? Is it on YouTube? Help Aeflic's channel. Fuck.
And we never got to play it. And then PlanetSide 2 came out, and I was like, I gotta try it. And it was just that wow factor of, I like the idea of like the outfits and the squads and the platoons and like multiple platoons. Like there's a command structure, you know, like that was like such like a big thing. And
I think one of the main draws for people in this game is like they see what the game is, and then they just make up a bunch of shit about the game that isn't there. Like historically, mostly shitters do this, but like they just make up stuff. Like there's a command structure, like the Cross-John syndrome. I mean,
I play like Battlefield, like you're in a squad. We were talking about this earlier,
I hate
Shoctor.
that kid.
Like you're in a squad, but like you're really just in a squad to like spawn on them. There's like very like, and I'm sure some people have like communicated, you know, like intently, but like most of the time it's like there's no communication.
Yo, there's actually in the fucking WoW guild, there's somebody has a fucking alt named Cross-John, and when I saw him log in, I was like, this guy is in this fucking guild. Like, I'm gonna leave. Like, get him out. And it was just somebody with the name, so it wasn't actually.
there's no structure. It's just like you kind of doing your own thing, and like yes, you can do that in Planet Side too. But like when I first started, like I got it with WMD, Weapons of Mass Destruction, and like I had a squad leader. There's a platoon
Nobody cares about your guild or your outfit from 2012, Aeflic.
leader, and there's multiple platoons, and there's
Nobody
a command
cares.
structure. And like that was just really, really cool. And then obviously I went through my phases of the game, and it got to the phase that I'm at now. But yeah, that was
Burnt
that
out,
was what
salty about?
drew. I'm really not. I was talking about this on the other pod. Like I might more. I know the podcasts are long, so it's very difficult for people to go through them all. But like I'm having more fun now than I probably had, and part of that's because of streaming and like interacting with the community. But
Mhm.
I've just got like to a place of like I don't care so much about stats, and like I've gotten past this like almost like salty stage almost, where like I've
Right.
accepted things, and like yeah, I don't like a lot of it, but that's any game, right? I'm to a stage where like I enjoy the community, I enjoy the game for the
Bob Dole 96, you want to get banned, bro? You want to see who's banned? Just say the word, dude. I'll show you who's banned. Okay, all right.
most part, and I'm like a new little golden era in a weird way. So
Like
yeah,
you hit that enlightenment.
yeah. I feel like I can get away from most.
Aeflic hit that enlightenment because he's washed up now and can't improve anymore. He's done growing as a player and can't really go any further. So now you just turn into, well, I have to see the game in a whole new light now. It's like that's what happens to you when you get washed up. I mean,
Bad things.
exactly.
Mm.
Like let's just call it what it is.
It's not like, oh my
Hey,
god, the storm's
I'm
here.
not-
Oh my
I'm
god,
not
a
hating.
thumper's here. It's like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? So, and there's nothing like for the most part. I mean, probably Max is at my top of like the hated list because I interact with them the most. I have to interact with them the most. But besides that, and even those to a degree have been diminished. But yeah, I'm in a pretty good spot. I mean, again, I have frustrations and there's things that we disagree on, but I
Yeah.
mean, ultimately, I'm pretty. It's crazy, bro. I thought I did a good job. I guess I didn't. So we'll see what happens.
Do how much? It's a personal question from me to you. How much do you think the break helped you? Because you were gone for quite a while. Actually, I think
yeah.
I think
Shit, I take breaks. I take breaks for 6 months at a time, and yeah, it doesn't help. Cause this guy right here, still fucking the game up.
that I gave you the golden anchor. You played for a little bit and then you split. And I was like, well,
Okay. So I'm like I'm not weird, but like, okay, everyone's weird, but like so when I hit 200,000, I was like, oh, we didn't get it. I was like, F it. We're going to go for 300. We're going to go until we get it. Right. But like, I was assuming I would have to hit like a large milestone, like 300,000. So when I was at 221,000, you gave it to me. And then you guys like, but it won't, we're going to separate the crewman. Cause I was racing Mentis to 300,000 and he was like,
I mean, the point of me being here, if you want to, here, man, let me help you. This is for Keep NA Great right here. All right, here's the link, man. You can go watch this. And then you can come back when you're done watching it. So send one of my mods a PM when you're done watching it, and then you can complain about me being here. Okay? All right. Thank you. And if you want to compare me to Trump, the easiest thing I can say is, you're fired. So
he
goodbye.
was way in front of me, but I was like, okay, I have a higher
Just
KPI.
PM
I can
Landwell
actually
when you're
beat him.
done watching the VOD.
And so like
all
that
right?
kind of like just like, man, he's
it
crazy.
was like demotivation.
Yeah, I was almost like, oh,
Yeah.
but then I was like, dude, so then I came back. I was like, I gotta grind this out. Like, Wrel made this for me. Like, I bugged him about it. Like, I gotta do my thing. I'll be right there. And so then I grinded out 56,000, and then I was.
Can we be honest? Does anyone give a shit that some autistic fucking cab driver looking motherfucker has 200,000 kills on a gun? Because I since the early days, I have not given a fucking shit. I don't care. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares that you got 200,000 kills on the Anchor. Nobody cares. It's one of the easiest guns in the game to use, and people don't shoot fucking back. Like, I don't care. Nobody cares. Why do people care about this dumb shit?
I was gonna go for 100,000. I was all for it, but then I think somebody downloaded to me, and I tried the laser saw or the suppressed saw, and it was
Oh, for fuck's
it was
sake.
just so is way better.
Too much. I lost.
How's he gonna take it personally? He's never there. He can't take it personal.
Like every single IRL friend except like 2, just like went to school. Then I would go to
No, this is the good stuff.
school in the morning. I would get off. I made sure that I would only have 1 class every day. So I would go to school, get there at 11 a.m. and it would be an hour and 15 minutes. I would get out of class at 12:15 and I would go to some place to get food and I would go straight home and just play for like 10 hours straight. And I would go to bed and then I just did that every single day for like 9 months.
Oh
And
man.
for me, it literally was just like overload. Like I think I got to the point.
Don't get me wrong. I like Aeflic. But the autism with the weapons is
Where
just,
I had
come on, bro.
I bought everything I would want. I had played so many hours of the game nonstop, and the thing that really kept me around was this was when Aeflic and I were
You know what we could do? I can get Leroy. I can get Leroy to come here, and we can do an on location, me and Leroy at the same time. Set that up.
leading backs.
Call
where he
my
was the
people.
number one,
Call
and
his
then I was
people.
kind of the underneath, just kind of like helping him with stuff, and I was basically the main person for Server Smash when that was like
Leroy lives
the
like
pinnacle
15
of
minutes
competitive
away from me.
planet side. And as soon as that meta died, I feel like I kind of died off with it, and just kind of left for so long. But the funny thing is, I never uninstalled the game. The first time I've ever downloaded the game is this.
You didn't uninstall the game because it was like 8 gigabytes. Let's be real about that. People leave this shit on their computer because it wasn't very big and you just forget about it. If it was an actual video game that is like 50 gigabytes, that shit would be off your hard drive the next fucking day. No. Who else did I hear this from? Like the other day. Somebody was like, I never took it off my hard drive, guys. Yeah, or the uninstaller glitched out and you can't remove it. Or you go to your add remove programs and you can't fucking remove it because it's like something happened. I don't know.
Like I still have not uninstalled the game. It's just that I never cared to turn it on again until COVID hit, and then I had nothing to do. And then I was like, "Hey, look, how you been, bro?" And he's like, I'm good. Like Planet Side, and I've been streaming. I was like, "You stream now?" And I was like watching his stream. I was like, "All right, I'll play it again." And I came. I think in the beginning I came very like no lifey. Not really like, I guess what's the word, kind of, I don't know, I came in at it way too strong of like, this is my life now, and I lost a lot of just like genuine IRL experiences for the course of 9 months. But then coming back now, it's one of those I don't know, like I always start the stream off playing the game until I get frustrated, and that could be in 30 minutes or it could be in 3 hours. But I always start the stream off playing PlanetSide, and then we go do some other.
Are you
variety
throwing
thing.
grenades at people?
And I think that's a way better
Point blank
balance than
range?
just, like playing every single day. Because
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
in leadership of 3 different outfits on 3 different factions at the same time.
Like those
I
shitters?
went way too hard with it.
Those
and
shitters
it
that like
burned
jump
me
up
out
and
way too
down and
quickly.
like throw a grenade at you.
But yeah,
I wonder how many people are in that similar position. 8 years is a lot of time. Like just in general, for a game or like a Jesus, how long do people normally spend at a job?
Less
1 year
than
I
8
think was the
years.
average.
yeah.
Like it's yeah. So like a lot can change, including like what you care about, how your life is different now than it was a year ago.
True.
Like, if you have a kid, like Aeflic or whatever, like how does that change the experience? There's yeah.
100%. And I said I'm not going to look at chat, but another great example of a person who has so many hours is Mastarde. And he says in chat, I'm going to do my best to not look at my Steam.
Mastarde is a boomer shill.
Like, I not remember why you downloaded the game because you fell into a certain crowd. So definitely
Yeah.
an interesting analysis.
No, and just the
Mastarde is
lifespan
like
of
the
of a
person
player,
I have the
feel is
most
kind of-
interaction with on
It's
Twitter.
an interesting thing to talk about too, and I'm sorry. We should be answering questions.
Yeah.
But-
So we can go into more questions, and then we'll leave, I guess, the
Yeah,
tangents
ask
for
some
Aeflic,
fucking
because
questions.
My fear is that we'll go into a tangent, and then he'll come back, and then we'll go back to the same tangent because he wants to talk about it as well. So,
Okay.
so I guess to build off of that, so like you kind of said, like gunplay, combined arms,
Well,
that sci-fi world. is
You
also
can't even have a
I got
conversation
people
with
coming to
Wrel
my
because he
chat
just
like,
gets
"Oh,
immediately
am I gonna
butthurt
be able
and
to play
tries to
this
ego
because,
you.
like, oh, my parents don't like blood and gore. It's like, oh yeah, you can play this too, so it makes it more.
You can ask
accessible.
like a completely
There's no
legitimate
gore, blood
question
in it,
and
there's
just
a
get
diverse experience, and
egoed.
like you said, the spectacles as well. Like I remember one of the main selling points of Battlefield was when they added like those Battlefield moments where, like halfway through the match, like the building would fall over. Or something like
Levolution,
that,
only in
it's like you get that
Battlefield. Blah blah blah.
consistently, and it's
Trailer
all
features that
organic,
get
like
old
it's
after the
player-made
14th
stuff.
time you see them in the game.
So
It's been
so
a
to base off
problem.
of that, so a lot of decisions then have to be made when it comes to those facets of the game, and then you also have to add in balance, new features.
They're called
and how we were talking about
trailer
earlier, the new player
features.
experience. When you're developing a mature game like this that's been out for 8 years, what methods do you and the rest of the dev team use to formulate these decisions and then prioritize them? Because I think the majority of the questions we got on Reddit were very simple, like Q&A questions. Like if there was a Wrel Q&A at Planetside Con, and there would be a bunch of people lined up at a microphone, they'd be like, "Hello, Mr. Wrel, when are you gonna fix X thing?" And you'd be like, "It is on the list." And we didn't really want to ask you those questions. We wanted to learn more about like the direction of the game, the thought process behind the decisions that are being made. So when you see all these things, because I'm sure you do see all these things, and the rest of the dev team, see them as well.
Of course.
How does a team again like formulate the decisions of what to do and then prioritize them of like, okay, this is more important than that, etc.
Very interesting question.
Yeah, so it's I feel like there's a little bit of a broken record, but we have been spending like the last, I mean, even before the team got larger, like spending a lot of time trying to shore up the foundation of the game, because I feel like PlanetSide 2 is kind of built on a cracked foundation, and a lot of the changes that we made to like squads forever ago and like an attempt at
Yeah, but that's not it.
the spawn system forever ago.
Spawn system, yeah, kind of, but then you immediately blame the community for the changes not working.
Were like shots at trying to fix some of the broken elements, and those maybe didn't pan out like the way that they should have. But with the mission system, like in particular, and the war asset system, those are all like foundational elements.
No, they're not.
Sanctuary 2,
No, it's not.
foundational element for
No.
for
No matter, you can say foundational element as many times as you want in this interview, but just because you say it doesn't make it so.
what we feel the future holds for PlanetSide 2. So for war assets in particular,
Yeah, the best part about war assets is that in my small, dozen-man outfit, I have a pocket orbital strike to shoot people with a fucking space laser that get on my nerves. That's like the extent of the enjoyment I got from Escalation.
that update in general, escalation, what we did as far as like formulating what we wanted to do for an update was we figured out the target that we wanted to hit, which we have how many millions of lapsed players who've spent time, we just talked about how long people have played the game, and kind of like they'll take out for a while, but we wanted to bring those players back, bringing back as many of those players as possible. And the target that we were aiming for was like, okay, lapsed veterans, outfit leads in particular, and like, so you need to know like the reason for why they left, which for a lot of people was that outfits were just difficult, like unrewarding, and basically
They didn't want to bring me back. They literally put nothing in the game that does anything to bring me back. The only thing that consistently brings me back is targets to shoot at and decent, good performance. That's it.
they were like a glorified friends list. Like you knew people and you like did things as an outfit, but it was kind of altruistic, like it's just fun for you, and there wasn't any like mechanics associated with that sort of thing. So we wanted to bring some of that, like, and give outfits the ability to kind of like shape the battle with their own power. And like as an outfit, you're like trying to earn resources. At least that's the intent, to come up with the big like fun parts of the game that other people don't have access to. So like that was the hook for PlanetSide 2, or for the escalation update, and it was specifically targeted at a group of players, those long-standing ones, for the campaigns update, or moving on to something that's more broad, like touching.
Escalation increased pop sounds like it gave you what I wanted. Then in that aspect, yes, it gave me, because when the game has more population, I have more options of fights to choose from, right? But when your game and update immediately within 90 days loses that population, and this isn't just me talking shit, like the numbers for population on every individual server and of the game exist. They are out there. They are real. So when those numbers, I look at those numbers and I see that you've lost all of your gains within basically 90 days of release. I mean, where did it all go? I mean, you got some people back playing again, but then they all quit again. And that is consistently the problem with this game, is you have a big update. People come back because they really see the potential of the game. They come back, they play the new update, they see once again that, okay, we've done something here, but this doesn't fix anything that I actually care about. So I'm just going to fucking stop playing again and wait till the next big update. And then you've seen it, and then there was the Colossus update. Okay, and then we just had this other fucking update that came out last week, and it's like, look at the population figures on this update. It has like 10 times less players than the escalation update. Because I think people are kind of caught on now. With the escalation update, there was kind of a renewed faith in the company from stupid people, because they thought for whatever reason that if we just changed the name of who was running the game, like we go from Daybreak to Rogue Planet Games, and we had all the same retards who consistently worked on fucking playing the game or fucking up the game, and historically, we have all those same people back. Nothing has changed, but they changed their name, and we're getting a quote-unquote big update. And then you have the people like Archie, who know nothing about the game, who come in as a hype man for the fucking game, and have people go and post like fake Steam reviews. And then you have this big hype for this update that doesn't really solve any real problems. And then the people leave again, and then you have these little dick riders, these mouth breathers that come in and fucking like, what do you mean? It's a great update. It's like, it didn't fix any of the problems that are in the game that made these people fucking leave in the first place. You think people quit playing because they go play something else? Fucking, man, you're crazy, dude. How does that happen? They go play something that's very deep.
More like the casual audience.
Usually that's why I quit playing too, is because I go play something else.
And just the average like normal.
Not
player,
exactly splitting the fucking atom here.
Kind of like a broader spectrum of players that currently exist within the game. So when it comes to planning and update, it's first figuring out the target that you want to hit. Like, who's this update going to appeal to? You know, what sorts of elements do we?
Now, the appeal. Okay, let's appeal to 47 people on Reddit who want to play a single-player version of PlanetSide.
Do we want?
And let's make that our big quarter 3 update.
To
put
into the game.
What could go wrong?
That's going to make those players excited. And then ideally, you kind of pepper in elements that are, you know, kind of like tangential, like get a little bit of something for everybody. For escalation, it was about like, okay, you know, we're focused on outfits, but at the same time, like, combat is going to be better in general because there's going to be a whole bunch of players coming back to the game.
It doesn't necessarily make combat better. It does exactly what I said it does. It gives me more options of fights to go to, so that when the awful shit fucking gameplay that this game is rife with at one fight is terrible, as it usually is, I maybe have an option to go to another fight. Okay? Because when in times where the population is down, I don't have any other options. So if the fight is a fucking complete piece of trash because it is filled with gameplay that you endorse, I don't have any other options, so I log out. At least with some population, I have a choice, right?
And, you know, the fights got really fun, and like there was just a whole lot of craziness going on, and people were really excited for a while. And same thing for campaigns, you know, maybe to a lesser degree, is that we wanted to focus on, you know, casual players who don't have a whole lot of time to play. So like they can jump in and see like missions and be able to get rewards from.
95% of players aren't salty autists like us that want to play this game after 8 years. I mean, are you sure? Because I don't feel like... I feel like the players like in my chat and like these people that actually want to have a discussion about this stuff are actually the fucking core of the game. And appealing, this is what happens when you appeal to the lowest common denominator. You bring back people who don't care, because like you've said it yourself, they're casual fucking gamers are fickle as shit. Okay, they don't care. They just want gimme, 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 gimme. They don't care about anything else. So when you fucking cater to that, and then they leave constantly, you set yourself up for this fucking cycle of failure. Like, if you just address the fucking core issues in the game, which, I mean, to be fair, they can't do, like, you don't only have to appeal to the casual gamer. Can we stop, like, at some point, maybe this guy will realize at some point that
doing those sorts of things.
you gotta stop, man.
Yeah.
This game has a very niche population, right? What you can't be doing is having a fucking game like this that has a very niche population, and then you're specifically targeting updates at a very small niche of that population, and you're expecting your game to grow. That doesn't even add up mathematically.
And
no one's coming to this fucking game because they want a single player experience.
that update was, I mean, we could talk about the Shadow Warpgate update, probably in later questions, I imagine. But that was our target. And at the same time, like, we're trying to shore up parts of the game, like the like implants, just getting the exceptional crafting in. Like, that was something.
You're perfectly happy to let Wrel add some optional side content if it keeps the servers running? Yeah, man, but if you keep saying that, here's the problem with that attitude. Yeah, your servers will keep running, but you'll be playing the same dog shit, and the game will never improve or get better, ever. And because of people like you who are just going to sit there and just ignore everything that goes on and say, oh, it's fine. You want to keep adding shit that keeps the servers running, like, and by the way, they barely run. So whatever money is being made is not going towards server infrastructure. And the Emerald fucking server update was a lie.
That I've been wanting to do for a long time. And
Aeflic has been AFK this entire fucking... You've been AFK this entire podcast, bro.
while the price is really high right now, it's like something that can come down in the future. Taking a shot at fixing the economy was like an important part of...
This is the
of
Shoctor
trying
Wrel
to,
podcast now.
Fix some long-standing issues with Planetside 2. I was watching Ahorn stream earlier today, and he was like, I've been playing for an hour and a half, and I made like 900 and something certifications. And I'm like, I know! It's a problem! Like, so
You have a child? That's none of our problems. That's your problem, bud.
there's like, I mean, and he's a member, and he was adding on boosts and that sort of thing. But it's like there's reasons for what we do, and whether or not you agree with it is
Don't inconvenience us.
can always be up for debate. And anything
because
that
you
we
didn't
do
want to use
will take
contraception,
some
sir.
portion of the community off. But it's like we're trying to kind of establish a foundation and kind of shore up these cracks that have been in for a while, so that we can set ourselves up for long-term success.
True. And Aeflic, for you just coming back, we're talking about the
Welcome
how
back,
the devs
Aeflic.
and Rel specifically.
He came back and his
have all
camera
these
froze. Look at
decisions
him.
that they want to do. They have all these things that they want to add on. Is he frozen for me?
Come on, bro.
Oh, he's frozen for me. Or did I disconnect? Hello?
Bro, what
Hello?
happened?
I don't know. Did y'all disconnect from me?
Gosh, dude, is it a nuke? Did a nuke hit out there?
That was so weird. All right.
Yeah, Aeflic and myself froze on your channel, and you're the only one talking the shock.
Okay. Well, okay.
But we're good now. We're good now.
This was Twitch chat again, trying to take us down.
Production
So
quality.
we're talking about how the dev team utilizes basically all the feedback they get and all the different things that they want to add, and then how they prioritize them. So I guess something that you did bring up was the fact that certain things that you add to the game don't necessarily align with.
You should take that frozen still image, and every time he leaves to go do something, just superimpose that and put that there, and that'll be fine.
With everyone. So,
especially in plans that do, because there's so
Right.
much to it. It's not very
and that does go
narrow
back to
game.
the core competency that you were talking about, because at least for me, like I always kind of go, I'm gonna constantly, I think, go back to these core competencies because they
Core competencies. What is this?
they're literally what make the game good. So that diverse experience part that you were talking about, where people download the game for different reasons and they play the game in different styles.
That's some corporate soy speak.
And when you have like an add-on like escalation, for example, like that was more targeted towards like outfits and I guess like outfit wars as well. Like that was very targeted towards outfits
Nobody says that, bro.
to bring like
You don't go up to somebody, like, go out on a fucking date and ask the girl, like, what are your core competencies, do you think? Like,
a reason to why you would want to be in a group.
just knock
And
it
then
off.
now you're kind of targeting the casual player to, like, you know, give them reasons to log on. Do you find that those
A core competency is like a specific skill set that makes you able to do a certain job. Like it's not talking about what your game does. Like you need to be asking Wrel, what are your core competencies when it comes to developing the game, so he can give you a personal fucking answer. Because I would love to hear the answer to that question.
there's like a major disconnect, at least right now in the community, between the intentions of adding things such as that, where it's like this is meant for the casual player, so these people that aren't being included or whatever are end up
Right.
being more angry about it, or do you think it's just because I think at the end of the day it's like that the person will either say that the thing is good or the thing is bad, and then nobody really goes into why they said that, and it's like, oh, it's not good for you because
Should you double text this girl because you feel like we're in an awkward situation? No, never double text. Don't do it.
you've played the game for 5,000 hours. You don't need to unlock this thing because you've already unlocked it in the past. Do you think that major disconnect is what kind of causes like a lot of the negative feedback, or do you think that there's like some other
Just
reasons behind
Just
it?
stop
as well?
texting her. Let her text you next.
I think that's
Just
a
put
big
the
part of
phone
it.
down.
Like, whenever, so you're never going to please everyone.
You know, sending a dick pic doesn't always work, Dopey, because not everyone is blessed with a nice dick. Okay, some people have like the little mushroom cap thing going on, right? So like a lot of these fucking losers out here, they couldn't get by with that. Like if I made a Tinder profile and just put pictures of my dick and one picture of my face, I would get I'd probably get more matches than I do now with just my face, right? So maybe Shoctor isn't in that camp, so he can't just fix the solution that way. Maybe.
Everybody. I think we
Don't
will
just
agree
assume.
on that.
Mhm.
And because, you know, like Aeflic said, like a game is like there's just so many things you can do in our game. So it's like it becomes like a monumental task to try to, you know,
Yeah, use
placate,
like the little
even like, you know, portions
like
of the
the little
community so
plastic
that they
doll
don't get
hands
angry
and
that
just
you're
have
doing,
that on
you
your
know,
dick
Y
so it
thing over
looks
here
bigger.
for other for another
Like,
portion
what's
of the
wrong with
community.
your hands?
And I think that honestly, like people need to kind of understand, and I don't know how to convey this to the players, right? But they need to understand that sometimes they're not the target, like of an update.
Oh, so when am I gonna be the target of your update?
You know, but there will be more updates. Like that's
You can't just keep saying that. Like, okay, it's like he said something in another podcast with Deeg, where he was like, you have this built-in excuse as the lead game designer. It's like, well, you don't know everything that we're gonna have down the road, and you're like, exactly, I don't. But you also just can't use that as a fucking excuse every time you get cornered on something.
that's the point of creating, you know, content, is to, like, you can't keep going back to the well like every time. Like if we did like, you know, escalation and then it's like, okay, another outfit focused update and another outfit focused update, like it's not going to work. Like you get diminishing returns on that sort of thing, which is
Yeah, especially when you do it wrong. Like if you continually do it wrong and don't ever finish what you start, that's what's going to happen.
why we're like trying to bounce around. It's why we're touching different aspects of the game.
You're trying to bounce around because you don't know what to do with the core game. You're functionally clueless when it comes to developing for an FPS game, so you're jumping all around because you don't know what else to do.
Like, and if you don't like something now, like who's to say, you know, like in a month when the next update comes out, that there won't be something that you enjoy.
Because for the last fucking 6 years, every time I watch a fucking developer, stupid ass video from the developers, I'm just sitting there shaking my head. Like that's why you can't just say, well, maybe the next update will be for you, and maybe the next, and then it's fucking 6 years later, and I'm like, where the fuck's my update? Hello?
Yeah, people are very like, they're living in the present
Where the fuck else am I supposed to live?
nonstop when it comes to this, and there's no foresight for the future. And
You don't have any foresight for the future, man.
I think part of it has to do with like, we haven't really
Number one, you can't have foresight for the future if you do not respect the fucking past, okay?
conveyed like what the future of PlanetSide 2 is. I feel like that's something that we've kind of failed to do.
Yeah, but we don't want the same future as you do. You want the game to be a completely different fucking game, and there's a lot of people still here playing that appreciate the original idea and image of what this game could be and used to be, and what we used to enjoy. But you, Mr. Wrel, have done nothing in 4 fucking years to make it any better. Every single fucking change that you have done to the game has made it worse.
And then at the same time, like when we have tried to share those thoughts with the community, there's been a lot of either confusion or distrust, just based on the track record.
Yeah.
The certain things are going to happen, or when they're going to happen.
Yeah.
And then, like it's a very difficult position to be in. So the only thing that we can do at the end of the day is like have the vision for our game and keep just like plowing ahead. And we need to like put the ego aside.
That's very very rich. Very rich coming from you. Very fucking rich.
And be able to take player feedback into consideration, but at the same time, like we have to know when something doesn't work. But at the same time,
you have demonstrated that you do not understand when something doesn't work.
and like the community's voice, be it on Reddit, there is no like community. There are like segments of the community that speak up at any given time based on the actions that you're doing. So even like the alert reward thing was like the biggest blow up.
And the fact that you don't even, like, if he goes into this thing where he doesn't understand why people did that, or if he shows some confusion here,
in the scheme of things, doesn't really like, it wouldn't have mattered if we were able to continue on our path with like.
But that's the fucking problem, man. You know where the game is going or where you want it to go. We don't know that. We don't know that, and you won't fucking communicate with that. You won't communicate with us. So when you don't fucking communicate with us, we're supposed to guess. We're supposed to fucking guess where the game's going and know and just trust and assume that you know what the fuck you're doing when the entire time you've demonstrated nothing but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing? Like, you're assuming an awful lot of, like, people are supposed to be trustful here. Like, no, man. We're at the point where you gotta fucking show us, and you have to fucking tell us.
Like, the intent was to put in a mission system and then make it so, like, we tune the rewards to make it so, like, every time you log in, like, there's always, this certain amount of whatever you can get. And, like, it's up to you, and it's, you're actually interacting with the game, which is, kind of a detriment of alerts sometimes. That doesn't happen. It was just, but at the same time, like you could understand from the community's perspective, like why those things should matter to them. So like, we're okay, we're like, okay, we'll bring back the alert rewards, but we still have like the missions, and we're like, clamping down on like when you have too much of the same currency, like we just don't give you that currency anymore. So like, hopefully it'll balance itself out.
Can we ask Wrel why there's 9 currencies in the game? And when someone talks about economy, like what that has to do with anything.
But ultimately, like, there's problems that we want to solve with this game. Like, you can't keep even like there does need to be like new stuff. Like, as much as a meme as it might be, like that brings a lot of players back to the game too. And you know what? When players come back to the game, everybody has more fun. It's kind of the history, and like that's really the reality of how this game has kind of sustained itself. And we've tried to do that, on the 6-person team, like, a year ago or a year plus. And just ever since I've been on, basically, when we've had this kind of like really small team with limited resources, like we've just been trying to kind of get to the next update and kind of keep the spikes of population up, because it was in a slow decline, and it's going to continue to be in a slow decline unless we can like drastically reverse trajectory, which is my goal. But a lot of that is.
Can I wrap this up? Motherfucker, you did a 3.5 hour fucking podcast interview with this guy, where 2 hours, this guy's AFK. The first 40 minutes of the fucking stream is talking about, hey man, I made a fucking bologna sandwich and I ate it today at lunch and it was really good. Like, that's your fault.
Is wrapped up in a lot of different other elements. But like, yeah, wait, I went off on a tangent.
No, I think
where were we going?
I think
What were
that
we
answered
doing?
it.
No, that
I think
did.
that was good.
Yeah,
I have a lot to
actually-
touch on though, unless you do too, Shoctor.
No, go ahead, man. This is your time. You've been.
Stop making excuses, man. Like, this guy's like confused of what people are asking about. I was in ROTC in high school? That is false.
Fucking cool away. This is just a
true.
Shoctor podcast, bro.
That's
Go
true.
ahead.
Oh my shit,
ROTC kids are fucking cringe.
he could be up in 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, go,
I didn't
go,
even
go, go.
join the fucking military until I was 24.
And this is what I go on my stream all the time, is most of these things just aren't that bad. And that's also not an excuse to say that they're not bad or problems or issues, but at the end of the day, they're not that bad, right? There are players that just obviously have quit the game and are not coming back, and fine, like that. But for most of us, we're still playing, and yeah, we were frustrated in some degree. What I like to see though is the quicker reaction from you guys. Firestorm, yeah, you nerfed it into the ground, and then you building it back up.
Firestorm was relatively quick. The problem with Firestorm is the principle of it. Now, things that needed a faster response were things like, oh, we added another currency into the game and don't fucking know what to do with it, and also added a suit slot to correspond to that other currency that we added to the game, and now everyone has Spitfire turrets for 3 fucking months. Why does it take 3 months to fix that?
The alert rewards. Everyone bitched about it, and okay, now we're rolling it back. I think the update came out on the 1st. I don't know.
Was out of high school and I was out of high school for 6 years, almost 7 years.
And then you guys threw out the hotfix on the 7th. That's quick. I mean,
Yeah.
we had Zoe Max for 6 months.
That's different.
Like, so that's a positive to me. Is like you guys are able to take feedback now quicker, and then
They had, trust me, they had the fucking feedback on Zoe Max. All right, just because Smedley's a retard and didn't let them do anything, which I don't understand how you can't make numerical value adjustments during that. But that was Smedley, and that was that fucking shit. Like, you can't pat these retards on the back now for something that fucking Smedley and the retards did back in 2013. That's not how that works.
push that out into the form of a fix.
You're gonna bring up the fucking Spitfire shit that ran for fucking 3 months that was obviously stupid?
And that's good. That's what I mean. Like, okay, that was the problem area. Now it's fixed. Awesome. New stuff is good. And again, I know Shocker's probably like, dude, okay, calm down. But
I didn't say
new
anything.
stuff can also be because I didn't mean like that. But like new stuff to me can also be like, for instance, reworking of Esmer, like the maps. Whether or not the actual bases themselves are better or not, it's still new, but it's still planet side. When I think of like something like construction, it's like a new element, and like it's it's very different. But sometimes like just doing like a new map or a new continent is so fresh.
DX11, I mean, at this point, DX11 has done way more harm than good, in my opinion. Like, I would go back to DirectX 9 just to not have to deal with all the horse shit and the excuse that DX11 is going to be for fucking years of why shit is broke. Like, I would just go back to DX9. Just don't even fuck around with it. I'm tired of it.
And like that, like the gunplay is so good. Like sometimes just like making a new map is so big, like a big deal. Like and it seems so simple. We don't always need to recreate the wheel. But again, I understand what you guys are adding. Like
yeah, but that's what we're doing. We are literally in an era where we are trying to reinvent the wheel when it comes to this game.
New stuff like construction or the bash and whatnot. And then transparency to what
you ain't getting a 5950X, by the way, until like fucking February.
You were saying. Like that's one last thing I want to touch on is like we are shown Osher, and if I missed you guys telling us about it, then I apologize. But like and then time goes by, and then we're like,
You
what
ain't
happened to
got
Osher?
shit.
We don't know.
No, sure.
And I
No,
get
sure.
what you're saying is like, okay, like maybe that fell off somewhere, and like, okay, fine, you guys are not on track with it, and maybe there's something where you guys that's something you guys don't want to share. But I don't think it's a bad thing to be like, hey, look, we were working on Osher, and it's just off the table now, or hey,
So
we were thinking about. Go ahead.
we did. We like
Okay.
during live stream said like it's on indefinite hold and that sort of thing.
Definite
And we've
hold.
actually
Okay.
we've reiterated that a few times, but I think it's difficult to get like a consistent message out to everybody.
5000 series CPUs are so overpriced. That is not. How are they overpriced?
It's like it's not like we say a lot of stuff on Twitter, for example, when there's some people who are just on Reddit.
You're literally paying for a better quality fucking product than a 10900 or something similar.
And unless we're doing like I think a roadmap would help.
That's a good point. If you can't read a graph or understand anything about anything, then yeah, I guess they're overpriced. Or you're just so used to AMD being the value, fucking thing, where you're always that guy that has to pay $40 for his CPU and build his gaming rig for fucking $200 and a can of Coke. Like, I guess you would see fucking quality products that you might actually have to spend money for. Like, oh, I can't believe this.
Help keep this sort of thing like in check, but at the same time, like roadmap has issues in itself. Like people consider it like a promise when you put something down, which is why the old roadmap got taken down, so far as I know. I was a player at the time, but like the players kind of like if they want a certain thing, then there's like an expectation they have to deliver on that certain thing, but it might not be the time for it. And I think if there's anything that I've kind of learned throughout this entire process,
this is a interview boost that was done yesterday. They're just talking about the game.
Is just figuring out like the different timings of
50% price gains for 10% performance gains is bad. %10 performance gains
of updates. Like things like new player experience, for example. It's like we always had every intent to do it, but it kept getting pushed back. And the reasons for it being pushed back they're always legit. Like we need to like grind on this update because like this like holidays coming up and we need to sell stuff so that we make money so that we can support the game so that we can continue to whatever. And like those, they're all legitimate. And a lack of resources really like it hurts. And that was like my first 3 years here. It was just on the really small first 3-man team and 6-man team. And we just didn't have like it never felt like we had enough.
For sure, man. I mean, we felt that. I remember playing and I was like, yeah, like I think the game's like actually maybe dying. Like it was like because there was like you guys almost went like ghost mode, and now it feels like we're getting a lot more. Whether it's Twitter, the forums, you guys are just more active and like there, and there are like transparency is there, to a much wider / better degree in my opinion. I guess I missed the Osher, but I guess I do remember you guys talking about like putting it on like kind of the back burner type of thing. So but there's just so much with the game. There's so much different things coming and going. Then you might drop this update, and then like your expectation was A, and now it's B, and then like so there's just so many moving parts. And to have somebody that's going to update everyone on that is difficult, especially since the team, to me, it seems still small. And I don't really know much about development, but it's definitely larger. And obviously, because you guys are more active, and there's updates coming out quicker. But my whole point is, transparency is better. Obviously, as a player, we want more. We want to know more. I think back to like at one point, like there's maybe going to be a max rebalancing, and like what happened to that. Maybe you guys spoke to it. Me,
I'll get to it. I swear, I'll get to it.
but and that's a touchy subject anyway, so I understand why that.
Why is it touchy though? Like they
doesn't come up all the time. But no, I'm just that's all I wanted to touch on those 4 things. I know we probably went a little deeper into it, but I think it's a good thing. So
yeah, there's a lot to cover. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
To touch on that though, like the transparency, is a double-edged sword.
Oh, for sure.
And there's the first part about like saying stuff and the people like even like we use a lot of like our target date is this, and then people get up in arms when you like miss it or whatever. Like there's always legitimate excuses for doing that, but there's
Well, I mean, your community when it comes to stuff like that is stupid. Like,
kind of just
this gets back to the thing I'm saying. Like, I don't know if they don't want to release like actual plans, the direction in the game they want to fucking go. But if you do that, it at least eliminates us from saying, the community being confused as to when shit happens, because we don't. You have the fucking master blueprint, I assume. I mean, if I just take you at your word, which I really hate doing. If I just take you at your word that you have a master fucking plan, because you're just a game design genius, it's hard to say without laughing, actually. But yeah, if I just take you at your word that you're a game design genius and you have us on the roadmap towards fixing the game and making it attractive to all players, and we're going to get a population back, then you eliminate. If you just lay it out there and put your dick out on the table, then we don't have to speculate anymore. So when you release stupid patches like this patch that just came out, and we can, the people in the fucking audience that can actually like see the end of the road can be like, oh, okay, that makes more sense, because they're gonna fucking iterate on this part of it and blah blah blah. But I mean, come on, me going through all this is giving you so much of the benefit of the doubt that you do not fucking deserve. Like, just talking for 45 seconds about, like, thought experimenting out the fact that this guy knows what the fuck he's doing. Like, it's just a joke, man. Come on.
just unrest or whatever, because people interpret whatever you're saying as a promise, and that's not necessarily the case.
Everybody.
Like this games industry, well, at least for this particular game, I'm sure there's other games that are much more solid, but for us in particular, it's been like it's just been fluid. Like the situation, continues to change. Like for the past like 4 years, we've gone through 3 layoffs. Just I think probably one more, maybe 4. I don't know. And it's just like, yep, like whatever plan you had before is kind of like.
Do you think maybe that? Let me stop me here if this is like revolutionary, but like if you weren't so fucking incompetent and you could actually like make improvements to the game that you run, and you actually could bring players back and not just bring people back with fucking memes and directives and like shitty fucking NS weapons and stupid shit. Like, do you think any of the fucking 4 years of wasted development time in the last 4 years has anything to do with like the company laying off your coworkers? The monetization is pretty lacking. Every single fucking thing in the game has a money value tied to it. What are you talking about?
It goes away at this point. Mm-hmm. When things change, like it's just the
like you just make excuses constantly, man. You've been in there since 2016, and you're like, you've done nothing the whole fucking time.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
You've done absolutely dick for 4 fucking years, and you're like, Pikachu face, all my people are getting laid off. What?
Kind of the nature of developing, I guess, because I get the industry is tumultuous, or maybe just the companies.
I don't want to fucking give them any money because I see the road that we're going down. I haven't spent a fucking dime in this game in like 3 or 4 fucking years, because what am I supposed to just log in and give somebody money? I'm supposed to log in and give these 5 guys fucking money that have done absolutely dick with this game in the last 4 years, except make a mockery of the fucking game? Like, why am I going to give... I support fucking games monetarily when I understand and see the vision and the roadmap that they're taking to try to improve their fucking game. If you don't try to make your fucking game better with every patch and acknowledge the problems that exist in it, I'm not giving you my fucking money anymore. Like, I've spent a shit ton of money. When I stopped playing this game and played Siege a ton, I fucking spent a lot of money in Siege. And you know what? I don't fucking buy anything in Siege anymore because they're being fucking retarded and they're fucking their game up again. That's just how it works. And I'm sure a lot of people are like me, where if I don't want to support the game monetarily because I think the fucking developer is an idiot. I mean, that to me feels like a fucking normal thing. Like, you don't just get to release a patch that has nothing to do with what fucking I'm interested in and then expect me to come back and give you a fucking membership? Or, like, buy some shit out of the fucking shop that I don't care about? That's not how it works, man.
Like, right now we're in a good place. We have so much more control and so much more consistency than we've ever had. And to me, that's really exciting. And the people that I work with are absolutely outstanding. And
Clearly.
everybody works super hard, and they like seem to genuinely care about the game, which is like
that's great.
This is all good things.
Yeah, that's great. But when they don't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to the game, I mean, it doesn't matter how much you care about something. And this is something I've had to bring up consistently for the little dick riders that come into the fucking Reddit threads and everything. I don't care how invested you are in something. If you do not get fucking results, and this is exactly as the company must feel the same fucking way, if you don't get fucking results, your ass is gone.
Like, you couldn't ask for more.
I don't care how much you love the game. If you fucking suck at developing for it, and you suck at making it, and you don't get any interest in it, and you fuck up every patch, and you have bugs in the game. I recall one of the devs saying that implants pulled the game into significant profitability. I fully understand that. I get it. Implants are fucking cancer, okay? Like, I was talking the other day, like, I really miss when implants were just a simple band-aid. You only had one of them, and it was a band-aid for shitty gameplay elements. But the problem with implants is that it gives a fucking blank slate for people who have fucking stupid ideas to just sit here and brainstorm these dumbass things to put in the game that people can spend money for. Like, that's a fucking slippery-ass slope. And when we deviated from having one implant that just allowed you to mitigate one piece of shitty gameplay that you experienced, like, I fucking hate screen shake and flinch. I can wear battle hardened. Got it. Bam. I fucking don't want to lose all my overshield and shield from some fucking fucktard like E-dubs in 2015 who plays Infiltrator with a Vandal and spams 4 EMP grenades whenever he gets in a fucking 1v1. I'll wear EMP shield for that. And on and on and on. But when it becomes something totally different, where, like, I think Carapace was one of the first implants that you started to see that the system is going to fucking eat itself and kill this fucking game, right? And it's went on from there. And you see things more recently like Firestorm. Well, how can we put some stupid-ass shit into the game that fucks with a core system? Oh, implants! Yeah, let's fuck with some more implants that, like, increase your rate of fire. Like, you leave yourself open to so many stupid-ass things. And when you leave open doors for idiots like this to implement stupid shit, they're going to take those fucking doors and walk right through them.
Yeah, so transparency, got off topic again, is sometimes the players don't need to know things. Like, and that's a hard pill to swallow. Like, oh, you should tell me everything.
You've never spent a single dollar on implants, so you're surprised to hear that it's more profitable than all that shit. But implants, you've got to remember, this game attracts people who are fucking stupid, and they don't do any research, or they don't watch any streams, or they don't know anything about the game. In 2020, the age of fucking information, we still have people that walk into a video game, and they're completely clueless. They come into the game thinking that implants give you fucking some kind of power, which in some instances, because of how fucking dumb and stupid some of the implants are, some of them are fucking completely stupid and shouldn't be in the game. Like, any implant that fucking messes with character movement or movement speed or anything like that shouldn't be in the game. He doesn't understand this. Any implant that fucking, like, it just goes, I don't even want to fucking get into it, to be honest. Those implants are fucking cancer. And the fact that your community, you attract people, this game attracts people who don't care about FPS games, period, right? So those people come into the game, they look at the fucking loadouts shit, and they think that implants they give you some kind of power, so they pay money to get them. Okay, because most people are fucking stupid.
Because I am, I'm obviously a very understanding human being who will react totally
Yeah, I was gonna
normally
say something
with
about
a
that.
level head. Yeah, no, like Reddit is a great example of people having very intellectual conversations 100% of the time. Yeah, no, it's just like sometimes we will hold things back because we know that that the reaction is only gonna hurt like the stance of the game. Like there's a lot of things that if we just say everything like and put things out there, like I'm really candid about all sorts of stuff. I probably say too much, honestly, about like the development process and just like, where we happen to be and that sort of thing. And like, you don't get that from a lot of other games, but I do it because it's something that I care about. But at the same time, there needs to be a balance. And that balance has been something that I think personally that we've done well. And
Okay, fine, but then you don't get to hide behind the secret plans that you can't communicate to anyone, and just continually take shits and pump out updates that are just completely out of left field, and then just be like, don't worry, like, no, man, like at this point, no.
And I know there's a people feel like they want more and more transparency from you, but like there's a certain line that we kind of have to walk with this stuff. And it's not to say that we can't be better, but
No, that's a good point. I mean, for one, I forget that not everyone's reasonable. Maybe a majority of people not being reasonable. Two, I forgot. Like
for the history that this game has, especially with this guy working at it, it is no longer reasonable for the community to be told to sit on your hands, don't fucking ask, don't ask for anything that we're doing in the future. We can't tell you. There has to be a line drawn here. It's like, okay, man, you're in charge of a failing game. You continually pump out these meme updates that are not improving the standing of the fucking game. Any population gains you lose quickly within 6 months. So clearly something has to change here. So this veil of secrecy, like it just doesn't work anymore. You do not have that benefit. You have not earned that goodwill.
because I'm the same way at like my old job. I was like, I remember talking to my boss. I'm like, dude, like coming from like the top down, like this is what they're telling us to do. But I'm like that like doesn't make any sense to me. Like how am I supposed
It's not at all the same fucking relationship.
to implement this? Am I like you're gonna like literally crush me like or double my workload? And then he's like, you got to remember, like you're looking at it like a 90-degree angle. I'm looking at it at like 180, and then like corporate's like way
Not a good fucking analogy.
way
at
larger
all.
than that.
Completely, it's completely different.
There's more to the story than what they're sharing, and they can't share it to you for X amount of reasons, legally or whatever. But you're just one small part of the wheel. So I guess at the end of the day, I'm there's more transparency, and that's what I've been gunning for a long time ago, and I feel like we're getting that. And yeah, sure, I want more as a player, but as you're saying, is like there's a fine line there. So I'm in agreement with that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
real quick, I'm gonna just state for the record, your example of corporate hierarchy and that sort of thing like affecting you. We totally don't have that overhang anymore.
See, okay, this has been posted already, and I even posted this on Twitter the other day. For all you little fucking white knight dick riders that are constantly like, stop blaming Wrel. He's not responsible for the suits over him, the management that makes him push out these shitty updates too early. He didn't have enough time, and it's the corporate masters are running it. Shut the fuck up. It's not. It's not. It's they are solely responsible for this shit.
Like yeah. And I just wanted to make it clear because there was like a thread like I commented it in an I Go Run video.
Stop
about,
it.
like,
It's
the
over.
update
Like
feels,
that excuse is
rushed, and
over.
Here are the reasons for it. Community keyed on one very specific part of that message. And we're like, why'd you put it out? And then everybody's like speculating, like, oh, there must be some pressure on, from the higher ups.
Stockholders made them push it faster.
Yeah, totally not the case. Like we are very much in charge of our own destiny right now. And again, very good place to be. So if there's any, lack of
Except when you're incompetent. I have to piss.
of of transparency, or if we like fumble an update or whatever, that's totally on us, and we have to own it. So yeah.
No, good clarification. Good clarification.
Yeah.
Dang, we lost you there for like a millisecond.
Bro, my brain and my dude, I don't watch my streams then because they're just more fumbling.
I think my only thing to add to that is when I first started working as an intern, the very first program manager I ever supported, her overall advice for me that I still live by to this day is if you don't have a meaningful update to a status and no one has asked you about the status, do not provide an update for the status. You're just gonna drift. You're gonna dig yourself down a hole. It's like nobody asked, and then I say, I haven't finished this thing yet, by the way, guys. And they'll be like, why haven't you finished? It's like, do not update someone on something if you don't have anything meaningful to say. If you're asked about it, then maybe go ahead. It depends on who's asking at that point. But anyways, we're gonna move on to something that I think is a lot of people are very I don't want to say it's a touchy subject, but a lot of people are very adamant on their opinions of it, thinking that their opinions are facts. And I have an opinion.
Or moving into weapon balance.
Not weapon balance.
You don't know anything about weapon balance. That's why you think having a serious discussion about rate of fire fucking implants is an important discussion that we need to have. I don't want to talk about weapon balance with you because you're an idiot.
But a little bit of a wider scope of that when it comes to just balancing the domains. So when it comes to aircraft, land vehicles, and then infantry play. I have my own opinions. Aeflic has his own opinions. Me and him are pretty similar. You've seen both of our streams. We just play in.
The reason it'll never be balanced is because you can literally main a force multiplier. That's it. The base design sucks, and you can main a force multiplier. That's why it will always suck.
Infantry. So we have our opinions on it.
End of story.
I think Aeflic and I are able to kind of step back and see like the greater picture of things. That there's not just one game. There's about like 17 different games all inside of PlanetSide. But essentially, I think the two main points that boil down how gameplay should be in PlanetSide is some people think that the 3 domains should be separated in order to promote that balance when it comes to
They don't have to be separated at all. There's a reason why you can't go from a formula that works, right? Let's look at any Battlefield game, for example. A formula that works, well, minus Battlefield 5, but the reason Battlefield 5 formulas doesn't work is way out here. But when you have a Battlefield game, the formula works because there's actually care taken, and you have powerful vehicles. You have powerful vehicles, but you don't have infinity of them, right? They're limited, so they work. Now, when you come to a game that has infinite fucking players, and you can have infinite fucking vehicles, you've obviously given something up there. So just having infinite fucking players, and anybody is able to jump in a vehicle at any time, there's no requirement whatsoever, like, there's going to be obviously problems. And if you can't see that from the beginning, I don't know what to tell you.
individual fight.
There's a reason that you continually get. There's a reason why people don't make these kinds of games. Okay? It's because they're a clusterfuck to balance properly.
So infantry should only fight
Just
infantry.
like at its baseline.
Tanks should only fight tanks. Aircraft should only fight aircraft because that's more balanced. And it makes countering more niche, where it's like, okay.
And then you take a design idea that is already difficult as fuck to make right and balance correctly, and then you give it to morons who have no experience in using any of those domains in their game because they're shit players or they don't play the game, and then they're responsible for making smart, educated fucking decisions about what should be done to the balance between those. And then now you have PlanetSide 2.
Okay, I'm playing a bolter, so I'll be able to bolt the engineer turret, or I'm playing a heavy, which will make it easier to take down the max suit, etc. But then others, and this kind of goes back to one of the competencies we were talking about when it comes to combined arms, think that combined arms and using every single tool possible to win and capture a base or complete an objective is the way the game should be played. Is there a developer
That's fine if you want your game to be played in that way that Shoctor just said. But you can't Pikachu face, oh my god, not understand that for the people on the receiving end of that, it's not enjoyable. and they're gonna probably leave the game.
Stance when it comes to this domain interaction, and then if there is, what is that stance? Is combined arms favored more, or is map design now being more favored toward the side of let's try and separate these to avoid, I guess, cheese is the best way to say it, like people just spamming one domain at another.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, my playstyle is sitting AFK on a hill shelling a spawn room. That's not a playstyle. But I mean, to normal people and people that understand like what playstyles are, that's not a playstyle. But to this guy, it's developer endorsed.
As far as an official stance, I think it's something that we're still trying to figure out, honestly. Like I think diversity plays a big part. Like, you know, when I was doing the Esamir stuff, you know, people are like, you're going to get killed by air to ground and that sort of thing. Like, that's what, like, old Esamir, totally 100% the case. Like, but only when people are like engaging in that. So like you add more bases that have more cover, they create different experiences, but it doesn't have to be every single one. Like, it doesn't have to be like always a courtyard, always an infantry space. I feel like that would get stale really quick. Like, people have their favorite bases, like, you know, like Fort Liberty is my, you know, favorite run around and shoot people base, because, you know, nobody screws with me, and it's like balanced and the sides are smart. But like that, if that was every single base, like, you'd end up with a PlanetSide 1, which is
probably a better game, like structurally.
Like a lot of, you know, sameness and, well,
what? Like, man, you can't bitch about sameness when you have fucking 15 million construction bases on a continent that came out 5 fucking years ago. You can't bitch about sameness when every fucking building in your game is a copy and paste of like one of 5 models. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I guess
bro.
PlanetSide 1's probably not a great example, because the gunplay in that wasn't.
What you're saying is honestly reminding
Amazing.
me of like CS:GO, where people just queue up the same map and play it all the time, and that's one of
Yeah,
the
we're gonna play on
reasons why-
Dust.
Yeah, we're
over
just
and
gonna
over.
play Dust 2 over and over.
'Cause it's fucking good and it works. Wow. You know, I'm not willing to sacrifice the integrity of my gameplay for fucking... You see this shit all the time in Siege when they release a new shitty map. And it should just be in casual, but it's in the ranked rotation. Even though it has terrible fucking... Like, the map's shit. It's a shit map, but it's shoved into ranked. And all these people complain about, I want diversity. And I'm willing to have a shit gameplay fucking... session just to have diversity. Yeah, and it's always from people who don't fucking do anything anyway. It's from that useless PlanetSide 2 doorway stump that contributes absolutely fucking nothing at every single fight. It's always that guy.
And over again.
Yeah.
So
It's basically have variety.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck
So
up.
the diversity, I think there is an important part too. Like, we do want to create more opportunities for there to be like kind of these sectioned or cordoned off experiences, you know, for players.
Look at this dumbass. Where is he? Maybe we should have a different game mode just for sweaty infantry players. Maybe make it a battle royale. I'm banning that guy. I know he was in my chat earlier. See you later, idiot.
I think that if we were to do like a new map, like it could be cool to get just an air battle over, you know, a floating capture point. You know, it could be cool to do, you know, just an infantry, you know, only base, or like a primarily infantry only base. Or it could also be cool to do like a combined arms base, where it's like a multi-tier push, where like you need the vehicles to go in and break down the defenses, and then you need the infantry to go in.
Like, if that's your attitude, why are you in my stream? That's what I don't get. Like, you have these dipshit PlanetSide players that they come in my stream, and I don't know if it's like they don't know who I am or what to expect or whatever, but they just say like dumbass shit, and then I ban them, and then their pussies bleed everywhere. Like, what do you expect, man? Is that not a joke about PlanetSide Arena? If it is, I mean, it's a stupid joke.
Inside and do their thing. Like, we can have all these sorts of different
But you see there's nothing like the problem here with text is, how am I supposed to convey sarcasm from that?
experiences, and I think that it's it would be
that was a different
disservice to the game if we were to.
I think he's unbanned now. I think he went and watched a video.
That's my current stance.
He didn't want me to to react to the video, which is the entire fucking point of this stream. He was complaining about that.
So it's not to say that things won't change, you know.
Hopefully he took his time out and he went and watched the VOD, so he's good now.
That's fair. I feel that.
But as far as the actual like balance between vehicles and that sort of thing, a big part of our game has always been giving you tools to deal with things. And unfortunately, like players are very either like they gravitate to the thing that they like to do, right? And
they gravitate to whatever's easiest to do with the least amount of effort required for maximal fucking gain.
There's naturally like more infantry players than there are, you know, other, you know, vehicle players and that sort of thing. Not that I want to ever talk about this, but combined arms, just as an example, was kind of meant to make the domains interact better. And a large portion or a large part of that was making it so like if the vehicles are in close combat with infantry have the advantage. Vehicles over open field fights have the advantage, like, you know, against other vehicles. So like you kind of transition from like, you know, the infantry fight at the base, you know, everything very close quarters. Titanfall does this too, where they have like the balance between the pilots and the God, why am I the Titan? Jesus, it's in the name. It's based on the fact that the Titans are very powerful, but they can't go everywhere. And you know, similar to vehicles, like we wanted you to, I mean, our maps are set up differently, so this like it's not a one-for-one example. Where in Titanfall 2 you have like a lot of little nooks and crannies, and you of course like, you know, jump over the things and ziplining and all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah, if there was a Titan in PlanetSide, it would be like 250 nanites.
But for our game, like we wanted to, like if you're close enough to be a threat to infantry, like infantry have the advantage there, and that was kind of the mentality behind it. But it was like kind of a merging of those domains, or I guess more like a Venn diagram where they all like kind of had their strengths. And air just kind of exists. I don't know. Air has always been in kind of
there's nothing for air to do.
A weird spot for our game, but we give you like the tools to deal with it. Like you have a lock-on launcher, you have flak, you have, you know, whatever.
Yeah, maybe that's part of the problem, is because all your fucking pilots didn't want to have little shitty-ass fucking losers that couldn't pilot get up in the air and fucking just use lock-ons on them 24/7. Maybe that's why your air game's partially dead. Or when you fucking ruin the controls for the air game. Like, I have great respect for the fucking people who were actually good at the air game back in the day. Like, that, besides, like, really good infantry players that I would watch on stream, like, watching really good pilots dogfight each other was the only other fucking thing I could ever stand to watch, like, on Twitch or something. But, I mean, that's all fucking destroyed by people who have no idea. Like, of course, something that requires skill is destroyed by people who have no idea what the fuck... they have no idea about it.
And I think the point of friction has always been to get players to actually use those tools, you know, because it's just like, you know, if I'm playing infantry, like I just want to, yeah, play infantry. So there's definitely some like, there's some thinking that probably should be done about like if you can't like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, sort of thing. Like we've been giving a lot of tools, but only certain types of people take advantage of them. I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes from, on both sides. Like if you have a whole bunch of people who are like, you know, they pull out the bursters or the lock-ons or whatever, like, oh, I can't do my aircraft thing because I have this like no-fly zone now. And to me, it's like, well, yeah, that's the point. But for them, it's like, well,
yeah, except when your burster max gets completely fucking destroyed because burster is dog shit.
Doing this fun thing in the vehicle, and now I can't do the fun thing in the vehicle, and I don't want to do anything else. So like, it's ruining my.
Yeah, it's fun for you. It's not fun for anyone else that's being subjected to it. Because most of the time there's no counterplay to it. In the moment. Like he just doesn't get it.
My experience. And I think that the players have a great opportunity in our sandbox game to ruin each other's experiences. But
yeah, and then you wonder why nobody wants to play it.
And because of that, we kind of balance around like lowest common denominator.
Which is the fucking entire problem in the first place. How many times have I said that? If you balance your game around the lowest common denominator, your game will fucking suck and no one will play it. What do we have here?
With like, you know, we have to balance for scale, which has always been a struggle.
You don't even try. You don't even fucking try. Don't say we have to balance for scale. You don't even try.
In this game, but anyway, so
It has never, balancing for scale in this game has never ever fucking been attempted once.
to answer your question,
It seems like there is a balance, or it's
Yeah.
you know, not. I don't want to say that my takeaway.
Please give me an example of when scale was taken into account for any fucking single thing in this game.
One side is favored over the other, whether
It's not.
intentionally.
There's no example.
Just from my general
Please,
observation.
please give
whether
me an
it's like,
example
your
of one thing in the game that they try to balance for scale. Besides Bastion, which, I mean, you can still have 3 fucking Bastions at once. I mean, how fun is that? When one Bastion ruins a third of the map.
typical.
You say continent pop? They don't care about individual continent pop. If you think they care about continent pop, the next time there are 3 continents open and 1 or 2 of them have an alert, why don't you take a look at the fucking continent pop on the 3rd continent and tell me that they give a fuck about continent pop?
I'm trying to remember what the base is called, but like, isn't like east? It's like a based on the east ladders of Amarish where. There's just that massive open field, and like to the right of the base where like the vehicle terminals.
Sandbox is a fucking lazy word that is used by incompetent morons to give an excuse for why they don't have to fucking try and balance anything with any common sense. No, it's a sandbox. I don't have to give a fuck about anything because sandbox.
It's like there's like a shooting range. I think it's like East River Valley or something like that. I'm not sure.
If you can't do whatever you want, it's not a sandbox.
Yeah, so it's like certain bases like those are like sometimes if there's a lot of pop, and especially if there's air and you spawn in, there's like no way for you to get to the portion where the point is so that you could fight. But then there are other bases where the opposite is done, where you have a lot of different ways to approach where you're safe. For example, like a tower base. Like I think
Shoctor's audio was very quiet.
Maybe a good example where you can at least leave the spawn room and fight at one of the initial points, or at least in the old Matherson's Strand. You can at least fight on the initial point.
Aeflic has no choice because he has the shitty,
it's just one domain.
the shitty G Pro fucking headset mic.
You counter a new domain, and it's almost like a. What's the word? It's like an escalating fight.
Yeah, but he's AFK for
infantry.
80% of the podcast,
air, and then now you're fighting their air and their vehicles because you have to take down their spawns. So I think it's almost like a map design thing where it just depends on the map itself, or excuse me, the base itself. Do you have anything, Aeflic? I know that this is like a really big topic for you as well.
Oh man, yeah, I do, but it's just so like there's so much floating around up there. One, base design is huge in the game, obviously. There's so much to unpack here, and maybe base design is not the time to do this. There's good bases that are close to the warp gate that theoretically have a huge percentage of time, like less time is spent at those bases because they're harder to get to. The center bases or bases around those have more fights. Like TI Alloys probably is the number 1 fought over base in PlanetSide, just because of how long Inter stays open and how popular for whatever reason it is, or biolabs because people have instant spawn there. So I think bases play a huge part in it, but sometimes the good bases aren't in the center, and some of the worst bases are in the center that promote poor combined arms gameplay, which is frustrating, obviously. And
Indar,
maybe I'm going way too far down a tangent, but I feel like the best bases should be in the center and around the center, and then who cares about the warp gate? Okay, you finally get to the warp gate and it's a bad base.
Usually if you're at the point where you're defending at the base next to your warp gate, or you're fighting close to around your warp gate, it's because of like a snowball. Like you're either getting fucking 2v1'd, or there's like none of your factions pop on the server, and you're just getting the fucking shit zerged out of you, and then no base is fun to play at.
So whatever. That's why we like Nason's Defiance. That's why I loved the ISA Tech Plant, because I think Tech Plant's one of the best bases in the game. So those focal points in the center are important, but like LithCorp on Amarish,
Tech plants are frustrating because the average player on your faction or PlanetSide players are fucking stupid. So they don't know, like, the tech plant is so big, and there's so many outside buildings, and there's fucking generators. And if you ever want to distract a fucking PlanetSide 2 player, some random retard that's just in a platoon, he cannot fucking stop trying to get that fucking generator. So even though you need bodies on the point, and that's what's happening, you'll have these fucking stupid ass like squads of people getting the generator, or like in the 3-story camping the fucking spawn, or just like a squad of fucking people at the SCU when they don't even have access to it. I can't tell you how many times I've went to a fucking tech plant and I just take the tunnel underneath and I go on the point and they have like 85-90% pop. So if it's just me versus like 12 guys, there might be 1 or 2 guys in the building on the point, and the rest of them are just fucking out in the wind. Like they're fucking jerking off on generators, and you just kill them fucking one at a time when they come back because they're clueless. Like, there's too much extra shit going on at tech plants for your average PlanetSide player.
That gets fought over more sometimes than
The Ascent.
Yeah, and it's like so frustrating. I'm like,
I mean, yeah, you can send one guy, but you're talking about the average PlanetSide player who can't kill one person in fucking in one life.
why is NC going there? We're gonna get farmed, and
Tech plants are for veterans.
combined arms is part of that. And ultimately, though, I don't have an issue with combined arms, and I think a lot of the community maybe doesn't want to say that. We do, but
well, the point here, Vonic, is that in order to have a good base designed, they need to make a third game. They need to completely start over. That's just, you can't fix it. You can't fix it at this point. The cat's out of the bag. You need a third game.
when combined armor works the best
the
is
only
when
way you get a
all sides
chance to
when both
redo
sides
it.
have it. There's tanks, there's air, there's bursts. There's just like everyone has a challenge of this kind of push and shove. Like I come in, I can get 3 kills, but I gotta back out
Oh yeah, they did a third game.
in my A to G, right? I can't just come in like and just massacre 30 people and then get out and come back and reload, come back and do it over and over again.
Right.
But I think where a lot of the community's frustration comes from is sometimes the only fight to be at is an 80-20. We don't have the opportunity to deal with, first off, or it could be 30-70 or 60-40, but there's always a lot of the time there's
Oh god, please stop now.
one side that has just pure infantry or maybe a little bit of max or something, but then we're dealing with so much more: overpop, the maxes, A to G, tanks at distance, multiple snipers.
You were doing so
That's
good,
the frustration that
Equalizer.
I think that some of us has. Like, this is the only fight.
Yeah.
And combined arms, and again, it's a problem because you can't scale. This is not a 6v6. It's not a 12v12 100% of the time, right? So a lot of the time, combined arms works fine because I can avoid it. There's just this weird friction at the base to where it almost kind of like balances itself out. But a lot of the time, for a lot of the veteran infantry players, we're experiencing combined arms at like its weakest, and I think our frustration is we experience it a lot. It's not like once a week or once a day that we have a fight like that. It's when we have that fight over and over again, and like that's where that frustration.
If you want clusterfuck, go play COD. Wait, I thought mouth breathers came to PlanetSide for the clusterfuck.
Comes from. I don't care if you have a mat or A to G and it's a 50-50 fight and you kill me. Like,
have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered that people go to biolabs because the infantry game is probably the most enjoyable part of the game, and the side mini game of vehicles. I mean, it's fun for the first couple of years, but when you have fought in biolabs, I mean, sure, if you do anything for 10 years, biolabs is for farm. I mean, you say that, but I can farm people at any base. I can cert farm at any base. What's your excuse? You need a biolab for that? Not like you can at a biolab? Really? Seriously? Tell me how many people you farm at a biolab, sir.
yeah, it's annoying, but I know that more than likely I'm gonna be able to get away from you, or like I have a chance against you. It's when I'm trying to pick my options, I guess, when there's so much in front of me. And I have a good arsenal to deal with a lot of those things and still pull off like 12 kills of the fight or something. But
Aeflic is talking about he has no options but to fight at shit bases. Probably talking about I have a good arsenal of being washed up and using 2 guns because I think it's cool to use the same gun for hundreds of thousands of kills and it makes me popular. Something like that. At first we were talking about shitty bases around the warp gate. And I think we're on to something else now. But the problem is nobody here will say, like, I'm banned in the PlanetSide 2 fucking channel for asking, when are we going to address force multipliers in Overpop? No one, I very seriously doubt this man or this man will straight up ask this motherfucker to his face that question. They won't do it.
like a new player that's spawning in there. That's like, BR15 or something. It's like, how's he going to deal with or understand what's going on? And those, I think sometimes the frustration or, the veteran community kind of gets caught up in this friction maybe between you guys, but we also got to remember that there's other like players that are at these fights too that aren't vets that are experiencing this weird combined arms friction in Overpop, I guess. I don't know if that was really tangent-y and
well, I mean, so you're talking about, well,
let's see how he chooses to answer it.
well, okay, so if we break it down, like that frustration that you're experiencing, right? Like you're having immersion done to you, but a lot of it comes from understanding, like you said, new players don't have it. The friction of like you could probably deal with some of the stuff that's going on if you were to spawn a base back, pull a tank, kill whatever, be it like the liberator that's just hovering there, shelling people, or like the Sundereers even, to kind of push the armor out. Like you have the opportunity to do that, but like there's friction. Like you have to go with the map, you have to go away, and you have to drive all the way back, and if you're on your own, like you're gonna maybe get picked off by like the bunch of people who are there. So like there's a like that feeling of helplessness too. And then the third thing is like the map really revolves around the outfits that are able to make the plays. At least this is my personal belief.
Okay, so far his answer has been redeploy to the next base back to somehow counter. Okay, so get this. Let's have this scenario. I spawn into a base that's a 12 to 24, right? It might be me and one other player who plays like me, maybe a third guy. We have to fight against maybe 20 to 25 people who are, on their own as infantry, we fucking blow right through them, right? But they also have air to ground. They have vehicles. Depending on the base, the vehicles will be parked around the fucking side of the base, shelling you because there's no cover. You're getting raped by air to ground. There's probably like sometimes 2 or 3 maxes to start with, even if they don't start with fucking maxes, right? If you walk into a base and you're in like the 10% population and you kill some of these shitters that are in like 85 to 90% pop, you kill them like once or twice. Like if I walk in and 5-shot some fucking retard and he doesn't like the way that I killed him, he's either going to pull a shotgun or he's going to pull a max. And remember, there's like 20 to 25 other guys exactly like that guy at that base. So if I walk in a fucking room and I kill 5 fucking guys, I could potentially have fucking 4 shotguns and a max coming back out of the spawn at me. Like, what is the solution to that? I don't think Wrel addressed it here. I'm not redeploying back at the other fucking base because that does nothing. And individually, like 1 max in a group of population like that, the max in and of itself is not the problem. It's the time that I have to devote to the max. Because I can kill a solo max very easily. But the max isn't the problem, it's the fucking 16 other guys that are with the fucking max. Which this guy right here doesn't understand.
So like the reason that the Zergs, for example, don't get pushed out is because they're not being contested, maybe. But in order to contest it, you need a critical mass of players to do that. So it's like the outfit that's like, okay, we need to take this base, and then you'll see the combat shakeout. Or like a reverse example of like, bastions that are just like sitting there farming people. Like if you have an outfit who wants to go, take down a bastion, like that's when the kind of the fun happens. But outside of that, it's just, the bastion farming people, right? Because there's too much friction and you need that critical mass.
I mean, you put it into the game to do that. It isn't like something that like people engineered in the game and built to do that. You put it in the game.
The players to actually take the fight to the thing. So we introduced Colossus Tank just as an example that like basically a single person could use to like kind of fly or swat at it for a little bit. But there's hang
Which, by the way, it can still be killed by one engineer instantly.
ups with that too. There's some inherent friction associated with it. But it's kind of like the box that we live in is like we've given people a lot of tools, but you also need coordination. And maybe getting players into outfits, more often, or getting outfits to be more
fucking outfits, like just being in an outfit. Most outfits, the most coordination you get is somebody puts a waypoint down and then you just dump a bunch of pop on the fucking base. Like,
more coordinated, kind of elevating that gameplay is probably like the best solution. Or giving outfits, something to like actively fight over so that they're invested in the game. And that was kind of the mentality like when it came to qualifiers for Outfit Wars, and we saw how that turned out. Like really intense gameplay, but burnt everybody out. So it's I don't have all the answers for everything.
And
you don't have any answers.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think there's because of the way that there's 3 factions. There's no solid 50-50 fight. You just can't do it with the way the pop is and things like that. I'm not saying that there's an easy answer to fix it. Besides, obviously deleting everything is just pure infantry with, everyone has a LMG
Right.
or something. That's dumb.
Yeah.
But I just more having the chat. So and I think you explained some things about like having like why you guys don't have time.
Oh, I was talking about the Colossus. Engineers can kill a max with tank mods. Although you're probably not gonna fucking you're probably not going to 1v1 a max with tank mines very often. Or you have the fucking archer, that fucking meme ass gun that exists.
Timers like Battlefield, you guys got rid of that. I think part of my frustration is the availability of like force multipliers or assets. That's where some of my frustration comes from. It almost feels like it's so easy. Like I blew up your max or your A2G, and but you're back again, and then you're back again.
Mhm.
And that's. But I get what you're saying though. There's more to the game, in regards to like you said, like getting a mass of players together or getting your outfit together to counter these things. So, but it's an interesting take, and I wasn't necessarily thinking you're going to say that, but it's I don't think it's necessarily the wrong answer or necessarily a bad thing. I mean, interesting though. Shoctor?
Back to you.
He didn't answer anything, really. I mean, he said, we've given you the tools, you have to use them, and outfits need to coordinate better. But that's not an answer for, like, the day-to-day. Wrel lives in the world of developer land, where he sees everything as it's supposed to be on a fucking diagram, on a blueprint or something. But in the real world, how things actually play out in the game, it doesn't work like that. And you can't just go back and point to the fucking the blueprint. Like, it doesn't work like that, man.
You, Shoctor.
Yeah, back to me. Yeah, I think overall I agree that a lot of the times maybe that it's not necessarily the availability of things, it's more of just
It is absolutely the availability.
the fact that certain bases are better at
It's a combination of both. Like,
quelling
the availability of the cancer that is developer endorsed and the ease of use that stems from base design, like how easy it is to be in fucking overpop with your force multiplier. Like, it's all that stuff.
the amount of cheese. I'm going to use the word cheese, and
That's fair. That's a really good point.
yeah, some bases are a lot better at quelling it than others, and it's just a matter of, I guess, almost like that prioritization thing that we were talking about earlier, where it's like from a developer standpoint, because me and Aeflic are only representative of like one fraction of a percent of like the amount of people that play the game.
Don't I wish people that played like the core of the game would not diminish the value of of the core of the game. Like that's just I wish people wouldn't say that. Like don't devalue your stance and position when you are literally like infantry is the core of the fucking game. And any just it's so frustrating, man. Like cuz when you do that, you just open yourself up to you just empower this fucking moron or the other morons out there who are like, "Yeah, like don't ever cede that ground."
So I think it's more of like a developer standpoint of
This game would not fucking exist without the infantry game that it has. It would be long dead. Because I guarantee you people would not be logging into this game to play with these shitty ass vehicles, with this shitty ass continents, and this shitty ass fucking metagame of this game. It wouldn't even fucking exist.
like when I spawn in at this base, and whether I'm playing on live server or I'm doing like a controlled environment test, it's like is this reflective of the quality of bases that we have as like that S tier? Because I remember that there was that one night where you were in my stream and we were doing
Right.
like the tier lists of all the
Tier list,
bases,
yeah.
and I
You
had
gonna do
like
another one of those?
I think we might have to do an S tier one when I have to obviously have to go to all of them because I still
Do I feel like we need a new map? We need a new we need the company that runs this game to be bought out by someone, and the people that are in charge of developing this game replaced by people who understand that they are developing an FPS game.
have yet to go to all of them, but
All that needs to happen before a new map will do anything for the game.
I think we might have to do a tier list of all the new SMU bases. But I remember like I had a tech plant. I used to tech plant as like S tier, just because of the fact that it was one of the best bases, if not, in my opinion, the best base that almost was best suited towards separating those three domains, but then still allowing for some interaction. Like yes, you can get run over by a tank or killed by like a lib or a bastion.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you take the company and you split it, you had the fucking furry paw of shit, the Rogue Planet Games, and whatever the other one was. The whole point of dividing that, the whole point of dividing all that shit is to sell it off individually.
But a lot of options are offered to the person that just wants to play infantry to like go underneath the tech plant and then come out from the garage or from one of the side buildings, and almost they again you get more opportunities of avoiding the things that you would consider cheese. And again, I'm saying this from an infantry standpoint, but I feel like even people with aircraft where it's like, you know, you're flying a Reaver and somebody has a Sky Guard and it's on one side of the tech plant and it's shooting you, you could use that building, that tech plant, because it's such a massive building, to hide from that and whether repair or get away. I don't know, I felt like that's why I gave it the S tier. So
It's a really good point, dude. Yeah. So go ahead though. Finish.
but
So,
yeah,
what rose-colored glasses are you wearing where you're not constantly getting camped in the spawn room of Asa from that mass of people who are like attacking it and just like
Well,
sitting right
see,
outside of it?
Aeflic and I always
You never ever go out like you don't go outside of the spawn room at a tech plant, like unless like uh, what? Regarding Rel, you've heard people say he changed things out from what he think is needed to change. Don't care about. How's that really affect? You need to reformat the equalizer, man. You need to do that in rephrase your question, but in English this time, and then I'll answer it.
would just drop in with the Valkyrie and put a beacon up on the opposite side, on like one of the
Okay,
towers.
so attacking versus defending, like that's
Both though.
Oh, both. You could do it on both. We would
So-
always, regardless of whether we were attacking or defending.
Why is he asking these basic questions? Like, he asked a very easy to answer question. Like he was like, "I gotcha." Like,
If we were
and then Shoctor and Aeflic are just like, same thing, dude."
like camped in the spawn like that, whether we were doing ops, like when I first came back after my 5-year break, I was leading ops because I was still in my like 2014, 2015 mindset of like, I'm gonna lead the outfit.
Yeah.
Whenever we would have that situation where it's like, yeah, there's prowlers all around.
Everybody, if he said ops, take a shot. No, equalizer. Just rephrase your question so I can understand it.
Around the vicinity of the spawn room and we're stuck. We tried going underneath and there's a Sunder like sitting right on top of that teleporter. Not teleporter, that what's the word? the grav lifts that are sideways.
Right.
We would
Yeah.
just Valkyrie up. Somebody would get a beacon up on top of the roof, or we had like some people that wanted to like either put like a, what is it called, a router. So we would put like a router up on top, and then we would have another like means to attack, whether it was from the grav lift on the side where the gun deck is, or from that primary balcony side. So that's why I always liked it, because maybe it was too obvious, maybe, and we're just not being smart enough and figuring out like other ways to counter on like the bases that we don't like. But a base like ISA, or any of the tech plans for that matter, whenever we would have those situations, we would always have like a backup plan, and then a backup plan for that backup plan.
Dude, he's telling his war story, okay?
And then we had a long time. We had 6 minutes to figure out how to like retake
If I come on your podcast, Shoctor, I will stop you. If you do this, I will stop you. This is just, I can't.
the base.
I'm gonna
Or
stop
if we're
you.
attacking it, we have 6 minutes to figure out how to counter the things that we are getting countered by. So it was like a
Yeah.
lot of, I guess, it was a very like deep and meaningful gameplay. I think that's why like the tech plan is so like sacred to Aeflic and I.
That's really cool because yeah, like you are in a minority when it comes to like dealing with those sorts of situations, because you see the people getting camped in the spawn room, right? Like it's the lowest point of friction. Like you just run out of the spawn room, then die, and then you complain about it later.
Does Wrel only think you can run out of a spawn room and die?
But
Or
for
something.
like you know, going back and pulling the Valkyrie and putting the spawn beacon on the roof, like that's the sort of game.
You think he's asking if Wrel makes changes based on his experience without having any full meaning experience to begin with? I mean, that's the entire point.
Gameplay that
It's like you took a not very good player and made him a game designer and expect him to understand how basic things in the game work when he has no basic understanding of how anything works, except he has just enough understanding to make shitty how to mag dump a weapon in a 16-minute video guide down a hallway videos on YouTube. It's the same thing I say about Serious. Serious Gaming is the 6th grader teaching the 5th graders not to pick their nose in fucking school. Like, there's no like deep understanding going on here.
that actually that we try to incentivize by because just by virtue of all the options we have access to, and we don't see it
I mean, but to a 5th grader, like a 6th grader or a 7th grader, is like, holy shit.
enough. So like yeah, explaining it like that, I totally see your perspective.
Just to take it a step further, like with ISA, the tech plan, or just tech plans in general, they provide like layers almost to the base, like different sections of like, especially like for a smaller squad, like when you attack it, like you like push up almost to the spawn to like the secondary gen area where the SU is. You kind of
Zoidberg.
camp that. Then pop comes in, and then you get you slowly get pushed back to like the fan, and you hold that for as long as you can, and then you get kind of sequestered back.
Who has
to,
the GIF?
Like being actually
I
inside.
know
like,
Vonic has the GIF.
A larger part of it, and I think
Yeah.
that progressive feeling to the base works really well on both sides. Because okay, if it's 90% overpop, yes, okay, it sucks to be camped inside the spawn. It's probably unrealistic. You can still drop on the back, like Shoctor said, because usually there's people still on the point, but there's also people towards the spawn, and it kind of really separates and gives a chance to whatever side you're on. But there's a lot of times that it's fun to push out and just go straight to that triple on the right side and like work to like kind of take that and then or take the secondary and like just like slowly progress forward and then maybe take where the shield gen is in the back. Like there's usually a sunder there. There's just like so much progression to the base, and in some regards I'm part of the minority in the infantry community because I still like attacking and defending. Like I want to farm kills, yes, but I don't want like, no one to move. I just like chain headshots and everyone dies. Like I like the idea of like taking the base and be like, well, I got 30 kills there and I fucking took the base from you. Like I feel like I like that feeling, or defending the base, right? And most of us play the objective anyway, naturally by killing people. But ISA, like that progression, like that stage, that like kind of breaking up the different buildings and like the stage of the fight, like is what makes it so strong. Even with combined arms there, like I can handle the combined arms there, even with overpop. And I think a lot of the other bases lack that. And I'm okay with that, especially when they're closer to warp gate. That's why I like the tech plant so much in the center. And
I don't necessarily think tech plants. There's nothing to me that makes tech plants, I think, less like averse or in any way averse to like being susceptible to being farmed by like mass overpop. Like I remember a lot of the times back in like the AC days and stuff when we would drop on a tech plant that had a huge fucking pop at it, and we would drop on the back balcony, and we would clear the balcony, clear the point, and then like you just still fight. There's still 80 fucking guys there that just push you. Like there's nothing really that like, and they instantly kill your beacon because they can fly from everywhere as light assault from all over the fucking like top everywhere. Like I don't think the tech plan is any better at fucking stopping shit gameplay than any other base, to be honest. I don't
even like
see
triples
that.
of Matheson's, you just drop what you're being up top, and like you can kind of.
And it has a fucking SCU. Like any base with an SCU is like
have a bit of a foothold.
It can go fuck itself for all I care. There's no reason that there needs to be a thing in the game for a mass fucking overpop of shitters to end your ability to spawn there. There's no reason for that to be in the game.
Hold. And the larger bases sometimes just support the different interactions of the domains better and give you more options. I think that's
the changes to it on Esamir are a step in the right direction. I mean, I'd take your word for it.
Sometimes preferred, and obviously there's, like you said, S tier bases, and there's dog shit bases too. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but
can we go on a tangent about why a base is dog shit? Are we gonna get that here?
I think the center is so important to the maps, especially when there's low pop, and the only thing that you can do is go to the center. Like those bases have to be the best, and then even outside of the center, like the next set, need to be really strong bases. Even if they're small bases, there's bases by the Isotech plant that we can.
Because I would like an answer from Wrel as to Wrel, in your mind, what makes a base dog shit?
Can't play it anymore because of the update that were really good too. The south one and the northeast one that they flowed well, if that makes sense.
And I want to compare that to my definition.
And I don't know where I'm going with this again.
The fact that ISO mining is gone, bravo. Every time I see it.
I really like that base, but it's just like it shares the driveway with Asa. Like I think that's the fall down for me. It's just like it's way too close. So
long spawns to the front lines is, well, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like that's why I didn't like mining, because you'd spawn and like to get to the point. If you got bolted 30 seconds into your run, you got to restart your run. I like kind of that like.
That's a big thing I think in Planet.
The friction is so far sometimes. When the friction is close, it's good. If that makes sense.
No, I understand.
The tech plant has that.
Because
the fact that you could like kind of work around mining was something that I enjoyed. Like you can go up, over or like through the side tunnel, or you can like drop straight down. Like there's a lot of options there. It didn't hold up when there's like a lot of population.
Nothing in the game holds up with a lot of population. Like absolutely nothing. From the top to the bottom to server performance. It's always amazing to me how this game doesn't run or barely runs at all in the fights it's advertised around.
Which
I mean, that's a problem.
Being like near the center like that
never
caused
addressed
a lot of problems. So I'm curious what you guys think, because like you're talking about the center base needing to be really strong and that sort of thing. And my mentality for so we're trying the experimental 3 capture point on Asa, and the intent behind that is to get more movement through the points, because the friction happens with all the tech plants at the 2 doors trying to like get in. Once people have that not even balcony, but just like that whole tech plant area, or the
granite door area, the deck
and they get to shoot down. Yeah, that's the point of friction for every tech plant, so far as I'm concerned. And then there's, I mean, the balcony holds are totally fun for dropping squads on and that sort of thing. The new Asa doesn't necessarily have that kind of it blocks off the that direct line of sight, and you have to actually go and proceed. But the new Asa, the point of it was to support higher populations and kind of enable that gameplay that you were talking about before with taking the Valkyrie and kind of dropping on a point. So now you're able to start from the top and work your way down, or start from the bottom and kind of work your way up. That was the intent. And I don't know if it's personally, I've seen people who enjoy it, and then I've seen probably just as many people who complain about it. But I don't have a strong take yet one way or the other. So I'm kind of curious about you guys.
You made it. How do you not have a strong take on it if you made it?
Thoughts? If you've had a chance to play there a lot.
So I think the downfalls of a biolab, and then so the thing, this is going to kind of sound like a bit off in the beginning here, but what makes the biolab I think, not a good base, in my opinion, is, you know, you have that one spawn, and it's easy to just surround that spawn, that whatever the attacking faction has, and to prevent them from moving out from there. And
Yeah, but you do not get to that point unless there's a significant population advantage. That's just you don't get to the point of camping a spawn room. If you're camping a biolab spawn room, you either have an incredible population advantage or an incredible skill advantage. There's no... It doesn't work like that. There's too many choke points and lines of sight. Like,
the tech plant does a good job of making it so that even though you do get encamped like that, you are offered an opportunity to have multiple different outlets of entry outside of just that main spawn right there. Because let's say you wanted to drop on a biolab with a Valkyrie.
At the point where you are getting... If you only have the one spawn in the biolab, right, the normal spawn, if you're at that point where you're now being camped in that fight is more or less over.
For example, or a Galaxy.
I gotta piss again, because this fucking, this giant-ass 23-ounce tea is just flowing through me.
Your options are the 2 pads. So those are also really easy to camp. And some of, I believe basically all 3 of the spawns, depending on the biolab, have pretty easy vision towards those pads that you could drop on. So to bring that back to the tech plant, I think what the 3-point tech plant does essentially is it takes that biolab, but then it just takes the spawns out of it and puts it in a centralized place that you want to fight at. And then you're offered a way to go into this area that's enclosed from all the things that I guess infantry players don't like, whether it's aircraft or vehicles. But you're offered different ways that you can enter it, whether it is from those double doors that you said were the most contentious area, or we drop from above on the gun deck or the primary balcony, or go from underneath. You're given all of those different entry points, but then now you have a more dynamic experience inside, because I think an issue that was a main issue, at least in hindsight, for a tech plant, is the fact that there was only 1 point did make it so that encamping yourself as the attacker was either only countered by like a big max crash, for example, or would just work out because of the fact that you could just keep people stuck in these choke points. And if there wasn't an organized group like an Aeflic and I, like when we were doing like prime backs ops, when we would like have like 24 like highly skilled players.
Yeah, when you drop 24 people on a fucking fight that already had your faction's overpop at it. Those backs ops. I remember those. Who else remembers those operations? Only OGs will remember those ops.
Or whatever you want to call it, dropping from like a position and doing like really coordinated gameplay. You would see like a 30% or a 40% pop from like an organized outfit beat out the rest of the people that were just playing the game normally. That's 70-60%. So I think offering that 3-point tech plant system similar to the 3-4 point biolab system, but then removing those spawns from inside it and having them be external to it, so that you're not just getting camped and surrounded. Because even if you are getting camped and surrounded in the tech plant, as we said earlier, there's a lot of different counters. Bringing that back to how the tech plant is set up.
Not necessarily. If you're being camped at the spawn room in a tech plant, it's either one of two things. The first thing is that there is so much fucking pop at that tech plant that if you go in the tunnels and try to go underneath, there's like a vehicle or something parked on it, and that's being camped. Or you're playing against people who have no idea how to play the base. It's generally, the counterplay at a tech plant is generally, like Wrel said, you have to go a base back and do something different.
It's beneficial that now we're getting that dynamic gameplay of a biolab where, you know, when you're not getting camped in a biolab, it's a pretty fun experience. You're able to run around. It's very reminiscent of like an arena.
The point is, you get to experience and have your fun before it gets to that stage, and then when it gets to that stage, you leave because the fight's over.
Shooter, but when you do get camped, it's you're stuck in the spawn and you're just shooting out, and you're like, all right, how do I? And this is both for the attacker and the defender.
Right.
So getting that dynamic experience at a tech plant where it's like, okay, now when we get inside, we're not just sitting still on the point like, oh, they're flipping C, go to C, go, go, go. And it's like we're always moving, because especially if you watch like Aeflic stream, for example, Aeflic is not just standing still waiting for someone to come. Aeflic is moving all the time. Movement, movement, movement. And the one thing I would always harp on him about when we would attack a tech plant is we would drop on it, he would flip the point, and then he would just go to the SCU. Be like, bro, we still have 3 minutes until that thing's available to flip. He'd be like, sorry, bro, I wanted to get kills. It's like now that new tech plant setup where it's like the 3 points, it's like now whoever you have in there can do that run around, ring around the rosy. And then if the SCU flips and it's like, okay, you can go for it. All right, we're done ringing around the rosy. We have them, we have this area secured. Let's go to the SCU and like put forces towards there and start having a bit of a fight over there. But that was a bit of a tangent, but I think the new tech plant offers something that was beneficial, like a pro from the biolab, but then removed those cons because of the fact that you have all these different counter mechanisms, if that makes sense. I don't know if you have anything you want to build off of that, Aeflic, but I feel like me and you were kind of like,
you mean mammals?
On the same page about tech plants.
Oh man, who knows if we'll be able to get through everything. This is,
yeah.
But anyway, this is, I'm glad that we're talking about this though. So when I think about like a good base like Nathan's, I think the way that triple
PlayStation 3
plays
came
out
out
with
years
three
ago, dude.
factions.
I had
It's
one.
probably the best with large pop, right? It's like one of the only bases I think that can support 96, truly support 96 plus, which is maybe 200 or 300 players, whatever that is, for all three factions. I think the south side has the weakest spawn. I think it's too far away. I think you should just copy pasta.
I've said it before. A PlanetSide 3 is the only way to address the fundamental flaws with this game. But will it happen? If it does happen, it can't have the people that are working on it now doing it, because all those people that created this game, like those people are fucking gone, dude. They're gone. It's got to be somebody else.
The north side to the south,
which is why I don't think you're not gonna see it.
And like literally like mirror the base with the air pad and everything, just because I think the north side is just it.
What makes me want to watch these podcasts so badly? It's not that I want to watch them so badly. I want to respond to stuff and ask the questions and elaborate on things that are not talked about and the things that are talked about from my point of view.
Creates a better flow. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I think Nathan's any fact, any side can,
because I want that shit like I want it to be on the record that these are things that were being said at the time.
Cap the base, or you can defend it at 96 plus, and there's a nice back and forth. You can steal the cap, like that base just works well. And so when I think about like a triple,
because what I don't want is the historical record to be these fucking dipshits that have played the game for 1 or 2 years and they're basing everything on just that time frame. Like, whereas I'm someone that has played the game for 8 years, who has seen and experienced the entire time frame of the game leading up till now.
Tech plant. The C point, for whatever reason, just feels disconnected. But I like the idea, one, that you're even trying to and kind of diversifying the tech plant. And I don't know if you put, where the balcony is on the back, and maybe put stairs there to go up to the C point, just to give another avenue of like flow to it. Because the grab pads that go up, like you can't hold grinder doors from like downstairs, especially once you're out popped. Like if you're attacking it, you have to be upstairs. Like you can kind of do it for a little bit, but eventually you die, and then there's no way to get back to that C point to like transfer people back and forth. I've even played with the idea of like, it sounds really stupid, but only having the 2 points or placing the C points like in the vehicle, like straight below like the big gun, like where the tanks go. I just feel like there's a disconnect with the C point. I like the A and B point, and even if you just had the A and B point, I know that probably wouldn't flow correctly, but
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad idea.
I don't mind. And then you guys added like the so harassers couldn't just get pulled off and turn around and like come into the B point area. Like you guys added like almost like that like infantry passes away, which
Yeah.
is which is flawless. I like it, but it does feel off. Obviously, if you have like really low pops there, like let's say you're playing at like 8 in the morning or whatever, or there's not a lot of people on the off continent.
Mhm.
And I don't know if there's any way to like as pop scales like now the C point is available.
Yeah, I mean that was a concept that was actually it was going to be tried in the Econom Biolab because there's a lot of space there, and we wanted to like enable points like as people kind of populated, but we never got the tech for it. So it's definitely like an idea. I think it probably should be tried at some point, and I think that could go a long way to solving like because at that point you can just like build every base to be a large base, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and that would fix a lot of the problems. So yeah, something to think about for the future for sure.
Yeah.
So I mean, so far I don't really mind the tech plant because the tech plant is the same. It's just the C point is just a little disconnected.
Mhm.
I don't know how we fix it. I'm just kind of tossing out ideas, but I know like E-Dubs, like he loves his tech plant. I mean, I love my tech plant too, and he was salty when it went, but it's still there. It's just because there's two parts of like the frustration with the tech plant. The new meta is once it hits scale pop, there's a router. Okay, and there might be carrying 3 or 4 routers or whatever it is on like the primary balcony on the inside. You put 4 maxes there at 96 plus with 5 engines and you have medics. Like there's no real way to, because you're going through a doorway. That's why I don't like it at 96 plus when you're trying to go through a doorway. It's just not realistic, especially when you're going against like maxes on the other end of it. And then they have the router right there. And yes, you can orbital strike it, I suppose, to get rid of the router. But that's like kind of like the new meta, and it hits this like focal point of like there's no movement. It becomes stale. It's like the biolab when there's the maxes and all the pop are in the secondary gen room, and you're outside of that by skinny stairs by the SCU, and there's no movement.
Right.
I'm like, okay, I'm not having fun. Like I want to leave. That's kind of where the tech plant has reached, but this kind of 3-point idea kind of breaks that up almost, and I like that idea. I just don't know how we make it work. But so far, I mean, it hasn't been that bad. And no one ever fought where the B point is ever. Like that was just kind of like a wasted space. And once in a while, you get some foot traffic or you drop down, you kill some people. But
Right,
it does
the rabbit hole. Like
yeah. And same thing with the C point. Like you're allowing us in a way to use the whole tech plan, if that makes sense. Like we're gonna have fights in areas that we really didn't before, which is I like that idea. I like new things. I don't want to mess with the gunplay. I love the gunplay. I just want to experience PlanetSide on like different maps, and that's kind of what we're getting. So like that's the exciting part. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah, honestly, we have so much to talk about. We might just
Sorry.
have to bring you on for like a base overview, map overview of like all the existing stuff, because we could talk. There's so much, again, like the diversity that we were talking about earlier in the game. You could literally talk about this for hours. So, so to move on, the grinding towards goals is the next thing I kind of want to talk about when we're talking about PlanetSide in 2020, and then after this we'll go into the campaign and then Esamir. But so grinding towards goals is essentially like a staple of PlanetSide, and the directive system, may be the most rewarding system in the game when it comes to this. So the player is able to grind towards like the coolest cosmetics in the game, whether it be the armors or the weaponry. The Beetlejuice is super coveted, heavy assault armor, medic armor. Like people, they also like to flex their directive scores. There's a lot of different ways to kind of show off to your achievements to the rest of the player base. So what are your thoughts on the current state of directives, and then what do you see the future of it looking like? And then do you see that campaign mission system kind of being tied in and also becoming a long-term goal thing and alongside of directives, or are directives going to be essentially sanctioned off to their own long-term aspect, and then campaign will stay more in the short term of, go do this thing within the day, but then directive is, do this over the course of weeks?
Right. No, I think you nailed it. So directives have existed as that sort of like that long progression, and I mean, yeah, like it can take you years, to check something off your list. Or we have those sorts of players like Aeflic or like a Ahorn or anybody, or any of the or I shouldn't say any, sorry, most of the streamers who currently play are like usually grinding like out a specific weapon, or they're trying to finish off a specific directive line, and we have people who chase those sorts of things, and we know like just from like a motivation standpoint that we can kind of throw a directive in the game and then it'll provide some sort of content for a certain type of player, and that's kind of one of the knobs that we have. But I think that the goal of directives should be more long-term overall, and we have kind of been experimenting with well, I guess not even experimenting, just like the holiday directives are a good example of something that can exist within that system but be more short-term. And we'll see another one of those come up for Halloween and for December and whatever. But as far as missions, it was really meant to be session based. Like you log in, and then this is the thing that you're doing, and this is the reward that you get. And some players desire that sort of structure. I've never been one of them personally, because I just kind of like I just go in the game and then I goof off and whatever.
We know,
but it's been requested like just many times throughout the year, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities there as far
has it though?
as like guiding new players or giving somebody like an opportunity to try something new, or probably most importantly to me is like creating like a living breathing world by having players do some like things that they wouldn't necessarily do, and creating new objectives. So you're talking about like carrots in northeastern Ezimir.
If the new player experience is your priority, why do you consistently make the game more bloated with UI elements? You add currency on top of currency on top of currency. Like, the game today compared to like 4 or 5 years ago is so much more complicated to flesh out and explain things to someone brand new to the game.
As much of a heartache as that was for most people, it also incentivized like people to go up to that region, and just by virtue of being in that area, you naturally get sucked into like the FPS gunplay because it's fun, because there are opposing factions, because you happen to be in proximity. Like everything was flowing really well, and it's because we had the mission system and the campaign system to kind of send you up there in the first place. If there wasn't any goals, people wouldn't go up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to.
It's true, I guess, because I went up there. I didn't even, because if no one else is picking carrots, I wouldn't go up there. But that's a good point.
Yeah, because I mean, as a KPM player, it's like if you want to get like you want to farm and get a bunch of kills and get that big number of like getting a bunch of kills, it's like you're not gonna go to the Northeast Warp Gate if no one's there.
Right.
But then the fact that there are a bunch of people there, it's like, okay, they're there for one reason, but then I'm also there because they are there, and it's just like
Right.
I understand that.
And that's a double-edged sword too. Like when you send up all that population to the Northeast, then obviously your lattice is kind of lacking. You don't get that more traditional, I guess, planetside gameplay. And I think this has been kind of an illuminating experience for us, because we know now that we can motivate you to do certain things, and I think we created.
Yeah, because you gutted the reward from the alert system initially. You didn't motivate people by making people want to do those missions. You changed the reward setup that made people do that instead.
Some friction with certain events, like for the campaign, for example, there was like a during like the second mission, there was a specific turn-in point, or third mission, whatever, and you had to go to this kind of abandoned base and recover some data from it or whatever. And because of that, just by virtue of this being like a one specific place, people were like fighting over it, building bases around it, and defending it so that like their faction mates can come in and do their quests, their campaign events. And it created like a really like community driven dynamic, but seeded from some really like hardcore kind of like objectives. So to me, it's a good thing. And I think that that the game overall, just like even if you're not interested in that sort of thing, like the gameplay up there was fun for people, and that'll totally taper off. I think it certainly has already, and people will go back to their normally scheduled, traditional PlanetSide 2 lattice-based capture point gameplay. Yeah.
So, what I think that's actually a really good transition to the next portion, which would be the campaign system. Unless Aeflic, do you have anything you want to build off of that?
Is it time for me to talk about missions or no?
How many carrots did you get?
0.
Okay.
I got my
You want to
100.
be honest?
I got my
Okay.
100. Do you want to hold
So-
off on that then? If it's about
No. I'm just gonna say Shoctor has done the campaign portion.
Mhm.
I went to Sanctuary and talked to 2 people, and then I put that HUD thing on, and then I got scared because I was flying around. And I can't fly, and then I couldn't find the thing I was looking for. I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna go farm infantry. But then I was more like trying to look at like the new bases and like experience, I guess, the new part of like Ezimir. So we've kind of have different. But I've gone up to the northeast side just to. There's been some good fights up there that I've interacted with. Surprisingly, I was surprised. But yeah, Shoctor, take it away.
so the campaign, and then we'll get into the mission system next. But the campaign is in its first chapter, and it feels like the first levels of an MMO when you make a brand new character. So you're gathering items like the collecting, picking flowers or chopping carrots is like the meme now, or the collect and return missions of grab one of the derelict or destroyed vehicles that's in the Northeast Warp Gate, and then bring it back to yours. Those are very reminiscent of something you would do in like the beginning of an MMO. So we're in those early chapters. What are the plans to then
Yet we implement the shittiest parts of MMO games.
flesh the system out now that that foundation is set right now for those new players? Because kind of how you talked about it earlier is this is very much focused towards the casual player or the person who's just started the game, because oftentimes they start the game and they're like, okay, I have all these things I can do, I'm overwhelmed with decisions or things I can do. I don't know what to do. I spawn in at base, I die, I uninstall game. And
So instead of introducing them to the actual core gameplay of the game, now we have a system of distraction so they can go play something completely different and not learn the game. I'm still confused as to how this helps the new player.
they leave. So what now that foundation's set for like these new players to kind of have something to do and learn stuff about the game, how do you plan on continuing that campaign engagement for these future chapters that are coming up, and maybe even involving someone like Aeflic? Because I did it because I wanted to just see what it is, but Aeflic he doesn't necessarily care because it's not reflective of his gameplay.
When I play, and I haven't played like an MMO in a long time, but I grinded one game because I hate kiting beasts around in a circle until they ball up and I strike them down for 4 hours. I can accept the, oh hey there, Aeflic. Can you go kill 10 chickens? And like they're doing stupid things, like, and like the animation's weird, and like I go do that. I'm like, I know that like eventually I'm gonna go do PvP and like I'm gonna have some gear and I'll be like stronger later on. I'm gonna bear through this because I know what's coming, like as end game. And so
It's like we're doing that raid, we're gonna destroy like Supreme Lord Enzak or something. I don't know. And like it's gonna be this massive thing, but like I have to grind through like these little things first to get to that point where it's like, okay, I unlocked X and now I unlocked Y, and it's getting me to that point. Is that
Yeah, but that loop does not exist in this game, and it's not set up to be that kind of game. Like take World of Warcraft for instance. Like you level from like classic, like you level from 1 to 60, and then when you get to 60, there's really is when the game opens up for you. And like now in like a raiding guild, you're raiding to get gear that will help you do more damage further down the line as expansions come out and all that shit. There's an obvious progression. This game doesn't have that.
reminiscent of what you're trying to do with this campaign system, or do you think it's a little bit different?
like, are we gonna?
It's just there to have people do something different, and it's not something that the game needs. It needs to promote what the game is about.
Like this, like kind of what we had the carrots over here, but now we're gonna pick logs next, and not even like I think memeing, okay,
And
but like
who let you into the database? You shouldn't know about that yet. No, I think so. There's certainly a lot of things.
What is it about though? It's a large scale Battlefield game with no population restrictions. That's what it is. That's what the game is.
That we learned, throughout the process, and there's like a lot of points of friction for players in general, like people walking past their objectives because they didn't have analysis HUD on, and like analysis HUD is like another step that we probably didn't need in the first place. So we just like streamlining things and making it make more sense. But also like and again, it's hard to convey this because people don't want to like swallow the pill of like, okay, this doesn't really cater to me. Like we wanted to create a separate form of gameplay, and it's for people specifically who want to learn like the story that we're telling.
Yeah, but it's now's like that's
and because of that, like the tempo is very like casual. We do put some friction points into. Actually, initially we were gonna have Esamir just like go through a normal rotation. Like you will have to actually play the game, and then like when Esamir is open, then you go there, and then you can like progress your stuff. And at the same time, we're gonna send you off of the continent, so that there is a break from what you're doing. But players are like, no, I don't want to do it later. I want to do it now. And we're like, okay, fine. You can do it now. It's yeah, so like some of our expectations just like fell down, but yeah, as far as the pacing goes though, like we're gonna try to make things that are more, I guess, engaging, and honestly like it should be more like tangential to the normal gameplay instead of just like this like hard right turn off into the middle of nowhere, because it
like that, but that's what it is.
we are like sending you on some fetch quests. Like some people were making like a big deal out of it, but like a lot of the quests are actually centered around the Shattered Warp Gate, and like that's why all the fighting has been so good there, because again, just like the objectives. But I think we could probably deal with like maybe less fetch quests, or like maybe fetch quests that are like while you're doing something like playing.
Can you guys believe that like we're actually having this conversation? I can't believe that we're actually having this discussion.
The normal game anyway, and we'd be able to get away with that. Yeah, we certainly want to make the experience more fun for more players, but at the same time, like slower forms of gameplay they're better for storytelling. It's better for introducing new players to the game because they just get to kind of exist in the world for a little bit, instead of like their first experience being like drop into the game, then you get shot, and then that's.
But that's the game.
Okay, well I guess this is what Planetside is. So it's very different, and it's meant to be different, and it's not going to appeal to everybody, and that's kind of the balance that we need to strike, while like to make it more acceptable while also doing what we want it to.
But why?
So we'll see.
You can be my wingman anytime.
At the very least,
Bullshit.
It's gonna change.
You can be mine.
Actually, this chapter is not specifically going to touch the terrain on Esamir, but chapter 3 will. Spoilers. So like just keep it in your pants, guys. Like if there's something that doesn't appeal to you right now, maybe it'll be more interesting later, and we'll certainly go through and take like the feedback into consideration and that sort of thing. Like I said, there's a lot that we've learned. I'm actually in the middle of writing a dev letter that turned into 3 pages long, talking about some of the experiences or the things that we've learned, and I need to consolidate it because it's way too much. And hopefully I'll be able to get that out.
Yeah, I'd say overall my observations are, an update like Escalation was like a shock and awe almost update, where it's like it was almost like the clickbait type thing we were talking about before. Like so many people were like, "Oh my god, what is that? Like I want to play it." Like we had Lyric, like one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, like even play it, and it's like all these we had a lot of different I guess you could say interest pass through the game, and a lot of people playing it just due to that shock and awe value. But I think the campaign is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, the campaign I think is more focused rather than awing somebody to play, but to sustain them to continue to play. So that, because a lot of people, they came and they downloaded and they're like, how do I fly the super carrier? It's like, well, you got to do a lot of different things to get to that point where you can fly the super carrier. And there's not enough stuff, I think, in the game that kind of showcases how to do that, or like where to go, how to do certain things. And I think my first observation of it when I was doing all the different things is like, one, this isn't meant for me. Like the missions, everything I already have unlocked because I have a big cert pool, and I just buy things at this point because it's like, all right, how does this gun play? And I've done that for the past I guess 3 years of playing, but then cumulatively 5. So there's that, but then there's also the fact that the campaigns, the missions that are involved in doing that are honestly just meant for someone to like explore the continent, explore other places, learn about what PlanetSide is. And I've had people come through my chat, and maybe they've come through your chat too, Aeflic, where it's like what is PlanetSide even about? Like, I'm not saying it's everybody comes through and says it, but I've had people like say that, and even me at some points, I'm like, I don't know. I just like the gameplay, and I shot people. Like, I did that for 6, 7, 8 years. So I agree with that. But to kind of go a little bit past that, so to talk about the mission system, so those rewards that are in the mission system, and at least first, this is more of, I guess, like a yes or no question, but as the chapters develop, are the missions also going to be developing kind of alongside of it, where it's like we're getting new missions as well to do, or are the missions kind of just like this is our pool of missions for the time being until that's a separate thing that gets updated?
So the missions are a separate thing. They get updated, but there's also some like campaign side missions as well.
Because, Crip, if you don't understand, if you're the lead game designer and you don't understand what makes the game fun for people, then you don't have any solutions. If you don't understand what makes the game fun and what makes people play, like, how do you create new systems appealing to that? So obviously we've dropped the ball here.
What we're calling them. So those things that where you like when you got the 50 carrots and then it unlocked 50 more carrots, to do. What that was actually doing, like completing that one, was throwing it into your normal like rotation. So like it can show up as an option to do that repeatedly. We're probably not going to do that specific thing again. But yeah, so like the mission system it's self-contained, and we're adding on to it. Even in the like next week, we're doing an update, and that'll have some different missions associated with it as well.
Boy.
But they're not gonna. Only the campaign like side missions will evolve with the chapters. Like everything from this this first chapter is going to be gone in the next chapter. It'll be completely restructured, or just completely like totally different missions chapter events, or chapter side missions, because the chapter is going to be different. Like the focus is going to be different. What you're doing is totally different, and like you mentioned, campaigns is more like about sustaining players. Like give them something new to come back to every month or so, and it allows us to kind of have like a talking point, like a media beat when we're showcasing like an update. So if we can get it right, like if we can get the resource allocation right, the intention would be to like deliver new, like paced, campaign chapter content, but also be working on like more like just in the background working on core elements of the game, the stuff that's not sexy.
That doesn't need to be in the background. It needs to be in the foreground. That needs to be your primary focus.
Like the squad gameplay, or like rebalancing stuff, or just like all the stuff that's been neglected over
like everything
the years. It's a lot of it isn't like something that you kind of like wave your hands about, and campaigns were kind of meant to give us that sort of.
But that's what you do with everything else.
That beat.
Okay.
Okay.
So to kind of go past, because I did want to kind of ask that too, because I know a lot of times, or at least for a lot of people at the moment, myself included, for a bit was, I thought the mission system and the campaign system were essentially the same thing, but then after playing more, I realized that they were two different systems. So to kind of go into the mission system, so the rewards and the missions themselves, I feel like have to catch up to what we would call like the veteran player, because again, they're very much aimed and targeted. The target audience is the newer or more casual player. So and as we said before, you're exploring the maps, you're trying out different vehicles, classes, etc. The rewards are also early level gear that's reflective of that target audience. It's new player weapons, it's like little drops of certs and stuff like that. So as these missions continue to mature and the players grow alongside it, do you see those rewards catching up to players like Aeflic and I, who have basically unlocked everything that's already in there? And I realize that that's almost like a two-pronged effort there, where it no longer just becomes missions. It also becomes, designing new weapons or new cosmetics and stuff like that to then filter into new missions that you're making.
Yeah.
But definitely interested in seeing, like, is that something that's planned where, you know, you have this player base that's going to start growing alongside this campaign and this mission system, and eventually the hope is that they will catch up to where like the more veteran players are. So
But that doesn't make them catch up. Like it's not. You keep going back to this, like there's some kind of this fake idea of progression in this game, especially in terms of like infantry. Like you literally have people that think that when they lose a gunfight, it's because a person has a piece of gear or an implant or a weapon that is significantly better than theirs, and they think that is like it's some kind of gear progression game when it's not. It's a skill progression game.
interested in hearing your mindset about you know, the future of that system and the rewards specifically.
Yeah, so rewards in particular, I would say no, honestly. They're kind of meant to give players a boost for like with certifications in particular, or ISO in particular. Like the stuff that we want to deliver to you is stuff that if we're going to introduce like a new weapon to the game, for example, we want to put it in the shop. You know, make it so you can buy it with certs, make it so you can buy it with, you know, daybreak cash, because that's not only our business model, it's like the as far as progression goes in the game, we try to keep things flat, and it's more about like well, I mean, there's some vertical progression elements with like, you know, suits and that sort of thing, implants. But as far as like different styles of gameplay, like we want you to be able to unlock it. You know, the campaign stuff is probably the exception because we're, you know, tinkering around with stuff that we don't necessarily want to stay in the game for 100% of the time. So for like in this first chapter, you see like the neutralizer device, like that'll go away, and we don't want you to buy it for certs because it's like it takes away you know, your cert pool, and that's meant to be a different form of progression, sort of the main form. And for new players, like if we were to put like new, you know, campaign stuff, like if it didn't have its own currency, just as an example, we like new players would be spending their certifications on, you know, weapons, and just like we're trying to give those out just so that players don't do that just through the normal missions. I'm probably confusing a little bit of my messaging right now, but that's the takeaway is just like, no, we don't have any plans to like create more stuff to then give you from missions. The campaign system is where a lot of that lives, as far as like, you know, trying new experimental stuff or creating items that are more just like thematic to the campaign. And then as far as everything else, like, you know, when there's a new weapon or when there's well, I guess that's mostly what exists in the game. New weapons, you know, maybe new abilities in the future, new tools, like those will and be certifications. Yeah, maybe black market stuff. Yeah.
New tools. Oh, interesting.
I genuinely have, unless Aeflic, you have something really
Oh,
pressing.
let me speak.
Yeah,
dude.
I know you have something super. You probably have something you want to come up, but I also have something that I like really popped up. So go ahead, bro.
Couple things. I feel like there's a lot to unpack here. There are a lot of currencies in the game.
Yep. It's too much.
Yeah.
You did it.
That's all I'm gonna say there. That means it's obvious, and you guys are aware of it. Okay, I just want to make sure you guys we're on the same page then. I think what Shoctor was trying to say earlier, we just didn't really unpack it. Is sometimes the rewards feel the ice pick is okay to me, but like and this is so like shallow of me to say, but like I want cooler rewards, right? Like the gold anchor I think is really cool, or like a burnt orange anchor or something stupid like that. Like cooler rewards or cosmetics or whatever, or camos. We have thousands of camos, I know. Just excite me. I don't know if we can go deeper with that and like do cooler. I don't know if it's possible, and maybe I'm being shallow, like I said, with that. But I think cooler rewards, like black camo, for instance. Well, are we gonna talk about this later, Shoctor?
That's what I was actually gonna ask.
Okay. Oh, you talked about that. I'm just gonna go to the missions thing. Is there a reason that we didn't do? And I get like directives are there too, but almost do missions at least the start of them, or maybe we're gonna expand to this because they feel very obscure.
Right.
This drill is coming down now, okay, but like just like natural gameplay, and some of that's there, but like not everyone. The new player is gonna be like, "Oh, I'm gonna lead 23 players," or what's the Galaxy? Like just 10 LMG kills, or like get 2 frag kills, or get like decimator kill, or
You know, things that actually like have to do with the fucking game that we're playing, and not just a complete distraction and something that's completely out of left field. You're talking about rewarding people with cool stuff from actually just playing the game the way it's meant to be played, XD.
Like you get 2 ESF kills like in an ESF or something, like just almost more like true dailies almost, if that makes sense, because that engages the new player and like, hey, deploy a sender at the front line, which you kind of think you have that one. Those are good, but like, is there a way to like almost make them like even simpler and not so obscure?
So
Yeah, go ahead.
new player missions are totally different from, like, if you were to create a new character right now, you see like the training missions. It's like, this is a heavy assault training mission. Like you equip the heavy assault class, absorb this amount of damage, kill 1 person. Like that's the mission.
Yeah, I saw that from Commander Sears' stream.
Yeah. And then we actually give you like better than average rewards for the time spent that you're doing that, because we know that new players move slower.
I made a new account, and I will say I do think the new cert gain and all that I think it's in a crispy spot. I will say.
I think it's a little bit ridiculous personally. Sort gain is very high.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like okay, we're gonna release a new weapon. I know many people will not purchase it for real monies because they can get why even try? So like that's kind of like was our mentality when trying to reel in some of the economy stuff, and of course things happened. But so the regarding so I guess we'll talk about cool stuff later, but for the missions in particular, the intent was to like create new forms of gameplay, because we've been doing the same thing for 8 years. It's like, go to the base, capture the base, whatever. And there's not even necessarily like an overarching point to that stuff either. It's like,
but that's your fucking job, is to create that. That's your job, to create that motivation for playing the game regularly. And you don't know how to do that, so what you did instead is something completely out of left field.
Like what's the goal? The goal is whatever you make it. Like, it's not really capturing the continent. Like, we put the alert in front of you, but like...
But that's your job as the lead game designer, to incentivize people to participate in these fucking things.
How much does it matter? Totally matters to people who care about it. Like,
but it's your job to make people care about it.
And that's basically the gist of it. About like people talking about alert rewards motivating them. Honestly, we didn't see any change to gameplay on live outside of Esamir in particular.
That's because people don't want to play that shit. They want to play the game how it's played out. So they just did. It doesn't. You can't say we didn't see populations change because they're not getting the rewards. That's how they know how to play the game, and that's how they want to play the game. So they're going to continue to do that with just nerfed rewards, because they don't want to do what you put in the game, because it doesn't interest them.
So I really think it's more just people want free stuffs. But I mean, it's motivation for certain people. Like that's undeniable. It wouldn't have been such a big deal if it wasn't. But the also, like, when you think about like continent benefits, for example, like how motivated are you to capture a continent so that you can get this benefit that you're probably not going to be online to use anymore? It's not all that interesting.
So why don't you make the continent benefits something that people care about? That's your fucking job, man.
Like
you were talking about hand waving away problems 5 minutes ago, and then like that's exactly what you do. Make them something better.
Hassan benefit, for example, like you log on one day and you get to see that repairs or like ammo towers are they're repairing you, and you're like, okay, cool.
Okay, cool. It's lame. Make something better.
This is
right. Yeah.
Like, it's not a motivator, and people I think don't necessarily know exactly what motivates like a broad audience. They have like personal motivations, and a lot of times it's progression. A lot of times it's just like, or like, for directives, for example. Like I know actually I had asked you Aeflic a question actually on your guys' podcast a while ago. Submitted a question talking about like, would you still have the same level of enjoyment for the game if you were like fighting competitive players, like every step of the way? And for you, your answer was yes. Like, because that excites you, like running into somebody who you know.
That was you who asked that question? I remember I was like, I'm always playing like this, but then I see a guy I know that's actually good. I'm like, oh god, let me clean up, let me play.
Yeah, the V6 is coming slowly. You're like, wait, what is? Oh, he's coming.
So like, And I don't think I probably didn't structure that question well enough, but like the point that I was trying to, or like the essence of that question that I was trying to pull out of you is like there's a form of gameplay that you're doing now on live where it's just like you're grinding out kills, basically. Like you're probably enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it. But like if the gameplay was different, like if you're only fighting competitive players nonstop, like would that be more or less enjoyable? Like if it's more enjoyable, then there's avenues where you could do that. Like if you're playing on Planetside Infantry League, for example,
Yeah, you go if you enjoy that and that's what you want to do. Go play on this other instance version of the game and get away from the live play experience. That's not an answer as the lead game designer. Your goal as the lead game designer is to get those people that don't want to play your live experience and they go and play those other experiences because they don't want to deal with your live play. Man, like back when I used to play in like the competitive stuff, like nobody wanted to play the live server. That is the whole reason why we went and played on the other thing is because the developers of the game don't fucking care about how the live server plays out. So we got to do something else completely that made the game actually fucking enjoyable. Okay, but you don't understand that.
or just doing scrims on Jaeger, which many people who are like super serious about that, like they just do that, and enjoy that sort of gameplay.
But they do that because they don't enjoy the gameplay that you provide them. It's the current state of Jaeger, actually. It's always been like that. It was like that in 2014 and 2015, right? When you play in that environment and you're there, you're that kind of player, you fucking dread going back and playing on live because it sucks.
But as far as like your personal motivation, like it varies so drastically that it's really hard to just like blanket say. God, where was I going with this? I went off on a tangent.
Well, I think
Totally
that-
pick it up.
I don't want
I
to.
think my understanding of like the mission system is coming from your typical MMO, like this very like natural kind of daily. Essentially, like it's what the directives already are essentially, but the directives expand and go pretty deep. So I guess I wasn't under the impression of
The whole directives thing is like a system implemented as like a soft way to push you towards achieving something eventually, right? But the most important thing in this game is the hard objective, which is really all that we've had in terms of the game, is like the alerts. Like that is the hard objective, is to capture the continent, right? Whereas a system like the directive system is something that an individual has that they can work on shit over time to get there. They're not the same thing. Like you don't. It's just frustrating.
what you guys intended the mission.
You need to address the overarching hard why I want to play the game and the fucking motivation for me to play the way that the game is intended to be played. Like, but when your lead game designer doesn't understand that or doesn't understand what makes people fucking log in and play, like you're never gonna get there.
Mission system to be when you say date.
That's why it pains me so much when he talks about like, oh, the continent capture rewards, like the incentives for capturing a continent, like with the turret stuff, like they're lame. Well, yeah, obviously they're lame, but aren't you in a position to make it not lame? Am I missing something here? Isn't that your job?
Dailies. I think there's just like this normal kind of like.
It's not our job. But unfortunately, throughout the history of this game, it has fallen on the player to find their own motivation because you will not give me the motivation from the game itself. So I have to find everything internally to motivate me to play the game because you cannot do that for me. You won't.
Go ahead, I see you're ready to talk, so I'm just going to stop.
Yeah. So you totally refreshed my memory. So getting back to like the things that you're doing in those missions, there's a lot of feedback on Reddit. It's just like we should be doing like normal stuff, that we're like for example, if we give you a mission and you're doing the exact same thing that you're going to be doing normally, it's a net zero for us. Like, or it's like we're actually worsening our position because we're giving you free stuff essentially. Like it doesn't make sense.
Like that. That's smart. Yeah, I guess you guys are trying to make money, I guess, in business.
Well, I mean, it's not
I
even
guess. Where would his salary come from otherwise? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a paying member.
Rel's been volunteering for the past 3 years. Oh, go ahead, Rel. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But it's not about like the money specifically. It's about keeping like progression right now is pretty good. Like we give you a lot of experience bonuses from a lot of different things, and like we hand out experience boosters like they're candy nowadays, or we do like double experience events where it's just like you get a lot of stuff. And our progression doesn't necessarily need to be any faster than it currently is. So for missions, for what we're doing, like the goals are like make it so players who can't farm super quick, like can't rack up those cert counts, like shore up their cert balances, give them a little bit more ISO, just so that they can kind of like equalize with the players who are more skillful. One of the things we learned, just doing the kind of investigation, is that players who are, I mean, this sounds obvious, but like new players don't
So you basically just said implants are supposed to be like some kind of skill equalizer?
make certifications as quickly as
Did I
veteran
hear
players.
that right?
Surprise. So because of that, like we want to make sure like we can give some like tasks for those players to help shore up their cert balances, but at the same time, like we have an opportunity to create new forms of gameplay and kind of breathe life into the world. Like you don't necessarily need to do it. You're a veteran player, you just go play the normal game, right? This is optional, but people feel compelled to do it because it exists, and I think that's sort of what we're butting up against with a lot of the stuff. Same thing. I've actually heard this about directives too, where it's like, this directive is too hard, like it's to get the reward. It's like, well, we actually intended you to do it like over the course of a year. It's just meant to be like a background task, something that you complete while you're playing the game. It's not the reason that you play the game. And I think there's some it's almost like entitlement, where it's just like I deserve this amount of whatever for this amount of work, and it's like, well, that's not necessarily the case. So yeah, as far as missions in particular, we are peppering in some ones that are just normal. Like, so as far as like creating this sort of balance where like you don't have to do something wacky, like you don't need to go grind Cordium and like
Well, that's the point I tried to make 5 minutes ago. So people are bored with your game, so they do the directives. They do the directives because it is one of the only forms of like actually progressing in the game. Because the overarching meta of the game and the motivation for me to do that, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It never has existed. So everything falls on the individual to create the meta for themselves to play.
deposit into a silo.
Because for 8 years, whoever has been the lead game designer has failed to understand this problem, and they do nothing about it. Their solution to it is dump more systems into the game.
That's going to be an option to you, if you want to do it. But we want to make sure that we are also like celebrating a diverse. We're celebrating diverse like play styles, just like because we have so many things that you can do in the game, and we want to make sure that some of the, especially the underrepresented play styles, like for example, getting in a Sunderer, bringing a Sunderer to a fight, deploying the Sunderer, very important, takes time for you to do, and it makes the game better for everybody else. Like the more.
Okay, so now deal with the opposite end of that, is the people that pull four lightnings instantly and kill that Sunderer.
More people who are doing that, right?
What about that underrepresented playstyle?
Yeah, so that's one. But like I said, we are gonna put in like missions that are more normal. You're not gonna get them all the time, but it'll help kind of alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, the underrepresented playstyle of Sunday Killer 69XX. Yeah, let's put a spotlight on that. But we're not going to talk about that playstyle, because if we talk about that and illuminate that, then you have to address the fact that that pulling a fucking vehicle up to a base in a game that has unlimited populations and you can pull any fucking vehicle anytime you want is a fucking net failure.
Pressure, that the people like are kind of putting on right now, where it's just like, well, yeah, I just want to play heavy assault for a little bit. Well, maybe you get a mission to do that, and then you'll get your free stuff. Fine, but for other players, hopefully, it's like they see this mission and then they're incentivized to do something different. Yeah. So it's a balance.
That was good.
No, I have a question to kind of build off of that, where I feel like there are missions in PlanetSide from pre-mission system that both give an objective while also monetizing the player. And I think
Or motivating the player.
somebody in chat said it earlier, but I think I might have lost it, where it was basically like, don't give away my black camo for free. I paid and played for it. And I thought like that is such a good way to say it, where it's like I not only paid for it, where it's like for me personally, like I bought a bunch of different bundles, and it's like, sure, there is the free way to do it, where it's like, oh, like you'll get these knives over the course of years of playing the game, and I have like the icy kill that I have to get 1,000 kills with. Oh, and this other knife, or I have the year 2 bundle and the year 5 bundle and the year 6 bundle. And it's like, I'm going to use those guns that I paid like $80, $90 like bundles for. And
Relax, bro. Thank you for your support.
And I did it again. So I don't work out, bro. I already said it. All right, just roast me, whatever, bro. The girls on Tinder ain't even messaging me back. You know what? Anyways, so you're monetizing the player via the items that are needed in order to get the thing that they want.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, or do you guys have any analytics that you've like looked at when it comes to like, I guess, the revenue and the profit, especially from that, where, you know, you're looking at the bundles you're making relative to just like a new weapon? Like, is releasing the Watchman Promise and the Maw as profitable as releasing like a bundle that contributes to an objective, like the Brilliant Camo Directive or the Samurai Ghost of Tsushima helmet? Like, like is one thing more profitable or the other? And if that's the, like, if, because I personally think, and I don't know, I don't have the analytics obviously, but I think like, isn't that black camo, those directive grinds where it's like, I have these things, I have the networked NSX weapons that I'm going to try and get this other thing for. Like, isn't that more profitable than just like releasing a gun that also has a cert alternative? Especially for someone like Aeflic, he has like 100,000 certs. It's like he'll just buy it for free, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's kind of why, like, you know, we'll release these bundles and then also attach a directive to it. Like, that's, you know, Exceptional 2, Exceptional 3. Those are relatively new ways of thinking, you know. Like Exceptional 1 was just like overloaded with so much.
There's so much. It's insane.
Yeah, years worth of you know, opportunities to get that. But yeah, it was the thinking, like, where we should just, you know, make a new directive, and then we put in the incentive at the end. You know, Brilliant Camo is a good one. I think it looks great. I'm a little bit biased, but yeah, it's a pretty good job, whoever did that. But yeah, it's absolutely more profitable. People, so, and here's a fun side fact that I don't necessarily need to reveal, but people who say that you would make more money if you reduce the prices on helmets or, you know, or whatever, totally wrong. You make
I don't
you make
see
as
how
much
that would
money
make sense.
no, like when you, like, that's why we started offering larger bundles, you know, over the past 2 years, and then you'll see another one. It's just like by tiering the bundles, you give players, like, you know, a lot of people will buy the mid-tier bundle. It's, you know, the most popular. It's like consistent with what we've done like every year prior to that. But then like the people who want to spend more will totally do that. And if you don't give them the opportunity to spend, they're, you know, kind of just like money, or leave money on the table. And this is not something that we necessarily want to do. But as far as like, I don't know if the point was to like talk about where we're focusing our monetization efforts, because
it's kind of like, I guess to give a little more background is like I said, I quit in I think it was like June of 2015, and I didn't start playing the game again until about March of 2020. And over the course of those 5 years,
ghosted. Okay.
I literally disappeared, but I never actually uninstalled the game. I only stopped playing. Anyways, my main observation when I first logged in, because I was always a directive Andy, I would always just like, I need black camo, I want heavy assault armor, I want medic armor. So the first thing that came to my mind is, where did I leave off my directives, and then what new directives are there? Because I've been gone for 5 years. Like, what is new? And I was super surprised to see that there wasn't that many new because I think the only additions was like the gold weapon camo, and then the other 3 things that we were talking about: the helmet, the brilliant camo, and I think I'm missing one. But why is, I don't want to sound too contentious. I hate being like why didn't you do this? But
Well, it goes hand in hand. It's a cool thing, and then hopefully you guys can make money off of it. And it's like a both sides win, and I guess that's what we're looking at, right? Maybe Shoctor?
no, 100%, because I think that message that I'm kind of referring to that I saw in chat earlier, it's like I not only paid for it, or I didn't necessarily just buy black camo. I bought the things needed to get it, and then I played for it, and now I'm very like, for me personally, all 3 of my main characters on all 3 factions all wear black camo. Because like
Don't get me wrong.
I spent so many hours to get that, so I'm gonna flex that. Of course, it's like I'm not gonna just
I get
put it in the
flexed on
bag.
in chat all the time, bro. Like, oh, where's your black camo? Like, bro, my character's unique.
he's wearing the brown.
I'm a paying member, okay? So let's just clarify something real quick. But it is a flex, man, and that's, I mean, it's something that you can't just buy outright, because then it's not cool. But it is like, hey, I earned this. This is not the easiest thing. I may have bought something that makes it a little bit easier, and yeah, no, but it's definitely a flex.
But yeah, I guess to go back to the question, it's like, if this is the most monetizable thing, at least at the moment, and it's something that it not only would benefit like the veteran player who wants like to just grind for cool stuff, but would also give the beginning player who like got through their mission system and got all their free stuff, and they're like, okay, I want to unlock more stuff. It's like you have like that prime opportunity to get them to also kind of spend money. Where, like, I guess, why hasn't that been another focus? Is there like a limitation somewhere? Is it one of those like, we just don't have go ahead, sorry.
No, it's I mean, it only became a thing when I came on the team. Like the exceptional directive, the first one totally existed prior to me, but then after that it was like we wanted to do more bundles, and totally didn't make sense to keep loading up that directive tree. So that's why there's exceptional 2, that's why there's exceptional 3.
You'd be surprised. Like, a lot of people that play free-to-play games, they come in and it's something about the new age casual gamer, where if they're ever presented a problem in the game, or if they want something, like, and if they have the option to buy it, they will normally just do it. But yeah, like, for sure, people come to this game and they think, because they're not very smart, and they don't know much about the game, and then they come into it and they like pay money to buy guns and stuff, because it makes them think that they're stronger, which has never really been the case in the game, outside of a few like early release versions of weapons that were completely stupid, that they had feedback on that they were going to be completely stupid, and then of course they got nerfed. But it's actually way more prevalent than you would think. Exactly, like, they come into the game, the meme back in like 2014, 2015, is a new player would come into the game, they get like BR 7 or 8, and then they use a fucking credit card, and they get fucking a battle rifle and prox mines, and that's how they play the game. Like, it's very prevalent. Like, people pay small amounts, like $7 guns and shit. I mean, they do it all the time. It's there.
And soon to be 4. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how many items exist in exceptional 3 right now off the top of my head. But yeah, no, I mean, we can do, you know, more stuff like that. I think that it's healthy, you know, for the game, because it's not, if it's cosmetics, it's not hurting nothing, you know, it's just giving something that, you know, people can grind toward. But it hasn't really, I would say, like, we don't want to overdo it either. You know, I feel like last year it was just that one bundle that all the weapons fell into, and it was, you know, NSX weapons aren't necessarily like the most fun to use. And the plan was to, like, you know, build out that directive over time, and I think it has, you know, to some degree. But I don't want it to feel like we're being too, like, greedy is not the right word, but like
Have you seen Raid Shadow Legends commercial?
He said
I
it.
monetization overall. Like,
Right.
I feel like it needs to be tempered by like actual, you know, gameplay stuff. So like when it comes to, even though making like a gold version of a weapon like is something that we can do very easily, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that we should like there's some tangential elements where it's just like, you know, it's more clutter in your interface, and
Don't even go there. Like, more clutter. Like, this game is so cluttered, man. Like, with the UI shit, and like, there's so much clutter in this game. Don't go there.
and then also, like, you know, we should be making normal weapons too that kind of everybody gets to. That's where all the Doku stuff came in. You know, even though it doesn't. Well, actually, so it sold very well. Just as a comparison, like the amount of money that we
Good.
or the contract, we totally paid it off within like the first. I think maybe a few weapons or something like that. So and then at that point you're just making money, based on
That's
whatever
just
else
pure
the
profit
company.
at that point.
Yeah. So like outsourcing in general is typically good for this sort of thing, and it's something that we definitely want to get in front of more often. Just like kind of outsourcing to have people create cool things for us because we can't necessarily do it all the time. We have 2 artists on the team, or 2 3D artists rather, and their time is spent like doing other things for the game, whether it be like props or what have you. Yeah. So it's just like we need to make enough money to make sure that we're going in the right direction, but it shouldn't be the focus, And I feel like some games, like, for example, like if you look at Fortnite, like how many cosmetics can you throw into the game before it's just like
Someone's
much?
still counting that. They just have like a clicker and they just keep clicking it every time they add like a new one.
Yeah, but you would be so lucky to work on that game, Rel. Like that game makes fucking bank. Like, yeah, y'all want to shit on cosmetics and stuff, but like for PlanetSide, does it really matter? Like, that's such a low hanging fruit thing that you can do that people are just willing to fucking like just spend money. Exactly. Like, what's a bad example? The most successfully monetized game of all time. Like, it's just so confusing because like you have obviously low hanging fruit here where you could make just free money and print money on stupid shit like cosmetics that people are willing to buy, and that's where you like draw the proverbial line. Like, really? They're just so like out of touch. Like, it's amazing.
Because it's still going. But I
return,
agree.
on that sort of thing too, like in PlanetSide 2, for example.
I mean, but that's why there's Daybreak Games and then there's Epic Games. I mean, that's literally the difference. Is you have idiots working and making games for one, and you have people who understand the market working at the other one.
Camos, like the reason that camos started to be less of a thing is because like Player Studio, for example, like used to process Player Studio camos, but people stopped buying them because like once you get that your favorite,
people stopped buying them because the stuff that they were putting in it, like they would put new stuff in the Player Studio. It's like, this looks fucking stupid. I don't want to buy this. Like, I've bought a ton of shit from the Player Studio stuff, and some of the shit looks really cool and it looks good. And back when I was paying money for the game, I have like probably a dozen or more like helmets and shit from Player Studio on each of my fucking 3 main characters. Like, I had a ton of I spent a lot of money on that shit, but I stopped spending money when this shit comes out and it's like it's not that interesting. Like, you got to make cool stuff that people want to buy. Like, if you submit like shit that looks stupid or like it's retarded, I'm not gonna buy it. Like, people stop buying this shit because none of the new shit. Number one, they had all the shit that they wanted, which is like a player like me. I have all the shit that I want, right? Like, cosmetic wise, and once you have all the shit you want, you're waiting for new stuff to come out that looks cool, that you can like maybe put on over something you already wear that you like and think looks cool. But when nothing else comes out that looks cool to replace the shit that you want to wear, like, I'm not going to spend money on it. Is it that hard to understand?
Favorite camo, you're going to wear your favorite camo, right? Sometimes like you get some new ones and diversify, but you're always like trying to kind of like outdo yourself, to some degree too, or like create things that appeal to like certain types of players. And PlanetSide 2 is fortunate enough to have so much breadth of content. You have vehicle weapons, you have vehicle camos, you have vehicle cosmetics, you have the infantry camo, infantry weapons, whatever.
In terms of that, you have so much free reign to make so much, like, just make money hand over fist with this stuff, but you just shit it away. You just do nothing with it.
That we can get away with like kind of touching different categories, over the years, instead of just like inundating you with this deluge of new weapon cosmetics or whatever.
Yeah, I understand. I think it is. I think that's
Yeah, but that's how you make money. Like, look at Siege. Like fucking weapon cosmetics and uniforms and elite sets. Like, they make a ton of fucking money off that shit. And just to like give up on it is just so, it's dumb. But I mean, what else would you expect? Like,
Probably another one of the mainstays of why a lot of people have stayed for so long, especially it being a free-to-play game, because I don't know, you compare it to like a gacha game where it's like those games where you have a mission system kind of like the one that's been put into PlanetSide, where you start the game and you unlock like all like the preliminary stuff, but then going past that and trying to get like, I don't know, the more meta things that you would want are just instantly put in front of a paywall, and there's barely any options to go past that. But
Yeah.
PlanetSide gives you a lot of different ways to get that sort of thing, and using money only really, I guess, expedites some sort of thing. Like you could literally just like buy a gun and all of its attachments with real money, but you can't necessarily make your heavy assault or your medic like fully sorted out with pure money. So I agree.
I mean, that's how it should be. And for the most part, this game has done a good job of not, well, before implants, like not being able to buy power. It's done historically. It's done a pretty good job of that. I feel like.
That it's good that not everything is monetized, and there's almost like if it sounds like there's almost like a sense of like of pride when it comes to like the dev team at this point.
Oh, yeah.
It's like we don't want to make the game that game. But I also I feel like that's probably then one of the middle grounds that probably still has to be assessed and like taken a look at, where it's like, people want that I pay and then earn something, where it's like, okay, I unlocked like, because I agree, like what you said is like you didn't want to just like put like the Watchman behind a paywall and the mall behind a paywall, the promise, but having them be unlockable towards something is, I think, what makes people want to use it too, where it's like those go straight into getting like the butcher or getting the Beetlejuice, and that's like a very prized item. So there must be like, I guess, like a middle ground there, and it's cool to hear like the perspective, at least from your side, of like, we don't want to overdo it, but then at the same time it's something on our radar because it is something that's almost like our bread and butter at this point, where we do it every year to like release an anniversary bundle and give you a reason to not only buy it because it looks cool, but you can earn something else if you use all of it and you master all of them, I guess you can say. So to go, we're kind of in our final legs here. We're gonna talk about Esmir, unless if you have anything else, Aeflic. But I feel like I don't want to take up too much of your time here.
Well, good, man. Yeah.
Still awake.
Oh, bro, that's nothing.
Aeflic doesn't sleep anymore.
I turned the candle on 2 p.m.
So, yeah, it's getting old and lazy.
So first question is, this is a very like general question, but I think there was genuine interest both from my side and from Aeflic's side because it's such an interesting concept. Is where did the idea for shattering a warp gate come from? Because that whole concept of it just destabilizing and exploding, it looked cool. Yeah. So it's like, and
who fucking cares?
It's honestly something we've never seen in the game ever. So I'd love to hear like what, I guess, that was. Like where that kind of originated from. Was there like an inspiration, or was there someone who's like,
God, I don't give a shit.
So, well, I mean, the impetus, background, that sense of immersion,
and lore. Oh, he's talking about immersion.
Put the objectives up in that area, and it obviously affects like the rest of the lattice, right? Like you said, Thunderer, instead of like going way back to a lattice base.
Talked about in previous podcasts is, you spawn in the continent that's like just unlocked, and the base in the center is always controlled by someone. It's not really like a neutral location, but like having a neutral location in the event that those the pop isn't as high to like have the other lattice lanes pop off and stuff would be a pretty cool thing as well. So that's just like a side thing that I think is funny that Aeflic and I kind of brought up beforehand.
Yeah. There's totally merit to that idea.
It'll never happen.
So another aspect is, having,
if there's merit to an idea, just fucking wipe it off the table.
The new bases kind of offers a level of freshness to the continent. And we haven't had that in a while. I think the last time we had like a really big feeling of like, oh, there's so much brand new stuff, I would say, is Hassan. I'm not too sure if there was something in between that, because again, like I did leave for a while, but my observation coming back was like things have pretty much been the same. So that now hours are going to be spent like learning each new base, and like kind of how we were talking about earlier, like, you know, like I'm going to have to look at all these new base designs and then make my new tier list, etc. So is the current strategy to continue re-evolving the current continents in a similar fashion to Esamir, or should we be expecting a different approach from the team, like, I don't know, new continent, etc., or just little tweaks? Because that change, as Aeflic said kind of prior, and Aeflic can kind of maybe talk a little bit more about it if he wants, but the having new places to go to provides like a level of freshness that, you know, just getting like a new gun wouldn't necessarily give us instead.
Right. Yeah. I would say new continent would totally be, you know, like it's something that we want to do. And the actual timeline is not like, you know, not set in stone or whatever, but it's very
Look at his face, bro.
That's
Yeah.
all I care about, bro. That's all I care about. I love maps. Go, anyway, continue.
Well, so it's funny you should say that, because so like when like we kind of know the what that gets us. Like when you release a new map, at least with, like, you know, for Hassan, for example, like you saw the population spike, and then people are like, oh yeah, you know, it's so interesting, whatever. Then it like completely dies out, and it's almost
Just like all your other updates. So how are you going to relate that? It's the same. So how are you going to relate that?
not worth doing.
Then none of your patches are worth doing, you fucked hard, if that's your rationale.
A map, like when you break it down like that,
God.
just as far as the spike, I feel like it's healthy for the game. Like we should totally just be having more places to fight, because I mean, when it comes to
This guy is just he's so fucking clueless. It hurts, man.
like having bases that you love or that you hate, if you have lots of different types of bases that give you lots of different types of experiences, like often, like it's really hard to dwell on one thing. And I feel like it's just healthier, you know, overall. I also feel like we could probably, if we really wanted to, get away with, like, you know, retexturing a continent that currently exists and like throwing it into the game, and that would feel like it would feel visually fresh, which would be a nice change of pace. But we our like quality bar is probably a little bit higher than that. Unfortunately, I would like to say.
Fair.
But but yeah, you know, as far as a new continent, like it's totally something that we can or that we want to do. And I feel like you'd probably, like, we should also use that as an opportunity to create new forms of gameplay, which it would be a wasted opportunity if we didn't. And you can always, like, you know, walk back whatever doesn't work, and, you know, like evolve things over time. But yeah, just having something fresh, you know, would be nice. You know, something yeah.
No,
Yeah.
100%. And I think Ava can build off of it a little more, because it's actually one of his questions.
And I mean, and I've combated with the chat multiple days about this. There's Esmer already this is my favorite continent. I'm just gonna be honest. I was a little sad that we made changes to it. However, there was already bad bases there. Okay, there's good bases there. So at the end of the day, if we get bad bases and we get good bases from this update, it's kind of like it's okay. Like it's a wash. It's not like it's not a bad thing. And like we were talking about earlier, just having something new base-wise is to me exciting. Whether or not they're good or bad, just learning that, and it takes so much time because
Honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you get a new continent or not, because if you get a new continent, like, who can honestly say that we're going to actually learn from bad base design that has existed in the game for 8 years? Like, if the core gameplay still sucks, then a new map and it doesn't change anything.
because you can have a 50-50 fight there, you can have a 1-12 fight, you can have 96 plus, it can be this 80-20 fight, there's no vehicles one time, vehicles another time, you can be attacking, you can be defending. It takes a long time, I guess, for the meta to kind of like settle into like, is it a good base, is it not a good base? Don't get me wrong, there's some bad bases, obviously, like not communications is super farmable when you go down those grab pads.
How sorry, let me interrupt you. How many times have you played there? I'm curious about that. I really wanted to see, so this is what I wanted to see happen. I wanted it to be, so first off, it's right by the warp gate. It's intentionally by the warp gate because that base is not going to last long. I want you to feel like you get to play there and not like it's a common occurrence. Like unlike a subterranean net analysis, for example, where it's just like, you know, it was there like at the sort of like the battle line, and you'd fight there for quite a long time, and it was a grind, you know, and it was only a grind. Uh, I feel like this is the position of the base is better. Like, you know, you can fight up to it, you can like have this really weird, unique experience, and then you move on. So small doses, sort of thing. But what I wanted to see happen was sort of like a almost like a rush game mode where you would drop down, and the generators are just like strictly to give people a time to react. You drop down, you get the top capture point, you go down to the, or like rather you get that the bottom capture point, or top, bottom, and then back, and then there's a teleporter that takes you out. So like if you got pushed back by the spawn, people spawning from spawn room, you would just retreat into the warp gate, and then you run the cycle again. So it'd just be like this constant the circle. That was the intent. How did it actually play out?
I think I've only fought there once. I did go there on PTS as well. Where SNA excelled was the access points. There was more access points. So, and then any base, essentially, once you hit a pop, over, when there's enough people there that
Right.
there's too much pop, it just gets clustery.
Yeah.
And what's really funny is, like, not that it really matters, but like most grav pads have like an up and a down. I'm pretty sure that one just has 2 downs. It's like, you're dumb, bro. Like, you're gonna go down there. And I remember like all the NC were huddled up around it. Like, like the pop was, it was like a 96 plus. Like the pop was thick, and I was like, looked over at chat. I'm like, we're gonna go down there. And I went down there, and it was like had the baby gates up. There was a bunch of people like up on the things. There's like 2 turrets. There's like 2 maxes, and I just got like obliterated. I was like, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna come back to this base. But a smaller pop, I think.
Grenades. I was hoping that people would be able to bounce grenades around the corners and the walls and that sort of thing. And then also
see the baby
like,
gates.
Yeah.
It just, there needs to be more avenues of approach to it, because I think it felt like there's only 1 or 2 options, and like once the pop scales, it's like it's done, and they're entrenched down there. But back to that,
Sounds like every base.
I just want to touch real quick on the Northeast, the tree fight, like Shoctor was talking about earlier. At first, I was disappointed. I think I went up to the Northeast side once, and I got a bad experience of like a hill versus a hill, and like I was like, okay, there's snipers. There's no way this is gonna be good. Like I couldn't like move. I died. I was like, okay, this is over. Or we popped their bus, and like for me to walk from our bus all the way to their new bus was like forever away. And I was like, and I kind of like turned it off. But then I treated it almost like another base, a huge base, and like when there's no fights on theirs that I was looking at on the map, or like, you know, the SNTR had the one only fight too far away, and there's like not a good beacon spot there. You know, I had instant action or something to the northeast, and then I got into those tree fights, and it was the weirdest, like, refreshing feel to infantry gameplay that I really hadn't experienced before, and I got a very different vibe from it that I haven't gotten in a long time. So I don't know if take that for wherever it is, but it was pretty cool. It just felt very open, and I don't know, the angles were just different there. It didn't feel so tight. I don't know if Shoctor wants to touch on that at all.
100,000 like, let me explain. I don't, because I don't know if you, because you were watching my stream, was it yesterday or the day before? All the days are the same now with quarantine, but like I was playing, and I was like, you know, farming the plants, and I was running around struggling with my flash because I don't cert out my vehicles, and I randomly, like, I was just bouncing between these two of the forests that were like right next to each other. And I went to the forest that a random fight just started to happen. So a player made bases on one side, and then we had a Sunday on our side. And I just randomly was just like, you know, knifing plants, waiting. And I was like, dang, everyone's fighting around here, bro. I was like, wait, let me go back. I switched to heavy. I felt like I was on Hill 137 in Bad Company 2 Vietnam, if you guys ever played that add-on. And I was just like in the trees, motherfucking, like, oh God, like, oh, move to the flank. Like, it was so fun, bro. I haven't had that like experience in PlanetSide for so long, because I felt like so often that where you would have a field fight, like for example on Hassan, because I think Hassan is the next closest thing to that sort of experience, you kind of get ganked by vehicles, and you're not like in an enclosed environment where you're kind of safe from that. but the way that the ridgeline around the trees worked and then the tree coverage almost made it so that I wasn't getting touched even by people like shooting their Beetlejuice, or not Beetlejuices, excuse me. What's it called?
Lasher?
Yeah, the lasher, shooting lashers down, because like maybe like one or two would hit me, but like the tree coverage was just so well like placed
The
everywhere.
sight lines were so broken up there, I think is what you're trying to say, right?
100%.
That-
And then when you would have a good infantry fight, they're usually focused around like the buildings, like the powerhouse building or the triple. So having that, I was like,
Oh yeah,
dang.
one doorway passageway. Like, but
Yeah.
you're like, if I go in there, I'm toast.
Yeah, so you had all of these different avenues for approach. I don't know. I had so much fun, and it happened so organically that I was just like, I literally got thrown back to like sophomore year of high school when I was playing Bad Company 2 on my Xbox 360. So I don't know. It happened so randomly, and when it ended, I was like,
FPS
dang,
gaming.
bruh.
Yeah,
I switched
dude.
back to my info and I started knifing flowers again. So, but I just thought that was like it was such like an interesting dynamic that like having that as something in the game, and I'm not gonna say like, oh, I know the way to incorporate it, but having it be incorporated somehow so that
Man, it's almost like good map design goes a long way to making your game fucking fun.
those player made bases now have an
weird.
advantage to them because it's not as easily destroyable as a Sunday, because the only reason our fight died was because somebody flanked around and C4'd our Sunday. But we didn't have the option to do that to the other faction because they had a whole player-made base. So that takes a
Right.
lot more effort to destroy. We'd need either accordion bombs or
orbital
like,
strike it,
coordinated
bro.
effort to destroy it. So it gave them more sustainability even if we had more pop. So yeah, I don't know. That's just, I guess, my feedback on that. That was
no,
it was a cool fight.
It was nice. It happened to me twice. I enjoyed it. Like I said before, I had some
Listen to these fucking shills.
bad experiences up there too, but that's any base, even on the lattice. But the whole point here is the Northeast. When there was some good fights up there for us, it was super fresh, even more fresh than new maps. And the new maps in general, or just changing like Masters and Triumph, is a very interesting change. There's still some terrible angles there, but I like it more towards the center, so the run distance is not so long. Because the thing I hate, I look at a base and I'm like, I'm not going there because I know if I spawn in, it's going to be 45 seconds to get to the fight, if I even make it. But I like what you guys did with Traverse. The idea of it felt very different, just like by just making it like at a different angle, right? And doing like that. Obviously, tanks can still show you from the left, and like the base itself is still bad, but the idea behind the bridge kind of like. But what you guys did with the bridge, I thought was very cool and like very simple, but at the same time felt very different, and I liked the idea behind it. I just wish the base actually, the sightlines, and that's I think what we're talking about the Northeast Warp Gate is like the sightlines at a lot of bases or open fields are just so long that it doesn't feel like you can traverse to the other side sometimes. But I like the idea of traverse a lot. I thought that was very, very interesting. I just wish the base was better, but yeah, I don't know. I'm
Literally
I
a
like it so
mosquito
much.
in here, bro. It's scary. I don't want to get bit. I'm sorry. It was like it landed right here on my mic. I got scared.
No, you're fine. That's that.
I haven't got the chance to play Traverse yet, but I was really interested in seeing how it panned out because
I don't play my
the
own
idea
game.
it was really fun, and actually the first time I spaced out everything, the jumps were way too long, and you couldn't easily make it to the other side unless you were like a real veteran player who knew how to manipulate the edges and stuff. But yeah, I want to see how the fights play out. Like like you said, it's at risk to vehicles, like they can still show you from wherever.
As long as that's in the
but-
game, that's we did a
that-
good job.
Like that base that, like just being the single point and kind of like now telling people to kind of go back and forth to that center. Hopefully those fights don't last too long either, because there's not like you can't really get entrenched there, right? So like hopefully it's more like a transient thing, and you get to have some fun and then you move on. Like I think that's kind of the goal there.
I really wanted to test it with like not. I just didn't want to get hesh spammed, right?
Mhm.
I just want to kind of test it with infantry, and
I
maybe
did,
like I don't
actually.
care if there's air.
I
Oh,
actually
okay, go
did
ahead.
have an opportunity to do that. My only feedback for it, because I agree, like old Traverse, the flat bridge, I would just get like bolted, or I would get shot at by a bolt. I think the only thing that prevented just kind of like constant deaths to the same, because I think that's where player frustration kind of comes from. It's consistent deaths to the same thing. Like me dying to like a tank once, like I don't just go like, God damn it, Wrel, what the fuck? Like it's not really that. It's more of like like if I have the same experience at every time I go to that base, where it's like the other team already knows what to do, where it's like this is the most efficient way to do it, where it's like just set up a bolt, have his 12x scope on the opposite side of the bridge, and just and like blast me, right? So like there's that, but I think that was a good change to it, because offering that like asymmetry of it, where it's all messed up and stuff, makes the, you know, I can kind of at least dodge, and if I do get killed, it's like, oh, that was a really good shot. My only issue, I think, and I kind of think about this and compare it to other, I guess, shooters, but we kind of talk about like, you know, PlanetSide is different because of the way it's set up, but the time investment that it takes to get from where you spawn to where the fight is feels a bit long, and I think that investment is what kind of makes people shy away from spawning in at a base at all, and I think that's reflective, I think, of many maybe every base in the game.
True.
But, you know, certain bases have that perfect time investment to get from spawn to maybe like you want to switch something at the terminal or whatever, and then you can get into the fight fairly quickly, both as attackers and defenders. I think that I have yet to attack it, but as a defender, I feel like that time investment might be a little too long. And whether
you're absolutely. I was thinking the same thing too. Yeah, if I had more time, I would have like moved the base over or whatever. The only thing that I had time enough to do is just make it so the like you can actually pull a Sunderer up and get it to like the edge of the bridge, and deploy right there. So like the distance gets so much shorter, but it's also a risk to like, you know, getting shot too. Like you can get blown up really easily. Yeah, if I had more time, definitely would have liked to kind of make it more evenly spaced.
But 100%.
It's good to know. It's good to know. I didn't know.
Asymmetry was extremely. It made like going from point A to point B more of a like I can kind of, you know, I can be a little nimble about it instead of just like, damn it, I didn't get lucky that time.
I guess that kind of triggers my memory. The last thing I wanted to touch on is just there's little touches. I think there's an amp station where there's a double stack, and at the top of the double stack, you go up the stairs, and then like there's just like an open doorway. You've
No,
never
infantry farming is
never-
bad.
You've
Not
never
allowed.
like done that before, but I thought it was really cool. It's just
Shitters get farmed at infantry farms. Okay, can't have
so
it.
different, but so simple. I like sometimes like you'll put like you'll block like skinny stairs off with like a door or something. You know what I mean? Like it's the same freaking base that we fought at like hundreds of, or 200 bases, whatever it is, but just by like a simple change or like putting a different like ledge somewhere, like it adds. I don't know. It's not a big deal. Maybe Chad doesn't give a shit about it, but like it was something that I like that like subtle change because I've never experienced it before, and like going to this base now, like it's just a new thing to almost interact with and like experiment with, even though it's super like minute, if that makes sense. But it's an easy change for you guys, if that.
Which one are you talking about?
Dude, it's one of the amps. I think it's the one with that like. There's like the big tower in the middle of the amp station. Like there's like the thing in the middle. So what?
Like the drill or whatever with the shield.
Yeah, I think. But I think there's the south side of it. There's that double stack that has just like an open. It's literally just you go to the top of it. Yeah, there's.
Okay, yeah, that is what I was thinking of. Totally wasn't intentional. Just totally forgot to put like railing and whatever. So.
But I liked it. I was on there on PTS. I was like, oh, this is so. Just new or different. Like it doesn't even really matter. But like I like the idea of like it's so simple to do something like that. And I know now it's not intentional, but you've done other things like around the map like that like.
For sure, I like the pipes. The pipes in that base in particular are kind of
I know you're talking about.
Sweeping angles or.
I was Tony Hawk for a second.
He was grinding, doing 50-50.
And hopefully it turns out okay. But I think like I really like the idea of just the kind of the Araxium spires kind of encasing it just from a visual perspective. That's I mean at most hopefully it's probably 3 month time period. Outfit Wars is coming up like very very soon. So I don't know how interested you guys were in that sort of thing, but the competitive environment should be pretty fun. Or I should say, I say competitive, but it's more like a pseudo-competitive, semi-competitive.
Yeah, it's better that you say that.
And then then after that, like we're gonna try to kick out campaigns, like every, in chunks, not only to give you like something new to do and not specifically for the story, but also because it helps dress up other elements of the game that we want to work on. So for example, like, and not sorry, I don't want to get sucked into timelines on this stuff, but I just want to kind of illuminate like some things that we know that we need to change. There's a lot of design documents in for a lot of different things currently, and it's just they're waiting on timetables to get implemented. So when it comes to the construction system, just as an example, like there's a design document in for a complete revamp of that. Will it ever take place? You know, I don't know. Hopefully, the or the NSO operative or the NS operatives, like they need an overhaul probably to open it up to like allow everybody to use it, so it's not specifically just member oriented. There's plans for that, and on top of like giving them, you know, more faction specific flavor, or like you know, with a tank or a air vehicle and that sort of thing. And then the let's see. This is more feature oriented, but I feel like outfit progression is something that we want to touch on, and we've already like laid the groundwork. Like that was a lot of the premise of creating the war asset system, and just like the resources balance and that sort of thing. What like yeah, again, I don't want to commit to timetables on this stuff, but it is also something that we're thinking about. So like when we get the opportunity to do another outfit oriented update, like it probably makes sense for us to do
real,
the outfit progression at the same time.
Sweet.
And yeah, I mean, hopefully people dig it. I feel like it's something that's always kind of been missing. But yeah, and then touching just like older elements of the game. So the squads, I think, I don't think they need a revamp. I think squads in general are in a decent place, but like the mentor squads in particular, like
for fuck's sakes,
that system needs to be rethought altogether. Spawn system needs to be rethought altogether and come in with like fresh ideas. Because I mean, it's like it works, but I mean, our game has gotten really fast too, and it's also created some behaviors that I think are sort of insidious. With so, for example, like just the lattice bases or whatever. Like, there's a reason that you keep fighting over the same bases every time, you know, you open Indar or whatever, and it's not necessarily because of the base design, and it's not even necessarily because of the spawn system or the lattice in particular. Because even if you give people options, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to go explore those options. So there's some ideas for changes there too, but still needs to be discussed. Yeah, and I think at this point, like, we've got a lot of the building blocks in place. So between campaigns, which is more meant to be our cadence, and then missions, which is our short-term, session-based rewards, and then directives, which is already a thing.
So basically, he's saying that the next year of development is going to be a complete and total waste of fucking time. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
And then the war asset system, which is your outfit incentive. Like, hitting all those beats are pretty much laying the foundations for everything that we can kind of do moving forward. So at this point, to me, it's about making it all cohesive, making it all feel like it's a part of the game and should always have been a part of the game. And we've left a lot of things to the wayside just over the years, kind of.
Yeah, like the core gameplay. I didn't hear you talk anything about that.
You added new stuff, but haven't really taken a chance or like come back to refine it. And I think now we're in a good spot to actually do.
Oh, okay. Now we're in a good spot. Yeah.
That refining, you know, and make the game feel more just solid overall.
100%, dude. Yeah.
Sweet, I love it.
Yeah, that was actually awesome. That actually kind of.
Yeah, you solved everything else, man. You figured all the rest of it out. We're fucking good to go. Let's go. You're good. Moving on. We did it.
Goes into the long-term stuff too, so kind of.
Yeah, that's definitely not 3 to 6 months. That's probably like you're talking about.
And just to add to, you know, because obviously committing to timelines is a weird thing. I come from an industry where we support the government, and literally timelines are just always pushed to the right. Like, it's just delayed. So I understand that completely. So, but I think that those are honestly all promising additions.
No, they're not.
You know, regardless of like what kind of player you are, like I feel like that kind of touches everything. And kind of, or at least not necessarily everyone, but I think a large majority of the player base would be affected if that were to occur in the next 3, 6, 9, or within a year. So that's awesome to hear. So
I'm just gonna say one thing real quick, and
go
this
ahead, man.
is just a nip. Like, when you talk about outfit wars and like whether or not we're excited about it or chat's excited about it, like a lot of people from my outfit slash community in general kind of went to PTS and tested it a lot, myself included. I think the idea of it originally was exciting, right? Because, and again, your blueprint and our blueprint, the idea of like our vision is obviously was probably different.
Obviously.
But it takes me back to Battle Islands. You probably hate hearing about Battle Islands. But the idea of like a smaller scale, like my outfit versus another outfit and like in a more contained environment was super exciting. Hard to do obviously with 3 factions, but
Not really. You have one faction that has a spot. You could do it like fucking the original Battlegrounds, right? Or fucking just take WoW. You have like if you wanted to. I've actually asked for this. I asked for this like in 2014 or 2015. You want to have a fucking team of guys, like 5 or 6 guys. Let's just say 6. You have 6 people on your faction and your outfit that you want to play with. Let's go queue up into a match that follows a certain format, like the pill format or the farmers format, and it's just like it's inside the game, and we can go queue into the instance and have like a battleground for that. I know people that would log in and do that all day, every day, and they would continue to play the game. But we can't do that.
I still enjoy being in an outfit. I know it's probably a little cringe.
Well, I don't. It has nothing to do with 1v1v1 because if each, like, I'm not talking. That's the point, is to get away from 1v1v1. That's the point, because 1v1v1 is not a competitive format. It does not fucking work. We have 8 years of a litmus test to look at and see that it doesn't work.
I said the community.
They don't want that. That's the issue.
I said before, I enjoy tagging bases, defending bases, to get that win with also the kills. And I like doing it with, I prefer like a small squad necessarily a platoon, but I still enjoy those things.
You have dumbasses like this guy. 1v1v1 is what makes PlanetSide PlanetSide.
And like doing those things as an outfit against another outfit is exciting. Like it's like a larger pill essentially, even if with combined arms, if it could be scaled correctly. But just want to touch on that briefly. Like,
I mean, if we're at the point now where we can have complete right turns to go do whatever else in the game, and we don't care about it taking away from the live experience, because obviously this is an update that they just released where they don't give a fuck about taking people away from the live experience to go do fuck all in the corner of a map. Why is it a fucking problem for people that want to do like what I'm talking about? It's a problem then, but it's not a problem when you have some fucktard who wants to go farm carrots in the middle of a fucking war game.
It was something that excited a lot of us.
I can't figure it out.
Very difficult to get right the first time, especially.
One is okay, but one is sponsored by a dipshit who has no idea what kind of game he's developing for, and the other is from people who are hardcore fans of the game and want to do something else than sit and fucking zerg shit gameplay 24 hours a day.
Especially when you're trying to incorporate all of PlanetSide like you guys did. So that's what I'm going to say about Shoctor. I'm not going to.
No, 100%, and I think once we get a little bit closer to I guess finalization of the next iteration of Outfit Wars, we might have to have you come on again so we could, go a little bit deeper into that. But exciting to hear that it is coming.
Yeah, but they just go to Jaeger anyway. True, but you could just have that in the fucking game, like in the standalone game, and you wouldn't have to go to some fucking banished island to go play the game that is fun.
Back, I know a lot of people have been mumbling and being like, when is Outfit Wars come back? It's been a bit, and
exactly, I've been asking for fucking 6 years. The official support is here's an observer cam maybe, and you guys can have some Jaeger accounts.
Even if it wasn't,
I mean, the community in that aspect has already done all the work for you. They have done everything for you. They have the fucking rule sets. They have the fucking overlays. They have the tracking, all that. They have the caster set up for it. They have the players that want to play it. There's literally nothing you have to do. Like, we've already done everything for you.
Like, the pinnacle of, like, PlanetSide game.
But they're just... If it's not their fucking idea, they don't... Fuck it.
Play, and there were some issues.
If it's not their dumbass, half-brained, fucking coked-up idea of what the game's supposed to be, then fuck you, right?
It was like, it did bring in a lot of interest in the community, and like a lot of people were watching the different streams, myself included. And it'd be cool to see that continue to.
Because you know what the fear is? The fear is that people are actually doing that, and that shit is getting casted, and then God forbid it would happen at the same time as one of these stupid ass outfit wars, and it would actually have more viewers than fucking outfit wars. That's probably the fear.
Get to a point where it's like, all right, now this is the final iteration. Everybody sign up. We'll put you in games. It'd be pretty cool.
Because yeah, when it comes to competitive stuff in this game, like you rely on people like this guy to do competitive stuff instead of people like this guy. Which guy would you rather have doing the competitive stuff for the game? I know who I would fucking pick, and it isn't this fucking retard.
So we have some Q&A questions, but luckily I think we covered a lot of these
Yeah,
just randomly, because like we kind of just like we're talking and we went on a tangent that covered it. So for example, like pressure on monetizing the experience, had a really good talk about that.
There was so much in this that just did not get talked about. Like, there's a lot left on the table.
I guess real quick, because I know this is a question for a lot of people. Halloween ETA.
I can't really say I learned anything from this.
Look forward to an announcement next week.
Awesome. And then we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but the plans to have it, I guess, more fleshed out seasonal events now that there is like a mission system and a campaign system like embedded in the game now. So that's cool too. We did kind of cover that. I guess a good question that I think both Aeflic and I were really interested about was, you know, PlanetSide Arena was an experience that I missed out on, but Aeflic was around for. Were there any lessons learned? Because we have at least my job, we have a gate system where if we win or we lose like a government contract, like we always do a lessons learned, and just because, you know, we want to learn what happened regardless of whether we won, and we want to capture the things that we did well, or we lost and we want to figure out why we lost. Was there any sort of like lesson learned or multiple lessons learned from that experience from PlanetSide Arena that is kind of being applied to the business model towards PlanetSide 2 now?
Probably not.
I mean, as far as business model, I don't think that's necessarily. Yeah, I mean, so the problems of Arena kind of, I mean, I don't really want to get into it. This topic's kind of been beaten to death, but as far as like what I guess like what you say we took on board, it's like the biggest lesson is just that, like, make something that people want to play.
True.
I mean, and
people miss that all the time. It's not, you know, I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny, but it's definitely something that people miss a lot. Just go through Steam sometime and just scroll.
Right, yeah. Like the like PlanetSide 2 has a lot of potential. It continues to have a lot of potential. It's a niche game, but
What have I been saying?
it's like it's the only one in its genre. Like we are like pioneering this genre, you know, as it were, and it doesn't make sense to give up on it. Like we have a really solid community, however whiny they may be.
We whine because you are incompetent. And we are so fucking sick and tired of incompetent morons running this game. That's why we whine. We whine because we care, and we're tired of the game getting shit on by incompetent morons like you. That's why we whine.
But we like it's a really strong community. I don't think that I've actually seen any other community that's kind of like been able to support a game as well as this one. So I like yeah, there's a desire, like this game deserves to exist
in the hands of someone capable and competent.
And I think that's hopefully like one of the takeaways kind of from Arena is just like, yeah, if you give us support, we can do really cool things. And that's to me, like it's been shown. I think we need to continue on and maintain momentum. I feel like your success is measured in momentum. You know, if you can just keep going. So that's kind of, yeah, where my head's at.
Fair. Well, that's good.
And I think that's a solid answer, honestly. I hope it wasn't. I think when I said business model, I think I kind of just added some wording there that didn't really make sense. I wasn't like, so was
How's that momentum looking right now? Let me go pull up the population charts and check how your success is going. Let me do that. Oh wait, I don't want to hurt your feelings, so I'm not going to do that. Sorry.
monetization incorrect? No, I think it was just more like along that line of like, you know, what sort of things did the development team learn? So that's really good insight. When can we expect a Wrel bandana cosmetic in the game?
I mean, the NC already has a bandana helmet,
This
so
is
I wouldn't
true.
want to infringe on
That wasn't the question.
True.
Probably never. I did change my Twitter profile, so
Yeah,
or
the
my,
bandana went from here to here, so I see.
yeah.
Look, you might at the end of the day not like it, but some of the memes that came from that, as obviously it's not me, so it's easier for me to look at it, were hilarious. So I mean, it did create some content. I mean, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
Got emotes of me.
yeah, it's good,
or
man.
On anything like you
My original emote.
That's
throw a
flattering.
bandana,
That's
you know exactly who you're talking about. Like for better and for worse.
That
So,
green bandana is
Exactly,
goated at this
exactly.
point. So
It's goaded, exactly.
It's
That's what I'm
goated.
saying. You might have a little bit more negative to it because I mean it's tied to you directly, but at the end of the day, I think if you look at it from the outside perspective, it's a net positive.
yeah. That's good.
Meh.
all right, and then we have two more, and we'll let you go. So the recent update introduced a bug which tripled everyone's base nanite gain, leading to more field
I already said they're gonna fix that. Fucking
fights
come
and
on,
tripling
man.
the amount of vehicles. I don't know if tripling is an accurate statement, but again, community question.
The community in this game is so fucking stupid.
Being pulled, but more vehicles have been pulled, I guess you could say. Some have said they enjoy this change, while others think the opposite. Do you think this unexpected change had a net positive or negative impact?
I think it's honestly, I think it was like too short-lived to really tell. Because you could totally.
The question is for this dumbass community guy, where are you going with this question, man? Like, there's a second part to this question. It reads like, and if you think it's good, is this something that we should put in the game in the future? Like, what's your goal here? Do you want nanite gain to be tripled? Because that's fucking no. You're stupid.
I mean, there was very few complaints about like max spam overall. Probably like a little bit above the baseline, but I feel like that totally could have gotten worse. You know, if people like played more often. There was a lot of hype surrounding just the Shattered Warp Gate at the
Yes, that's definitely what the game needs is more access to vehicles. Yes.
time, which is like very wide open. So like vehicles are very important for that area.
Yes, dude.
So being inside, dying to 30 maxes isn't probably wasn't happening nearly as often. 30 and or 90 maxes. But it's I don't know. People want different things.
It's a tough one to balance.
Yeah.
It really is because
It's really not. You don't give people the stupid shit. Okay? It's not that complicated.
like the nanites that you give people, they're not necessarily going to use. And actually, Aeflic, you were talking about this way earlier in the conversation, how like you kill one guy with a max and then like he's back again and he's got his max suit, but like that's not even like if you do that, like it could just as easily be somebody else, who has a max just because of the
Right.
scale, right? So it's almost impossible to balance. I
Especially if you don't even try.
I kind of want to err on the side of restrictions personally, just because I know like how this sort of proliferation of vehicles has been complained about in the past, but community sentiment tends to swing back and forth like a pendulum. So
What? In terms of force multipliers and overpop, the pendulum is swinging back and forth?
I don't know.
Just to touch on it real quick, chat's blowing up like, ask him this. Like, bro, we had 150 questions, and some of those questions had 10. Like, one person out of the 150 asked like 10 questions. So like, we cannot get through all of them. But just to touch on this, while the max spam got worse, I do think overall, besides a tank being next to spawn, which I hate, the air game as well as the tank interaction or just ground vehicle interaction. We got like this question came up a lot in the Reddit and got voted a lot, and a lot of people have talked about it. So putting the max part aside, which I mean you can't really separate with the nanite game, it did seem the fluff up the air game to make it great again, so to speak, and even to agree to the ground vehicles. Chat just wanted me to go over that. But I have one question at the very end, Shoctor, but otherwise you can continue on.
No, your question can be the final one if you want. I don't want to take up too much of Wrel's time.
Okay. This this is a personal one.
Fuck you mean? It's a 4.5 hour podcast. Or I'm sorry, 3.5. You don't want to take up too
Kill
much of this time.
spam
Get the fuck out of here.
coming on the center of the screen. So I'm fighting 2 people. I kill one, but I get a ribbon notification.
Oh,
Thinking I killed the
I've
second one
already
in the
asked
same
Wrel
spot.
this while he was in my
Just keep shooting until you kill both of them. Why is this a question?
Oh.
chat.
Thanks for telling me that. Thank you so much.
He said,
Shoctor.
and honestly, like I think about it more, like it's a weird thing because it's such a tiny little thing, and
It is.
the more I thought,
Did nobody ask about why it takes 17 bullets to kill a standard 1000 HP target? Are we not going to ask any real questions? Like, why do your servers suck so much dick?
about it, the more I kind of
Not
agree
going to
with
ask
Wrel.
that one, I guess.
It's like just kill the dude, bro.
Fuck it.
like,
I'm trying to remember the answer.
because I remember exactly what happened. It happened at Cobalt Comms. There was some guy that I put like 7 bullets, I think, into, and I think I needed to put 8. And I literally had him at a sliver of HP, and I didn't even know
Did they ask about warping semi-auto? No.
Wrel was in my
No,
chat.
no.
And I
None of the questions that... No question when it comes to minute-to-minute gameplay stuff. It was not addressed.
I just like I looked away
At
from
all.
him because I thought I killed him, and I got a ribbon thing, and I went away, and then the dude finished me off. He killed me, and I was like, "Come on, Wrel, when are we gonna get rid of this?" And then you typed in chat, "Just get the kill next time." So I mean, I agree.
It's a minor thing. It's a minor thing.
It's a tiny thing. It's I don't know.
And we want to constantly barf and vomit up the fucking new player experience word, but we don't want to talk about the second-to-second, minute-to-minute actual in-game interactions that happen. Like, we don't want to talk about anything like that.
But yeah, chat is kind of wilding out with the ask him what fabric his bandana's made of. Like it's such tiny little questions.
Come on, guys. Okay. First off, don't use a polyester bandana. It's completely out there. Yeah, cotton is the way to go. Man, my eyes are like,
It's like that weird allergy season in between. It's not spring, but it's kind of getting, I don't know, at least for you, but for me, it's like that. I was working outside.
All right,
You mean fall?
bro, we'll let you go, bro. Damn, it doesn't have to be the
It's
eyes.
like, dang, we made Wrel cry. I didn't know our questions were so hard.
when I'm like I'm sitting here sweating right now because I haven't turned on the air conditioning, and when it gets late at night, the oil from my greasy nerd head
Oh, bro, same. Me too, same.
and then it starts to sting.
Oh, I feel you. I always
What the fuck?
have my fan on, and not having it on right now has been rough because I want the audio to sound good.
Fucking greasy-ass nerds.
All right, we'll let you go. It's a minor thing, but we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
No, 100%. I think not only did we learn a lot, but I hope everybody watching learned a lot. And then hello, YouTube Andes. This will be on YouTube as well. Not sure if you have anything you want to shout out. We usually give the guests an opportunity to shout something out.
To be honest, I didn't really learn much. Honestly, it's more of the same. It just reinforces the stuff that I already knew.
Twitter, if you want to shout that out.
No.
No.
I'm good.
I mean, he'll block you on Twitter if you try to engage in a conversation with him about anything wrong with the game anyway, so there's no point.
But overall, definitely appreciate your time, answering our questions. I think all the questions were one of those questions where, we didn't want to just be like, are you going to fix this? What's the status of this? Like, we genuinely wanted to hear your background on stuff. So appreciate your time, and
Yeah, I got a clearer image on the next year of development will be more of the same. So yeah, there's that.
staying with us for about a 3-hour podcast, big dedication of time for it. And I think that's also representative of, your dedication towards the game. So overall,
Very true.
super big thank you. Chat, be nice and say thank you, even if you're not necessarily fond of Wrel, but for us at least, don't forget to give Aeflic's channel a follow. His Twitch is up there. Yep, got the angle right. Don't forget to follow this channel. And this will also be on YouTube. So if you came in late and you're wondering if we didn't answer your question, we probably did because we went over a lot of different stuff. So check it out on YouTube.
I don't know about
Just look
that,
up
dude.
Aeflic, Aeflic on YouTube. And then this will be uploaded in like an hour, honestly, because we have a new system for getting that up quickly. But until then,
Sweet.
Rel, we appreciate your time. And,
Thank you for. I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Because
we
you
might have to
didn't
have
get
you on
asked
again.
anything difficult.
That was a lot of fun. That was probably one of the best Planetside conversations.
Ain't that
I've
some
had,
shit?
in general. So reminded me of the first podcast where we were having a lot of fun there too. So, but until then,
It's actually true, yeah. If you are affiliated or part, I know it's for certain for affiliated. If you are affiliated on Twitch, Twitch has exclusive rights to that content for, I believe, 24 hours. It might be longer, but you within 24, yes, if you, yeah, that's, I think Sirius is doing that shit too, so you might want to rethink that one, bud.
thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you so much. Don't forget to also keep sending us your questions and stuff like that, because you guys kind of drive what Aeflic and I ask literally everyone. And for next week,
Like, I don't give a shit, right? But there's literally people that have no fucking life other than to go around reporting people's Twitch channels. Trust me, I have experienced it firsthand many times.
we have Archie actually coming on, so that'll be
Nice.
next
Archie
Friday. We're
coming
gonna talk-
on. Oh, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck would you bring that fucking fake hype peddler on for? Like, why, man? What does that guy have to say that I would ever remotely be interested in?
to him about a lot of the stuff that he's been going and seeing on the game, as well as him as a content creator. So
Ugh,
mark your calendars for that as well.
no.
But until then, thank you once again, and bye-bye, people. Hey,
Bye.
goodbye.
Thank you. Later.
All right, I'm going to read this and then get off. So this is the development letter that Wrel did. With the release of the Shattered Warpgate update, we made some ambitious changes to the game that add more structured elements to the sandbox experience we all know and love, while revamping the continent of Esamir. In this post, I wanted to point out some observations surrounding the new additions, and the lessons we'll be taking to heart moving forward. Back when this all started, the original intent of this update was not a complete overhaul of Esamir, if you can believe it. We were initially focused on fixing Esamir's imbalanced lattice and using the Warpgate's detonation as a catalyst for storytelling. But the more we did, the more we wanted to do, and Esamir ended up better for it overall. The Shattered Warpgate combat area. Between the objectives created through missions and campaigns, the lack of limitations on construction, and the abandoned vehicles scattered throughout that area, the Shattered Warpgate resulted in some of the most organic, intense planet-side battles this game has seen in years. The feedback about the combat in this area has been extremely positive, and we'll certainly want to pocket some of these concepts for use elsewhere later on. Campaigns! Watching players struggle with figuring out where to go and what to do was pretty heartbreaking from my perspective, and undoubtedly frustrating from the player's point of view. Not immediately force-pinning the starting campaign event to the player's HUD left folks wandering around, trying to figure out who Foster was and where he was hidden, and the analysis HUD seemed like an unnecessary extra step every place we tried to use it. These sorts of usability issues were a reoccurring theme. By seeing how players interacted with the system, our expectations versus the realities, we have a much better sense of how to handle Chapter 2 when it rolls around. Carrots and continent rotations. There were some takeaways from the various events available during the first chapter, the first of which is just how frustrating it can be to have your campaign progress blocked by a bug. We're dealing with new tech in some cases, and new ways to use old tech in others, and we've learned a lot during this process on how to better deal with these challenges again in later chapters. We originally designed this chapter to give players breaks. If Esamir isn't open, you come back when it is. That's why our chapters last a month, to give ample time to complete its events through fairly casual play. What we've seen, though, is a ravenous desire to go, and complete each chapter as quickly as possible, so we did end up unlocking Esamir for 24 hours for a while based on that feedback. This isn't healthy for the game, however, and the potential for burnout is quite high, so moving forward we're going to try to incorporate other continents into our campaign events more often so that rotating continents become a more natural part of the campaign's completion. Whether or not we'll be able to do that and make it fun is still a big question mark, but it's something we want to try. Missions. Feedback for the mission system ranged anywhere from "these missions are boring" to "this is so cool." There are a few different goals for the mission system, like celebrating undervalued forms of gameplay, making more use of map space by creating new sub-objectives, and giving players tangible goals to complete during their session that offer rewards. During our first pass, the hand of missions you were dealt would vary wildly, which created some bad feels for the players who got a list of things they didn't have an interest in. On top of that, there were some missions that would break or create inconsistent experiences. In our second pass, we divvied up the mission spread more and removed some of the less interesting, inconsistent missions so that players would be way more likely to find something they're interested in. It's important that we don't abandon the goal of creating new sub-objectives for players, but alongside that, we'd also like to offer more missions that are in line with standard gameplay for the players who have an interest in that. You'll be seeing these missions hit your pools in the next update. Thank God for that. Regarding rewards, we're still discussing exactly where we want to go with this, and our intent remains to help new and casual players catch up to some of our more dedicated veterans. We did make some changes in the last update that increased the frequency most players would see ISO 4 and certifications as rewards, so we feel like this is a good place to continue evaluating from. The Storm. Esamir Storm is intended to be a force of nature that needs to be played around, and while we've introduced ways to do that through insulated armor, insulated plating, and reclaimed vehicles, neutralizer device, we don't necessarily want it to be the thing you have to worry about during off-peak hours when fights are already difficult to build up. To that end, we're going to prevent it from patrolling during times of low population, and it'll hang out over the Shattered Warp Gate so that players can continue to get their campaign events done as needed. Additionally, we're going to try making the Storm prioritize large fights with a population imbalance that favors attackers. So for example, if your faction has a 60% or greater attacking population, the Storm could target you to even the odds. One thing the Storm does very well is favor the defending faction. Lastly, you will be seeing more ways to manipulate the Storm come Chapter 2. Spoilers! Through things like the Lightning Arrestor, Lightning Grenade, and other equipment we've yet to show. Ideally, this becomes less of an inconvenience and more of an asset in the fight, while allowing us to further the story of the factional arms race amidst Esamir's calamity. This is the most worthless letter. Onward to Chapter 2. One of the strengths of the campaign system is that we can, with each chapter, iterate based on the lessons we learned from the previous one. The river of feedback we've been swimming through over the past couple weeks has been extremely helpful, and will play a big role in making not only future chapters of campaign better, but also help elevate the game as a whole. Thanks, everyone. God. Alright, that's enough. I'm done. I have nothing else to say. Goodbye. See you later. I'm gonna find someone to host. How many retards are watching this stream right now, by the way? Oh God, what is wrong with you people? You all have fucking problems.